Chapter 586 Purple Pill Institute. Purple Pill Institute was also a famous school in the Sacred Flame Royal City. The buildings here were all purple-red in color. It gave off an oppressive feeling. Purple chi came from the east, full of vigor. Although the establishment of the Purple Pill Academy was not as good as that of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, the reputation of the Purple Pill Academy gradually rose because of the few great teachers and the emergence of many famous experts. Today, a middle-aged man came to the Purple Pill Institute. When the middle-aged man wanted to enter the Purple Pill Institute, he was stopped by the night guard. "Stop! Who are you? Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter the Purple Pill Institute." A fierce-looking guard walked out with a machete in his hand. The middle-aged man was not in a hurry. He just stopped and looked at the guard. Originally, he wanted to teach this blind person a lesson. It was already so late, so he must want to go in and hang some junior sisters. He was really shameless. However, after seeing the middle-aged man in front of him, the guard was stunned. The security guard was also stunned at first. Then he kept rubbing his eyes and blinking desperately, trying to see the person in front of him clearly. Damn, Nan Tian, Grandmaster Nan Tian. The middle-aged man's face was extremely familiar. Due to his identity and status, the Academy had created a bronze statue of him, which was placed in the Hall of the Exalted so that one could observe it at any time. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, the middle-aged man's face was extremely familiar. Due to his identity and status, the Academy had created a bronze statue of him and placed it in the Hall of the Exalted so that one could observe it at any time. Is Vice Principal Jing here? Pill King Nan Tian smiled. He did not have the arrogance of the legends. Instead, he gave people a feeling of intimacy. Yes. Vice Principal. She has never left. I will go and inform her immediately. No need. I will go personally. The cold air in this mountain is very cold. You are on night guard all year round. This cold-repelling pill can maintain the power of ethereal fire in your body. It will not be attacked by the cold air. Pill King Nan Tian casually threw a pill to the guard. This guard had been working here since the time when South Heaven Pill King was studying. After so many years, he was full of problems. Although his body was still stable, if he continued to grow older, he might collapse. This is a third-grade high-level medicinal pill. I can't accept it. The guard let out an earth-shattering sound, but when he turned around, Pill King Nan Tian had already disappeared into the darkness. For this ordinary gatekeeper uncle, he casually took out a level 3 high-grade medicinal pill. He was truly extravagant, worthy of the demeanor of a pill king. The appearance of the Southern Heaven Elixir King in the Saint Flame Royal City would definitely cause a huge commotion. After all, the Southern Heaven Elixir King usually stayed in the south and rarely came to the central region of the empire. It had been many years since he graduated from the Purple Pill Academy. This time he returned to his alma mater and reminisced about it. He was indeed a loyal and affectionate person. Tonight alone was destined to be a sleepless night. Feng Liuxin, the hall master of the Valley Immortal sect, led his disciples to live in a splendid courtyard in the city. Previously, this courtyard had a very resounding name, Yi Clan's Courtyard. Although Yi Lantian had been killed, the wealth he had accumulated over the years had not decreased. Now, the entire Yi clan was under the control of Yi Lantian's wife. Xiang Shu and Lady Xiang were in the hands of Yi Lantian. No one dared to believe that Madame Xiang of the Yi family and Hall Master Feng Liuxin of the Valley Immortal sect were once friends despite the difference in age. When they were young, they met by chance when they wandered the Jianghu. Although they didn't contact each other often, they were still in contact. I didn't expect that 15 years would pass in the blink of an eye. You actually became the Hall Master of the Valley Immortal sect. Xiang Shu looked like she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Her eyes revealed a trace of fatigue, but she had gradually adjusted recently. The Yi clan's huge foundation could not be destroyed by Xiangshu's hands. The incompetent sons of those concubines had also been strictly trained by Xiangshu. Although she had no choice, she still had to choose one of them to be the head of the Yi family. However, as long as the Yi clan was in Lady Xiang's hands, the Yi clan would still belong to her. Of course, what Xiangshu wanted was to protect the Yi clan's reputation. Although the Yi clan was fully in Xiangshu's hands, the Yi clan was surnamed Yi after all. She was a woman, and there was no way she could change the name of the Yi clan. Why didn't you tell me earlier that such a big thing happened to you? There was a trace of blame in Fang Liuxin's tone, but it was more of heartache. He felt sorry for this sister of his whom he had not seen for many years. He did not expect that she would end up in such a miserable state in the end. Sister, do you know who the enemy is? To be able to kill so many people of the Yi clan, it must be a capable person. With Xiangshu's strength, she might not be able to deal with it. But with Fang Liuxin's strength, it might not be impossible to deal with these people. What's more, the people of the Valley Immortal sect came this time with their reputation. They did not come in the name of personal matters. His appearance was enough to attract the attention of everyone in the area. As the giants of the alchemy world, they appeared at the same time. What they were after was definitely not simple. Although I don't have concrete evidence, the most likely enemy would be the one called Li Zongjiu. However, he's been in the limelight recently, and his strength isn't weak. It's hard to make a move. Xiangshu said in a deep voice. It was naturally not difficult to find some clues about Li Zongjiu. Although the final result was somewhat unbelievable, this kind of thing happened most of the time. No one dared to believe that a teenager could do such a thing. Even if it was not Li Zongjiu who did it, it was definitely related to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu? Li Zongjiu from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor? Hearing his sister's words, Fang Liuxin's eyes had a trace of surprise. The reason why our Valley Immortal sect came to the Holy Flame Royal City is also to find this Li Zongjiu, or rather, to take something from him. Fang Liuxin said. Xiangshu's eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Fang Liuxin. After seeing the affirmation in Fang Liuxin's eyes, she gradually became excited. Since Li Zongjiu is related to the murder of my brother-in-law, after I capture Li Zongjiu and interrogate him, I will know everything. The two women also hated the same person in the room at the same time. Li Zongjiu probably did not expect that some of the enemies he had made over the past few days would come together now. Chapter 587. Shu had been waiting in front of the casino since early in the morning. When he came yesterday, the casino was surprisingly closed. Although Shu found Tai-Fai didn't let Shu disturb Li Zongjiu. However, Shu told Tai-Fai about the situation, and Tai-Fai said that he already knew about it. However, Shu saw that Tai-Fai didn't seem to care about it. It seemed that these people didn't know how powerful the Shi family was or how powerful the Spirit Valley sect was. When facing these people, Shu couldn't let his guard down. Moreover, the Shi family's strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. A casino like the Bo-Yu Casino could be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Even if they spent a lot of money to open a bigger casino, it wouldn't be a problem. To be able to become one of the 4 great families of the Holy Flame Imperial City was enough to prove their terrifying strength. However, Shu didn't bother with Tai-Fai too much. Instead, he waited for Li Zongjiu to come out. Therefore, he waited at the entrance of the casino early in the morning. It's you, why are you still here? When Tai-Fai opened the door early in the morning, he saw Shu still waiting at the entrance. Opening the door personally was a rule of the casino. Only by doing so could one prosper. Brotherly, did you come out? Shu asked. Tai-Fai was about to answer, but a voice came from behind him. It's you? You came at the right time. I'm going to your Shi family. Li Zongjiu saw Shu and said, last time, He had refined a heavenly mending pill and given it to Shu. With Shu's withered veins, it wouldn't take long for him to recover under the effects of the heavenly mending pill. In front of the corresponding pill, even a terminal illness was like a small cold that could be treated casually. You absolutely cannot go to the Shu family. Now, there is a group of people in the Shu family. They're here specifically to deal with you. You'd better hurry and leave Sacred Flame, Royal City. People from Spirit Valley sect are really not to be trifled with. They won't stay in this city for long. You just need to hide for a while and you'll be able to keep your life. Shu said anxiously. His eyes were solemn. You waited outside for an entire night just to tell me this news? Li Zhongjiu asked. Shu was a little too straightforward. He had actually waited here for an entire night. Then Li Zhongjiu turned to Tai-Fi and said, "Next time, we have to invite him in." Although Li Zhongjiu didn't treat Shu as a friend or brother, he couldn't mistreat someone who treated Li Zhongjiu sincerely. "Yes, young master. Since you're here, bring me to the Shu family. Since these guys want the things in my hands, I'll give them to them," Li Zhongjiu said. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, Shu was stunned. First of all, he couldn't believe that Li Zhongjiu could be so open-minded. This was indeed a good idea. As long as Li Zhongjiu gave them what they wanted, these people wouldn't have any reason to target Li Zhongjiu. Although Shu had thought of persuading Li Zhongjiu in this way, he was also a member of the Shu family. If he said that, wouldn't Li Zhongjiu treat him as a lobbyist? That would be a huge misunderstanding. He couldn't do something like betraying his friends. That's good too. It's good that you can think this way. Since you've decided, I, Shu, will ensure your safety in the Shu family. Shu patted his chest and said, "In the Shu family, if anyone wants to kill you, they'll have to step over my dead body first." Shu said, "Logically speaking, Shu had experienced so many life and death struggles. He had the most say in matters of life and death. He was also the one who had the most desire to live. If he could make Shu swear on his life, it was enough to show how much importance he placed on this matter. That's not necessary. You just need to bring me there." Li Zhongjiu smiled and said, "Relax, you're not going to die." Li Zhongjiu patted Shu's shoulder and said, then walked towards the street ahead. Shu was stunned at first, then looked at Li Zhongjiu's figure. Although Li Zhongjiu said it casually, Shu had a bad feeling in his heart. He hadn't known Li Zhongjiu for a long time, but he more or less knew that Li Zhongjiu wasn't a person who would compromise so easily. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw that Li Zhongjiu had already walked far away. Immediately, Shu shouted out loud, "You're going the wrong way, this way." Li Zhongjiu stopped in his tracks. If he turned around and went back, it would be very embarrassing. There was a bun shop nearby, so Li Zhongjiu went up and bought a few buns. "I'm just buying breakfast." Then, under Shu's lead, Li Zhongjiu and Shu walked towards the Shu family's courtyard. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu's every move was being watched. Now that they knew that Li Zhongjiu was going out, all kinds of information were flying around. In the Shu family, many people were also ready. I wanted to find him today, but I didn't expect him to take the initiative to walk into the trap. Lu Wenshan and the others sat in the hall, drinking their morning tea. It seems that this guy knows how powerful we are and took the initiative to surrender. Yang Hui said with a big belly. There was some breakfast placed beside his table. He was also eating nonstop, smacking his lips. "It's not that simple. We still have to be prepared." Zhou Kong said in a deep voice, "Judging from the fierce means last night, the method of killing people to silence them, there was no fear in it at all. If there was fear, there would be no need to wait for an entire night to hand over the thing. Don't worry, if that guy dares to act recklessly, I'll beat him into a pile of meat paste." In the hall, a man with long hair said. He was wearing a loose white robe and had a skinny body. If one didn't look carefully, one would think that he was a girl. But his voice was deep with a hint of flirtatiousness. demon staff Nan He. From his body, there was an instinctive evil aura. It was very strange for such a person to be good at staff techniques. Those who could use this staff, were basically some martial arts geniuses with special talent. Elders, don't worry, the Sher family will not let any problems happen to our guests in the Sher family. Shirchuji said proudly, a mere pugilistic boy who thought that his talent could bring about a big change. But in reality, before he grew up, he was just a grasshopper that jumped a little higher. There was nothing to be afraid of. In the real world, there were dangers that could easily kill jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. It wasn't something that a small grasshopper like him could understand. As the patriarch of one of the 4 big families, he still had this much confidence. Patriarch, young Master Shirshu, has brought Li Zongjio to the door. Someone from the Sher family came to report. Since they're here, let them in. It's not like the 2 of them can't fit in the living room of the Sher family. Shirchuji said. Chapter 588. The rest naturally had no objections to Shirchuji's decision. Lu Winshan and the rest also wanted to see who exactly Li Zongjio was. He actually dared to commit such a massacre. To Lu Winshan and the rest, Sacred Flame Royal City was just like a city of mortals, and Li Zongjio was just a slightly more active mortal in this city. Their curiosity towards Li Zongjio was just like a child who wanted to see a monkey in a circus. It was that simple. They were high and mighty, ruling over life and death. They could easily control one's fate. But before that, there was nothing wrong with watching one's performance. Shirshu walked in with Li Zongjio and saw Shirchuji and Lu Winshan sitting on the high seats. Were these the legendary experts of Spirit Valley Sect? Then, Shirshu's gaze fell on Demon Staff Nanhi. Even a glance at this person made him feel as though his spirit was being destroyed by the other party's aura. It was really shocking. These people were the real experts. Even though Shirshu had already broken through to the Yuan King realm, he was still too young to compete with these people. Shirshu, you have done well. There is nothing for you to do here. You may leave. Shir Tyran was not dead yet, so Shirchuji would not do anything to Shirshu. If Shirshu was willing to concoct pills for the Shir family, it would be a very good choice. Unfortunately, Shirshu was about to die. What was the difference between him and that piece of trash? Moving slightly would cause him to cough incessantly. When the wind blew, his entire body would collapse on the ground. What was the use of keeping such a person? This is the person who contracted the dry pulse disease. He seems to be in good condition. It seems like the disease has not flared up yet. He can still hold on for a few more years. Yang Hui looked at Shirshu and said, they had also paid attention to this alchemy genius of the Shir family. At such a young age, he was already able to concoct a 5th-grade pill, although his cultivation level was not stable enough. To be able to reach this level alone in such a desperate situation was enough to prove his talent. If he could live a little longer, perhaps the Spirit Valley sect would be willing to help him. A sick piece of trash who was about to die, compared to a sickly alchemy genius who was on the verge of death. That was not the same in terms of value. They were even willing to help this alchemy genius who was about to die. You must be Li Zongjio. Lu Winshan said in a deep voice. Putting aside Shirshu, the most important thing now was to solve the problem of Li Zongjio. Hearing Lu Winshan's words, Li Zongjio also walked forward. As he walked, he also observed the surrounding environment. As the Shir family's guest hall, just this floor alone was at least 10 meters high. It was like a large hall, and the surrounding white jade pillars were warm in winter and cool in summer. If an ordinary person obtained a thumb-sized piece, they could use it to ward off the cold and avoid the heat. In the Shir family, a total of 18 white jade stones were used to support the stone pillars. Furthermore, the white jade stone pillars were engraved with runes, making them extremely sturdy. If one wanted to smash their head against the stone pillars and was afraid that the walls were not sturdy enough, one could give the white jade stone pillars a try. It was guaranteed that one would be able to get what one wished for. You are from the Immortal Valley sect, right? Li Zongjio dragged a chair from the side and placed it in the middle of the road. On the left and right sides were the elders of the Shi family, Yang Hui, and the others. Opposite them were Lu Winshan and Shi Chuji. When Li Zongjio sat down, he became the focus of everyone's eyes. Sure enough, it was just as the intelligence report said. Wild and unruly. Just from this action, Lu Winshan already knew that Li Zongjio was not here to surrender, but he still said patiently, "We are from the Spirit Valley sect. I, Li Zongjio, have no enmity with any of you. Now, I am here to give you a chance. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones." Li Zongjio waved his hand and said. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings. "But if you choose to stay, then don't blame me for being impolite. I have already given you a chance. You can decide for yourselves how to choose." After he finished speaking, Li Zongjio pointed at Demon Rod Nanhe, who was sitting at the back, and said, "Also, this Inyang person can't leave. I don't like it. Everyone else can start choosing. You have 1 minute to consider." Li Zongjio said indifferently, 1 minute to consider? Let bygones be bygones? Be impolite? Decide for yourselves? When he heard Li Zongjio's words, Shi Shu realized that he was wrong. He was really wrong. This Li Zongjio was not here to give them anything. He was here to die. Do you know what kind of people are sitting in this hall? How dare you use such a tone to talk to them? He could not believe his ears. This caused Shi Shu's heart to gradually tremble. The first one to fall into a state of rage was Demon Rod Nanhe, Inyang person. Although Nanhe looked a little lean, he was an extremely masculine person. Can't you see the Adam's apple on his throat? It was the symbol of a man. Nanhe immediately flew into a rage. "Fuck you!" A sharp gust of wind swept towards Li Zongjio. Boom! The chair Li Zongjio was sitting on was directly blown to pieces. Because the South River was close to Shi Shu was instantly sent flying by the South River's aura. The sudden commotion caused the stone tree's heart to tremble. In front of this difficult situation, he did not have time to make a move. When he raised his head to look, he thought that Li Zongjio would be seriously injured and captured. However, it was not what he imagined. Li Zongjio's figure appeared behind Nanhe. Moreover, there was a strange rectangular metal box in his hand. Raging dragon capturing flames. However, the raging dragon capturing flames in front of him looked smaller and was not as heavy as the ones on the market. However, the pitch-black tube directly revealed an extremely terrifying aura, as if it wanted to devour a person's soul. Take this as a gift for you. Li Zongjio directly pulled the trigger. It was aimed at Nanhe's head. Boom! With a loud sound, Nanhe's head was instantly blown apart by a flame. Chapter 589. Demon Staff Nanhe. Although he wasn't the overlord of Jiangnan, his status in Jianghu was at least on par with Yuan splitting hands with Shanhu. But now, in front of so many people, his head was blasted off in an instant. Such an outcome could be said to be rather unexpected. Even those people were still enraged by Li Zongjio's words. But in the next second, because of Nanhe's death, the entire place became silent. Lu Winshan's eyes widened in anger as he watched the scene unfold before him. His pupils were also filled with an inconceivable light. That demon staff, Nanhe was merely an expert hired from outside. Now that his corpse was lying in the hall, no one stepped forward to help Nanhe collect his corpse. Instead, he was secretly glad that he wasn't the one who died just now. The weapon in Li Zongjio's hand was just too powerful. Dragon capturing fury. Shi Chuji looked at the item in Li Zongjio's hand. Shi Chuji had seen this item before. Moreover, the armory of the Shi family also had a similar weapon. Back then, they had also bought it and placed it in the Shi family as a backup for their collection. Moreover, this was a mutual business relationship. However, when Shi Chuji saw the dragon capturing fury in Li Zongjio's hand, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This was because the dragon-capturing fury in Li Zongjiu's hand seemed to be a little special, and there was also a difference in its size. "You have 30 seconds left," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Seeing this, Lu Winshan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Shi Chuji beside him. Shi Chuji also knew that his chance had come. If the Shi family could win the cooperation with Spirit Valley sect through this battle, even if they had to sacrifice a few elders, it would still be within their control. It wouldn't take long for them to make up for this loss. "How dare you? This is my Shi family's territory. You can't be so presumptuous here." Shi Chuji immediately roared in anger. Immediately, the elders of the Shi family, who could no longer hold themselves back, began to move. Immediately, 3 of them released their Yuan power and summoned their Yuan spirits to possess them. A terrifying aura spread out from all directions, trapping Li Zongjiu within it. "Not good, it's the Great Rock Formation." When Shi Shu saw the 3 elders taking action, he knew that things were not going well. The Great Rock Formation was the Shi family's killing formation. 3 people was the lowest level. Once it was activated, it would definitely be in a state of continuous circulation. If one strength level, one's strength rock formations, one would be completely trapped within. The Great Boulder Formation's power lay in the fact that it could completely wear away one's strength. Li Zong shook his head, helplessly. "I'm very satisfied with your choice." After he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu's lips curled into a smile. If all of them walked out, Li Zongjiu would have come here for nothing. The reason he came here was to kill people, not to play house with them. However, Li Zongjiu wasn't the kind of person who would make trouble for no reason. Moreover, he was very reasonable now. Generally, when killing someone, he must give the other party a reason to die. If it was in the past, Li Zongjiu would definitely not like such troublesome matters. Usually, the moment he walked in, he would kill on sight. The 3 elders' aura instantly trapped Li Zongjiu in the middle. Yang Hui and Zhou Kong hurriedly retreated to Lu Winshan's side. Firstly, they wanted to protect Lu Winshan. Secondly, they had to ensure their own safety. If they were accidentally killed by Li Zongjiu, it would be a serious problem. If Lu Winshan died, it would be difficult for them to bear the responsibility. Li Zongjiu did not dodge. The 3 elders of the Shi family circled around Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu did not panic either. He directly fired a few cannonballs with his Fury Dragon capture, but they were all blocked by the other party. Boom! 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 All of the energy directly attacked the Great Rock Formation. Li Zongjiu's attack seemed to be powerless. "Kid, you want to break the formation with this level of skill? Go back and cultivate for another 500 years. One of them laughed loudly. However, just as he opened his mouth to laugh, his expression instantly froze. Although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, the elder could feel that his Yuan spirit power seemed to be wrapped in a ball of flame. Moreover, the blazing temperature seemed to be burning his Yuan spirit completely. No! Bang! 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 The 3 elders' origin spirit energy collapsed at the same time, as if it was a backlash from the formation. It directly shattered their brains. A ball of black flame seemed to jump out from their heads. Then, as it jumped around, everything was burned to ashes. Not even half a corpse was left behind. Even the clothes on their bodies were burned to ashes. Outsiders may not be able to see it, but as alchemists, Lu Winshan and the others could clearly feel the power of Li Zongjiu's flame. This is the flame of alchemy. What a strong flame. It can even carry mental energy, directly burning their souls. I didn't think that you would be so vicious at such a young age. Yang Hui pointed at Li Zongjiu and said, "If one wanted to say that Li Zongjiu was vicious, it would be terrifying." They never thought that Li Zongjiu would actually have such an ability. They had never seen such a terrifying flame before. If it was aimed at them, even they would not be able to withstand it. Li Zongjiu did not waste any time with these people and directly rushed towards Shirchuji. Among these people, Li Zongjio was not going to let go of them, and behind Shirchuji there were still people guarding her. He would deal with these people first. When Shirchuji saw Li Zongjio rushing towards her, although she was a little nervous, she did not panic on the surface. Instead, she looked as steady as Mount Tai. Just when Li Zongjio's figure was less than 5 meters away from her, immediately, a distorted spatial fluctuation appeared in front of Shirchuji. A pair of iron claws stretched out from the distorted space. Swish! On the iron claws, blood splattered. A terrifying power instantly rushed towards Li Zongjio. Thunder slashing blade. A thunder slashing blade was placed in front of him, and it easily shattered the blood claws. At the same time, his figure paused for a moment, but in the next second, the iron claws once again attacked with gusts of cold wind. The aura was as sharp as a blade, as if it wanted to cut Li Zongjio's body. He did not choose to face it head-on, but instead he lightly tapped his feet and retreated more than 10 meters. Chapter 590. In front of Shirchuji was a man with a strange pattern on his face and the word, one written on his forehead. Li Zongjio couldn't help but frown. What kind of person would write the word Wang on his forehead? Could this person be? Lu Winshan could tell that the person had an extraordinary aura and seemed to have been hiding in the hall since the beginning. This meant that this person's disguise and concealment skills were quite good. After all, how could a person appear out of thin air? That was simply nonsense. It was possible to say that this person was a disguise. That's right. Guardian of Qin Yuan Manor, Tiger King Guardian. Shirchuji said with a faint smile. This Tiger King protector was sent by Qin Yuan Manor to protect him. Or rather, this Tiger King protector was sent to monitor him. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as he could help him control the Shir family, he would be able to hold his head high in the Shir family. He didn't need to be a yes man in front of his big brother, Shir Tairan. He also needs to have his own dignity and face. If Shir Tairan can do it, then I, Shirchuji, can do it too. Kid, meeting me today is the day you die. What a pitiful kid. Don't worry. Before you die, I will let you see your own heart. The Tiger King Guardian smiled cruelly. These days, the Shir family could be said to have a good life. They could get whatever they wanted. Compared to the days in Qin Yuan Manor, it was much more comfortable. Now that Li Zongjio was clearly here to destroy his beautiful life, how could he let Li Zongjio get what he wanted? He must take Li Zongjio's neck. He must let the Shir family return to peace. However, the Tiger King Guardian's eyes fell on the thunder slaying blade in Li Zongjio's hand. Thunder slaying blade? Kid, what is your relationship with Lei Gong? When he saw the thunder slaying blade, the Tiger King Guardian was stunned. Before coming to Sacred Flame Royal City, Lei Gong had already forged the thunder slashing blade. Back then, when Tiger King Guardian wanted to borrow it to take a look, he was rejected by Lei Gong. And now, it was in the hands of Li Zongjio. Could it be that Li Zongjio was Lei Gong's illegitimate son? If that was the case, they would be on the same side. Lei Gong? The last time I beat him up, I don't think you were even born yet. Li Zongjio said. His tone was calm, but the content was too arrogant. You're courting death. The eyes of the Tiger King's guardian suddenly turned cold like an angry beast. His entire body started to swell rapidly as if he was rushing towards the front, helping the Tiger King's guardian to rush forward. Boom! His speed was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on a rabbit, full of explosive power. Even at such a short distance, many afterimages appeared. It made it difficult for others to determine the other party's position. Since your claws are so powerful, I'll cut them off first. Li Zongjio gently swung the thunder, slaying blade in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying lightning radiance bloomed from the thunder, slaying blade. Boom! The thunder, slaying blade shone brightly. It rushed forward like a shadow. The Tiger King Guardian also stretched out his tiger claws in front of the lightning that filled the sky, colliding head-on with Lei Gong. Tiger Rend Kill! The metal claws in his hands also bloomed with a terrifying radiance. There seemed to be a ferocious tiger on each of his claws that was about to jump out. However, this time, the Tiger King Guardian's move did not succeed. It was directly blocked by the lightning in front of Li Zongjiu. As the electric net interweaved, it directly trapped the specially crafted tiger claw glove, causing it to be unable to release the power within the tiger claw glove. The Tiger King Guardian's face was instantly shocked. He immediately activated his Yuan power. He wanted to shatter the power of lightning in front of him. However, he realized that Li Zongjiu's figure had appeared directly at the side. What? When the Tiger King Guardian saw Li Zongjiu behind him, a trace of panic suddenly emerged in his heart. In this panic, because until now his hands were still trapped by the lightning energy, it seemed that he was completely trapped inside, no matter how much he tried to increase his strength. However, he could not break free from the restraints in front of him. This made the Tiger King a little nervous as well. Swoosh! The Tiger King Guardian only saw a white light flash in front of his eyes. At first, he did not feel any pain. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw that his wrists were broken. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. Puff! Both of his hands fell to the ground. It was only when he saw his palms twitching that the Tiger King Guardian realized that his hands were chopped off. My hands. In the next moment, the power of thunder surged. It was as though there were numerous thunder vines that were blooming out continuously. Instantly, they coiled around the body of the guardian of the Tiger King. Pa! The Tiger King Guardian's majestic body fell to the ground. Lightning spread all over his body, but it could not damage the Tiger King Guardian's body. Even the wound where his hands were chopped off was blocked by a tyrannical Yuan power. This way, the blood in his body would not flow out. Just because his hands were chopped off, it did not mean that he would not be able to live. Everyone saw the Tiger King Guardian's hands being chopped off. His hands, which were still wearing the special tiger claw gloves, fell to the ground. In the next second, the Tiger King Guardian's body also fell to the ground. He could not move at all. Shi Chuji's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He was well aware of the Tiger King Guardian's strength. He was a genuine Yuan King elite. However, his hands were chopped off just like that, and he was even knocked to the ground at the same time. It was simply too inconceivable. He didn't even have time to react at this moment. It all happened too quickly. What would Li Zongjiu do in the next moment? Roar! The Tiger King Guardian, who had fallen to the ground, knew that his life was at stake. He immediately let out a deep roar, which was like a powerful shockwave that blasted towards Li Zongjiu's head. Boom! Li Zongjiu retreated quickly. He retreated to the side. Li Zongjiu had actually hidden a sound wave technique. As such a sure kill technique, this was within Li Zongjiu's expectation. Therefore, he used his mind power in time to block the shockwave outside his body. He did not suffer any injuries. On the other hand, some of the other people were also shocked by this sudden roar. It was deafening, and even the surrounding white jade stone pillars were constantly trembling and swaying. After the storm, everything calmed down. When everyone had recovered, the Tiger King Guardian stood up. The Tiger King Enforcer had also stood up. However, he wasn't prepared to continue the battle. Instead, he was prepared to flee. With his strength as a second-grade Yuan King, he did not have the slightest ability to fight back in front of Li Zongjiu. Although the weapon in his hand was a little strange, Li Zongjiu's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Brat, my Qingyuan manner will not let you off. The sound wave technique from before had also pierced a huge hole in the ceiling. Immediately, the Tiger King Guardian leaped up and rushed towards the hole. He escaped. Qingyuan manner. Li Zongjiu didn't have much time to chase after this Tiger King's enforcer. What would he do if he ran away? However, when he heard that this guy came from the Qing Yuan villa, he suddenly became excited. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu seemed to be stepping on the wind, and his figure instantly disappeared. The two figures instantly disappeared from the hall. Not good, that brat ran away, Yang Hui immediately said. The rest of the people did not expect the Tiger King Guardian from Qingyuan Manor to be so cowardly. He ran away just like that. When he came out just now, he was still so majestic. Bang! As soon as Yang Hui finished speaking, a loud sound was heard. A heavy object fell from the ceiling. Chapter 591. Plop! Even if he were to fall on this layer of cotton, his internal organs would probably be severely shaken. Everyone finally saw clearly that the person who fell on the ground was none other than the Tiger King Guardian who had just escaped. I didn't want to kill you at first. I only wanted to chop off your claws. But who knew that you were from Qing Yuan Manor? Don't you know that I have a grudge against Qing Yuan Manor? Li Zongjiu's figure floated down once again. The Tiger King Guardian who had fallen on the ground had his internal organs severely injured. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat as he spat it out. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, the Tiger King Guardian widened his eyes. The shock in his eyes seemed to be telling Li Zongjiu, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have said that I was from Qing Yuan Manor, even if I was beaten to death." It was a pity that the moment he opened his mouth, blood flowed out continuously. Then Li Zongjiu took out the raging dragon-slaying flame and prepared to hit the Tiger King Guardian's head. "Stop it, young man!" Lu Wenshan took a deep breath. As he stood up, the aura of a Yuan King expert was released from his body. Who would have thought that the Shi family would be so useless that they would have to do it themselves in the end, regardless of whether it was the Spirit Valley sect or the Valley Immortal sect? If they only knew how to refine elixirs, they would be enslaved by some powerful sect sooner or later. They would only become slaves for refining elixirs. The reason why they were able to get to where they were today was because they didn't only need elixir refining geniuses. In terms of cultivation, they were even stricter. A true alchemist would not entrust his life to someone who wanted him to refine elixirs. If that was the case, he might have asked nicely the first 2 times. But if he was forced into a corner, even if he had to die together with you, what could you do? Therefore, the first thing a powerful alchemist needed to have was a strong ability to protect himself. Therefore, these alchemists were also powerful masters at the same time. Li Zongjiu had already killed 4 people. Now that he wanted to kill the 5th person in front of them, it meant that he didn't put the people of Spirit Valley sect in his eyes. The previous situation could be considered as benevolence and forbearance towards Li Zongjiu. But since Li Zongjiu was so insensible, he couldn't blame them. "Let's go together and take this brat down," Zhou Kong said in a deep voice. Although that was what he said, he had no confidence in his heart. If they couldn't deal with this guy, then this guy probably wouldn't let them off. In that case, the only way was to kill Li Zongjiu. 2 waves of qi pressured Li Zongjiu at the same time, like 2 gusts of wind. At the same time, there were some tiny flames mixed in with the wind. These flames seemed weak, but they were like stars in the vast night sky, directly smashing towards Li Zongjiu's head. Boom! The sparks of fire rushed in front of Li Zongjiu and instantly became the terrifying flames that were spreading towards him. Rumble! The flame instantly swallowed Li Zongjiu. This was the move that the 2 of them were good at, called Star Sea Prairie Fire. However, he did not expect that this move would make Li Zongjiu fall into the trap so easily and fall for it directly. But this seemed to be a little too simple. The 2 of them looked at each other. At the same time, he merged his elemental energy into his body. This way, he could take some precautions. If Li Zongjiu launched a sneak attack, he would at least have some defensive capabilities. Shi Chuji saw that the alchemists of Spirit Valley sect were each more powerful than the other and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. There was still a Tiger King Guardian lying on the ground who was about to die. When Li Zongjiu caught up to him, he must have suffered quite a bit. just as Shirchuji was hesitating about whether to save the Tiger King Guardian. Suddenly, the flame in the center shrank rapidly. As it shrank, it finally formed a tightly compressed fireball in Li Zhongjiu's hand. Li Zhongjiu himself was unharmed. What? How is this possible? Zhou Kong and the others were immediately taken aback. Li Zhongjiu actually did not suffer the slightest injury from their joint attack. Where do you think you're going? Li Zhongjiu sneered and threw the fireball in his hand at the Tiger King Guardian, who was struggling to climb up. Boom! The sparks from the prairie had instantly burned the Tiger King protector's body into nothingness. He was a Yuan King elite, but he was burned to ashes without any resistance. Obviously, these people's flames weren't simple. Next, it's time for us to settle our score. Li Zhongjiu looked at Zhou Kong, Yang Hui, and the rest. Without any hesitation, his body shook and instantly moved forward. He didn't even say a word and directly attacked. His body approached and punched out. Zhou Kong felt the terrifying pressure coming at him. Immediately, he crushed his own protective jade. Buzz! With a loud bang, a strong light appeared. Li Zhongjiu's punch landed on the light screen. But before the force could be transmitted out, it was all reflected back. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu reacted quickly. He instantly retracted his hand and easily neutralized the force. Protective talisman? Can it block a few of my punches? When Li Zhongjiu saw the light screen, he naturally knew that these people must have used their protective talismans. Looking at the flashing light, the strength of these people was really not simple. Just the protective talisman that appeared in front of him was carved by at least an Yuan King elite. You're actually using this thing? Yang Hui looked at Zhou Kong. This protective talisman was very important to Zhou Kong. Zhou Kang's father, who had passed away, was also a meritorious member of the Spirit Valley sect for decades. He used his outstanding achievements to exchange for it. Who knew that Zhou Kong would actually use it here? This protective talisman was exchanged for with your father's lifetime of contributions. Lu Wenshan was also surprised that Zhou Kong would do this. You guys go quickly. Zhou Kong suddenly said to the two people behind him. The two of them were stunned. The fight hadn't even started. Why were they running away first? This didn't seem right. They didn't know, but could it be that Zhou Kong didn't know? This protective talisman was connected to Zhou Kong himself. Even to a certain extent, Zhou Kong could use the power of this protective talisman to enhance his own strength. Unexpectedly, the protective talisman in his hand had such a situation after withstanding Li Zhongjiu's attack. The energy was almost depleted. It showed that the force it could withstand was almost reaching its limit. If that punch had landed on anyone else, it would have been enough to make them spit out their internal organs. Boom! Before Zhou Kong could explain, the protective talisman in front of him had once again withstood the terrifying attack. With a boom, it instantly turned into nothingness. Even the power released by the protective talisman of the Yuan King elite couldn't block Li Zhongjiu's punch. You guys go quickly. Zhou Kong growled, then suddenly rushed in front of Li Zhongjiu. He instantly released his own power. Boom! Powerful Yuan power, accompanied by the power of flames, surged in the palm of his hand. The flames seemed to form a fiery red vine, directly binding Li Zhongjiu. Unfortunately, Li Zhongjiu's body had already reached the point where it was impervious to fire and water. He could easily suppress these forces. Zhou Kong rushed out to block Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu didn't hold back and punched Zhou Kang's neck. In an instant, Zhou Kang's neck was smashed into pieces. Crack! Chapter 592. Zhou Kang's body sat upright on the ground, his head tilted upwards as if he had no bones, as if he was staring at Yang Hui and the rest. Lu Wenshan and Yang Hui saw this. They couldn't believe that Zhou Kong was killed by Li Zhongjiu. His heart began to tremble. They never thought that Li Zhongjiu would dare to kill someone from Spirit Valley sect. You actually dared to kill. You dare to kill someone from Spirit Valley sect!" Lu Winshan was furious as he pointed at Li Zongjiu and roared. Although he was furious, Lu Winshan knew that if he were to fight with Li Zongjiu today, he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to leave this place first. "Just you wait." Lu Winshan patted Yang Hui and said in a deep voice, "Since I can't beat you now, I'll go back and call for others to beat you up. If one doesn't work, I'll call for two. If two doesn't work, I'll call for three." Even if he used a high, grade 5 elixir pill to issue a bounty, he must take Li Zongjiu's head. Although the two of them together couldn't beat Li Zongjiu, if they wanted to leave with Li Zongjiu's ability, it would be impossible to stop them. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Although Yang Hui was a glutton and lazy person, he would never back down when something happened. When he saw that Li Zongjiu was still chasing after him, he immediately pushed Lu Winshan away. "Boss, you go first." "What are you doing?" Yang Hui's action shocked Lu Winshan. What was Yang Hui doing now? Why didn't he leave together? When Lu Winshan was pushed away, Li Zongjiu had already arrived in front of Yang Hui. Yang Hui let out a low roar as his body began to burn with raging flames. The terrifying flames burned on Yang Hui's body, turning him into a flaming man. "Kid, you can't kill someone from Spirit Valley sect just because you want to." Yang Hui roared as Li Zongjiu pounced on him. Following Yang Hui's movements, the flames surged towards Li Zongjiu with a roar. In Li Zongjiu's palm, flames appeared and the obsidian fire jumped into Yang Hui's body. Buzz! Boom! The flames on Yang Hui's body was immediately suppressed by the obsidian fire. When the flames entered his body, he immediately felt the power of the obsidian fire. "This is the obsidian fire. This is the legendary obsidian fire. I didn't die in vain. I didn't die in vain." Yang Hui's body was burned to ashes by Zongjiu's obsidian fire's flames. During the process, he must have endured the pain. However, Yang Hui's final shout made it clear that he was a person who loved fire. "If you had told me earlier, I would have let you burn for a while longer." Li Zongjiu blew a breath, and the ashes left behind by Yang Hui were naturally blown away by the wind. The battle scene wasn't magnificent at all. There weren't even any superfluous movements, because Li Zongjiu's battle experience was too rich. Even the mysterious primitive emperor of Qingyuan Manor couldn't gain any advantage from Li Zongjiu, not to mention the people below. With more than 3,000 years of combat experience, wouldn't it be easy for these people to kill him as they wished? Therefore, Li Zongjiu killing these people was like playing game. As for the person who wanted to escape, he couldn't escape just because he wanted to. Shi Chuji looked at Li Zongjiu. None of the people killed by Li Zongjiu were left behind. The only thing left was a pair of chopped hands. Apart from that, the rest of the people were all burned to ashes. When Li Zongjiu's gaze landed on her, Shi Chuji felt a sense of panic in her heart. Was he really just a student? How did this person resemble this student at all? He couldn't tell at all. What kind of school could teach a student with such ability? "Stay here and don't run around." Li Zongjiu pointed at Shi Chuji and said. Then he turned around and chased after Lu Winshan. Did he think that he would be safe after escaping from the Shi family? Li Zongjiu said that he was going to kill people, so he would definitely kill them. Those who wanted to make a living had to be trustworthy. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly left. Just a moment ago, the hall was filled with distinguished guests, but now it was empty in the blink of an eye. There was a lot of dust on the ground. Just looking at it made one's skin tingle. As for Shi Shu, who had persuaded Li Zongjiu to hand over the items, he was stunned. Shi Shu, who had said that he would protect Li Zongjiu in the Shi family, was also standing there in a daze. In the 5 minutes, just now, Li Zongjiu had been in a daze. What had happened in the Shi family's hall? If he wasn't wrong, there were already 3 elders in the Shi family who had died. There was also demon staff Nan He, whose head had been blown up. If he wasn't wrong, This guy was a Yuan King elite. There was also that guardian Tiger King. No one knew where he came from, but he was also killed by Li Zongjiu. The most shocking thing was that Li Zongjiu had killed 2 elders of the Spirit Valley sect. If he wasn't wrong, Li Zongjiu should be chasing after the remaining elder. Fuck! Shu was sweating profusely. He couldn't believe his eyes. After Li Zongjiu left, he felt a chill down his spine. He looked at Chuji, who was sitting in front of him. It seemed that he was no longer able to sit still in his seat. He wanted to get up and leave, but he didn't know what would happen if he left. Li Zongjiu didn't seem like a person who couldn't do what he said. What's wrong? What happened? Tyran leisurely rushed over and saw Shu standing there like a fool. Although Tyran's status had been greatly impacted recently, his influence was still there. He could summon many loyal elders with a wave of his hand. These elders could naturally tell who could lead the family to prosperity and who was just a muddle-headed person who only knew how to enjoy power. Although they were old, their eyes weren't blind. "Father, here!" Shu was in a daze when he saw Tyran. Shu was still using his brain to sort out the situation just now. "Patriarch, you came at the right time." "Patriarch? I don't want to be the patriarch anymore. You take over." "Brother, I was wrong. I deserve to die." "Elders, I officially resign from the patriarch position. You can do as you see fit. Whoever wants to be the patriarch can do it." After saying that, Chuji ran out of the hall in a panic. Chapter 593. Tyran had only heard the commotion and heard that Shu had brought a young man into the guest hall. Thus, he guessed that Shu might be in danger. In the eyes of those from Spirit Valley sect, the lives of the family members were not worth their attention. Naturally, they would kill if they wanted to. Tyran saw that Chuji, who seemed to have lost his soul, was running away. Looking at Shu's appearance, he wondered if these people had seen a ghost. "What the hell is going on?" Tyran roared. Immediately, like a clap of thunder, it woke Shu up from his trance. "Father, you're here." "Not good, Li Zongjiu." Li Zongjiu went after the elder of Spirit Valley sect. After Shu woke up, he immediately reported to his father. "What?" After hearing this, Tyran sucked in a breath of cold air. "Are you sure you didn't say that he went after the elder of Spirit Valley sect? Wasn't he chasing after Li Zongjiu with the elder of Spirit Valley sect?" Hearing this, Tyran instinctively thought that Shu had lost his mind. However, an elder also walked to the front and checked the headless corpse. "Patriarch, this person is Demon Staff Nan He." After checking the corpse's identity, everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that Demon Staff Nan He would die tragically in the guest hall of the family today. Looking at it, he was really unlucky. Regarding the fate of Demon Staff Nan He, everyone was shocked. After all, a person like Nan He, who had been in the Jianghu for so many years, to be able to survive until now, he must have some unique skills. However, it seemed like he had fallen here. There was no other way. After all, a dead person could not be revived. What the hell happened here? Tyran asked. From the time Li Zongjiu entered the family, it had not been more than 10 minutes. For such a situation to occur, it was something that Tyran did not expect. In these short 10 minutes, it was impossible for them to overturn the heavens. Li Zongjiu just killed everyone, including 3 elders, 2 elders from Spirit Valley sect, and a protector from Qin Yuan Villa. Now he's going to kill Elder Lu Winshan. Shu's words were like a big stick that woke Tyran up. Looking at the large hole in the wall in front of them, if it weren't for the 18 white jade pillars supporting it, the roof would probably have collapsed. Bad news! Tyran slapped his thigh. If what Shu said was true, then Li Zongjiu was in big trouble. Although Li Zongjiu's strength was tyrannical, and it didn't matter if he killed all these people. However, now that Li Zongjiu had killed the 2 elders of Spirit Valley sect, He actually continued to pursue Lu Winshan. One could imagine what kind of outcome he would face. Spirit Valley sect would definitely be furious. In their anger, they would also pursue the cause of this matter. No matter what, the Sher family would not be able to escape this calamity, because these people died in their Sher family. Just as Sher Tairan and the rest were in a state of shock, Li Zongjio descended from the sky with a loud bang, accompanied by a figure. He landed in front of them. In his hand was a person who was about to die. It was Lu Winshan, who had just escaped and was beaten up. He casually threw Lu Winshan and him to the ground. The reason why Li Zongjio did not immediately deal with Lu Winshan was not because he was afraid of this Spirit Valley sect. He had painstakingly killed so many people. His hands were stained with blood. If he directly killed everyone, then wouldn't he, Li Zongjio, have killed so many people for nothing? Who would pay for the cost of killing so many people? Naturally, he would earn it back from Lu Winshan. Li Zongjio had already made up his mind. He would definitely not do something that would cause him to lose money. The value of Lu Winshan's head would not be small. How did that guy disappear just now? Li Zongjio saw that in the guest hall, Sher Chuji's figure had already disappeared. Looking at Sher Tairan and the others in front of him, could it be that these people were the Sher family's reinforcements? Sher Shu saw that Li Zongjio's eyes seemed to be changing, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Li Zongjio, this is my father. The person who escaped just now has already resigned from the position of the Sher family's patriarch. My father is now the patriarch of the Sher family. You guys are really diligent in changing patriarchs. Li Zongjio could not help but say, it was really convenient to change the patriarch. It was really strange that they could change the patriarch just like that. However, this did not affect Li Zongjio's actions. Originally, I wanted to kill that kid. After all, I have to keep my word. But now that your father is the patriarch, I will give you face. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Sher Shu was relieved. If this Li Zongjio did not care and directly went on a killing spree, then even Sher Shu, Sher Tairan, and the others would not be able to stop him. Only after seeing Li Zongjio's strength could they truly understand how terrifying Li Zongjio was. One of the elders snorted. Obviously, he was not convinced. Our Sher family is so big. Do we need a kid like you to give us face? However, these words could not be said out loud. After all, the death of the demon staff meant he was a real thing. It was impossible for this guy to accidentally fall down and smash his own head like he did, right? Therefore, before figuring out how the demon staff Nan he died, they did not dare to be too arrogant. However, if your Sher family continues to cooperate with Qingyuan Manor in the future, don't blame me. Qingyuan Manor will definitely die. You guys better be prepared. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Hearing Li Zongjio mention the fate of Qingyuan Manor so casually, Sher Tairan was slightly shocked. Everyone knew the background of Qingyuan Manor very well. It was not something that could be ignored just because they killed a person like Nan He. If they really wanted to become enemies with Qingyuan Manor, they still needed to make a lot of preparations. Qingyuan Manor is plotting against us. Naturally, we will distance ourselves from them. However, how do you intend to deal with Elder Lu of Spirit Valley sect? Lu Winshan was held in Li Zongjio's hand. He could not open his eyes and seemed to be in a semi-conscious state. When he heard someone call his name, he struggled for a while. Then he continued to fall. This is my money tree. You guys have a carriage here, right? Lend me one. Li Zongjio smiled. Money tree? Could it be that Li Zongjio wanted to earn money from Lu Winshan? Little brother, please listen to me. The Spirit Valley sect is not as simple as you think. Rumor has it that there are more than 100 Yuan King level powerhouses in the Spirit Valley sect. It is said that the sect master of Spirit Valley sect is in Primitive Emperor. He is not someone we can casually provoke. Even if it is our Sher family, if Spirit Valley sect wants to take action, our Sher family will not be able to last for more than a few days. You have to think carefully. Sure Tyran advised sincerely. One wrong step would leave behind an eternal regret. If Li Zongjio really insisted on becoming enemies with these people, the outcome could already be foreseen. Chapter 594. Hearing Sure Tyran's words, Li Zongjio expressed his helplessness. It's not that I want to be their enemy. It's just that they won't let me go. Li Zongjio shook his head. If they are willing to pay the ransom, then I'm willing to let this matter go. I'm a peace-loving person. With that, Li Zongjio walked out of the guest hall. Sure Shu ordered someone to prepare a carriage for them. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would probably drag Lu Winshan all the way out. What a joke! If that were to happen, then the Sure family would become famous. A dignified elder from Spirit Valley sect was now being carried out by someone. If not, the Sure family's wings would have hardened, and they might even become the leader of the 4 great families. However, the consequences of such a situation were not something the Sure family could bear. The most direct consequence was that they would be targeted by the Spirit Valley sect and beaten up. In the end, the Sure family would be annihilated. Although Li Zongjio had left the Sure family, he had left such a mess for Sure Tyran to clean up. No one would have thought that Sure Chuji would escape just like that. The one who least expected such a thing to happen was Sure Baoshan. Even Sure Baoshan had just woken up from his sleep. He immediately received a notice from the elder courtyard, saying that Sure Chuji had resigned from his position as the family head. From the position of young family head, Sure Baoshan had reverted back to the position of a passerby. It was hard to believe. Sure Baoshan, who was unable to accept it, felt as though he was about to break down. Wearing his pajamas, he went to look for his father. From his father, he found out that the person who had ruined his life was none other than Li Zongjio, who should have been cut into pieces. Li Zongjio again, this Li Zongjio again. Why? Why do you have to go against me? Why do you have to go against me? Sure Baoshan roared at the sky and clenched his fists, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had nowhere to release all the energy in his body. Obviously, Sure Baoshan was overthinking things. From the beginning to the end, Li Zongjio had never heard of Sure Baoshan's name. He had never known that there was someone who held such a great grudge against him and was completely helpless against him. Therefore, Sure Baoshan's anger and unwillingness, as well as his endless resentment, had nowhere to vent. He forcefully suppressed it in his heart. On the other hand, Li Zongjio brought Lu Winshan back to Bailu Manor. The Howling Moon Wolf King had already smelled Li Zongjio's scent and even opened the door to welcome him. Over the past few days, the Howling Moon Wolf King had been staying in the White Deer Manor, eating, drinking, and cultivating all day long. Even though his cultivation base hadn't grown much in the past 2 months, his body had grown a size larger. Brat, you've grown a ladyhead these days. Li Zongjio patted the Howling Moon Wolf King's head. Take the sack out of the carriage. Sure Shu had prepared meticulously. He had prepared the carriage and the sack. Li Zongjio said. The Howling Moon Wolf King's nose twitched. That's not food. If you eat that sack, I'll kill you. Li Zongjio pointed at the Howling Moon Wolf King and said. The Howling Moon Wolf King looked extremely wronged. I only smelled it. Why did I want to eat it? Young master, you're back? Why didn't you inform me in advance? Hearing the commotion outside, Inghu ran out. Li Zongjio looked over and saw Inghu wearing a white apron and a chef's hat. He was holding a bunch of pepper in his left hand and a big spoon bigger than his face in his right hand. Damn, did you change your profession? Are you going to cook someone? Li Zongjio said. Inghu was the signature assassin of the Celestial Reinin. Now that he had retired, he ended up cooking in the courtyard of a farmer's house. Or was it the trend to kill people and cook them? Young master, don't say that. I bought a fish 2 days ago and kept it in the pond for a few days. I was afraid that it would catch a cold, so I heated it up in the pot. Inghu said embarrassedly. In fact, the real situation was like this. 2 days ago, Inghu bought a fish home and wanted to try the taste of fishing. Who knew that he couldn't catch the fish in the small pond in his courtyard. For 2 whole days, the fish didn't take the bait. So today, Inghu scooped up the fish and cooked it. Halfway through, he saw the young master coming back. Only then did he seem to be caught off guard. "All right, then sit tight and bring it over to taste later," Li Zongjiu said. During this period of time, he needed to comprehend the Hell Prajna art. Therefore, Li Zongjiu would set up some yuan rune arrays in the courtyard in a while. However, Li Zongjiu still had to research how to set it up. After all, if he used the strength of his previous life to set up a yuan rune array, it would naturally be extremely simple. However, Li Zongjiu didn't know how much effort he had to expend just to recall some of the yuan rune arrays that he knew. He also had to slowly recall some of his memories regarding yuan rune arrays. "What's that in the howling moon wolf king's mouth?" "A local specialty," Inghu said. "An elder of some Spirit Valley sect. I caught him as a hostage," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He ordered the howling moon wolf king to bring the man to the stable in the backyard. The red-maned horse from before was now white and plump after being raised. He didn't need to exercise too much. When the sun came out, he would look at the sun. When it was dark, he would sleep. His life was too comfortable. "Oh, okay. Then I'll continue cooking." Inghu nodded. He had never heard of the Spirit Valley sect. It shouldn't be a big sect, so he didn't put it in his heart. The Egret Manor was a peaceful scene, but the outside world was in an uproar because of the Shi family. What else could it be? Li Zongjiu killed his way into the Shi family alone. He seriously injured the Shi family patriarch, killed 3 Shi family elders, and killed the 2 elders of the Spirit Valley sect. He even captured Elder Lu Winshan of the Spirit Valley sect. After robbing a horse carriage from the Shi family, they swaggered away. Such an arrogant move represented an extremely powerful fighting strength. How many people in the world could do such a thing? It was too terrifying. Chapter 595. Purple Pill Institute. South Heaven Pill King originally wanted to visit some old acquaintances in Purple Pill Institute, then meet with the elders of Spirit Valley sect. But who knew that such a big thing would happen so early in the morning? South Heaven Pill King, who had just received the news, was also very shocked. Killing the 2 elders of Spirit Valley sect and capturing Elder Lu Winshan alive. How much courage and background did he have to do something like this? That Li Zongjiu must be instigated by someone behind him to instigate a huge disaster. Otherwise, no matter how precious the Cosmos 9 revolving needles are, it is still far from being able to reach the point where the lives of these 2 elders would be sacrificed. Could this Li Zongjiu be a madman? Nya Tianhong followed beside South Heaven Pill King. The person sitting opposite South Heaven Pill King was the Vice Dean of Purple Pill Institute, Jing Yuan. Nya Tianhong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard the news. In the past, he could be considered to have fought with this Li Zongjiu. He even had a big conflict with this Li Zongjiu. Regarding this damn Li Zongjiu, Nya Tianhong's heart was naturally incomparably angry, but there was nothing he could do. Could it be that he really told what Li Zongjiu said to South Heaven Pill King? If such a ridiculous rumor was said by him, South Heaven Pill King would definitely be disappointed. And if he wanted to get back his face, he could only rely on his own strength. Originally, Nya Tianhong could be said to have been diligent in these days. During the period when Meng Yu disappeared, Nya Tianhong could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. He even had a feeling of courage after knowing shame. After flying together, his confidence gradually increased, and he was already prepared to find Li Zongjiu for revenge after a period of time. But he did not expect to suddenly receive such a piece of news today. Moreover, this news was in front of his master and the vice dean. Such a thing could not be false, so Nya Tianhong could be said to be stunned. What kind of operation was this? Killed 2 elders of Spirit Valley sect? One had to know that the elders of the Spirit Valley sect were all Yuan monarchs, and their alchemy skills were at least grade 5 intermediate or above. Only then would he be qualified to become an elder. The only reason Lu Winshan didn't die was probably because Lu Winshan's value was much higher than the other two elders. Because Lu Winshan himself was an alchemist who was about to break through to the 6th grade. It was even imminent. With this last step, he could easily cross this threshold and completely become a real 6th grade alchemist. At that time, Lu Winshan's value would increase tenfold, or even 100-fold. Perhaps Li Zongjiu saw the value of Lu Winshan and wanted to negotiate with the people of Spirit Valley sect. Looks like I'll have to go there personally and meet this Li Zongjiu. Nantian Pilking stood up and said, as the honorary elder of the Spirit Valley sect, how could he stay out of this so easily? Moreover, he was here to resolve this matter. Now that several major factions had gathered in the Holy Flame Royal City, the battle today had already caused their Spirit Valley sect to lose face. If Lu Winshan was killed as well, they would be in deep trouble. In my opinion, this kid is cruel and his mental state is extremely unstable. It's better for me to accompany you personally. Jing Yuan said in a deep voice. When Nantian Pilking was in the academy, he was a student under him. Later on, Nantian Pilking became an elixir king, and Jing Yuan became the vice dean. However, as time flew, it was very rare for them to still have the friendship of today. Vice dean, don't worry. I, Nantian, have traveled extensively these years and seen all kinds of scenes. Even if a perverted murderer is in front of me, he can't do anything to me. Nantian Pilking stood up and said, as expected of an elixir king, the domineering aura that he released was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Over these years, he had seen all kinds of scenes. How could he admit defeat in such a situation? Master, I'll go with you. Nye Tianhong hurriedly said. He couldn't wait to see Li Zongjiu kneel in front of his master and beg for mercy. In Nye Tianhong's heart, his master was an invincible existence, whether it was in terms of alchemy or cultivation of elemental energy. If that wasn't the case, the people from Spirit Valley sect wouldn't have traveled tens of thousands of miles just to get South Heaven Pilking to join them. It could be said that they were sincere. However, in the end, Nantian Pilking politely declined. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to become an honorary elder. Of course, there were different versions of this matter. All right, you can come with me to see it. Nantian Pilking nodded and said. Jing Yuan saw that Nantian Pilking wanted to solve this matter by himself and did not want to involve the Purple Pill Institute, so he did not continue to pursue this matter. Instead, he called a mentor to lead the way for Nantian Pilking. Given Pill Monarch South Heaven's identity, it would be a great honor for an ordinary pill alchemist to be able to speak to him. Obviously, this opportunity was very rare. However, Jing Principal gave this opportunity to an unexpected person. Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang was considered as a young talent among the mentors. Zhang Kuang himself was also extremely talented. Although he had not been delaying his cultivation because of the academy's matters, his foundation was still there. Due to his overly strict teaching style, he had received many complaints. However, it did not matter. As long as Zhang Kuang could cultivate outstanding students for the academy, it was enough for him. However, Zhang Kuang's arrogant personality was like a dog with its tail between its legs in front of Nantian Pilking. He could only nod and bow. He did not even dare to show any disrespect on his face. I'll let Mentor Zhang Kuang lead the way for you. If there's anything, Zhang Kuang can handle it. In King City, Mentor Zhang Kuang can handle some things. Jing Yuan said, and let's go. Take me to Li Zongjiu's residence. Nantian Pilking naturally knew what Vice Principal Jing Yuan meant, so he did not refuse. Zhang Kuang was overjoyed after hearing this. Senior Pilking, this way, please. The carriage is ready. Zhang Kuang was one of the few people in the Purple Pill Institute who had a deep hatred for Li Zongjiu. Therefore, he was always thinking about taking Li Zhongjio's life. Unfortunately, Zhang Kuang did not have the ability to do so. Therefore, he could only hope for a miracle. Now a miracle had happened. Li Zhongjio had finally provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. For Zhang Kuang, what could be better than this? Naturally, he could only clap his hands and cheer. Therefore, he eagerly led Nantian Pilking to Li Zhongjio's residence. Chapter 596. White Deer Manor. After Li Zhongjio tasted the fish soup served by Shadow Fox, he almost broke Shadow Fox's leg. Even if it was a poison personally brewed by Li Zhongjio, it would not taste so bad. After that, Li Zhongjio tried to carve the foundation of a Yuan inscription array on a small stone. In order to set up the Yuan inscription array, he needed an extremely important item, which was primordial stones. Currently, Li Zhongjio only had a few mid-grade primordial stones in his possession. As for the rest, he had used them all up the last time he broke through. Therefore, the primordial stones in his possession were not enough to set up the Yuan inscription array. For now, it is not difficult to set up a small Yuan inscription array. However, to set up the Yuan inscription array effectively, it needs at least 20 mid-grade primordial stones. Li Zhongjio said with a frown, "If I want to buy spirit stones on the market, I don't know how much money I have to spend. Moreover, it is definitely not worth it." However, it was not a bad idea to leave this matter to Song Jiu or to find Qi Yanran of the Qi clan. After all, the Qi clan was in this field. The Qi clan controlled 2 primordial stone mines. Although the amount of primordial stones mined was not a lot, at least they could obtain the mining rights of primordial stones. This showed that they had a certain level of strength. "Young master, I just made some adjustments to the fish soup. Do you want to try it?" "Fish soup?" Shadow Fox asked Li Zhongjio as he approached him. This shameless bastard actually dared to send his extremely disgusting food over. "Scram!" Li Zhongjio shouted. "Okay." Inghu responded immediately and quickly ran away, disappearing from sight. "Brother Wolf King, where did you get the doll in your mouth?" Li Zhongjio turned his head and saw the howling Moon Wolf King lying on the ground. Out of boredom, it was actually biting on a doll that it had picked up from somewhere. "Your boss is a wolf. Don't you have any dignity? You're not a fucking dog. How dare you play with this doll?" Who would have thought that the howling Moon Wolf King would arrogantly walk to a corner with a doll in its mouth and continue tearing it apart? It seemed to be saying, "You're interfering with me even though I'm playing with a doll? Do you have any justice left?" Li Zhongjio was so angry that he wanted to jump up and kick this shameless guy to death. After doing such a shameful thing, he still dared to be so arrogant. Suddenly, the howling Moon Wolf King stopped its actions and lifted its head to look in the direction of the door. There was a fierce glint in its eyes. "Dong dong dong!" There was a knock on the door. "He's here." Shadow Fox ran over from afar, holding a bowl in his hand. Inside the bowl was a bowl of freshly cooked fish soup. This soup looked even more potent than the poison, yet he dared to hold it in his hand. Smelling it from afar, one could tell that something was wrong. Moreover, these alchemists had very sensitive noses. "What's that smell?" Outside the door, Nantian Pilking and the others frowned. They didn't know where this smell came from. Could it be that Li Zhongjio was refining some kind of poison? Shadow Fox, who opened the door, frowned and asked when he saw the 3 strangers, "Who are you?" "My master, Nantian Pilking, asked your master to come and greet us," Nyet Tianhong said without any trace of politeness. Behind him was his teacher, Zhang Kuang, and his master, Nantian Pilking. Naturally, they didn't need to say anything. Therefore, Nyet Tianhong played the role of opening the door. They didn't come with good intentions. Shadow Fox's many years of experience told him that these people didn't come with simple intentions. Since they were so arrogant, it was obvious that they came here to cause trouble. They definitely didn't come here to eat. "Our young master doesn't want to see any guests." After saying that, Shadow Fox slammed the door shut with a bang. Nantion Pilking and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect this little servant to be so bold as to directly shut the three of them outside the door. Any one of the three people was someone that this little servant couldn't afford to offend. It seems that Li Zongjio is extremely arrogant. Even his servant is so arrogant. Zhang Kuang's face was filled with indignation. He looked at Nantion Pilking and said, "Senior Pilking, don't worry. I'll go and capture that servant and bring him to you. I'll make him kowtow and apologize to you." Immediately, Zhang Kuang sneered, then leaped up toward the sky. He directly flew over the wall and landed in the manor. Just as Zhang Kuang's body landed on the ground, he saw a lightning-fast black shadow rushing toward him and biting him to the ground. Its teeth were as sharp as steel, and Zhang Kuang's body was pinned to the ground in an instant. "Ouch, ouch, ouch! Spare me! Spare me! Spare me!" Zhang Kuang hurriedly roared. In just a moment, there were already several bloody holes on his body. The howling moon wolf casually swung its mouth and threw Zhang Kuang to the ground. With a bang, Zhang Kuang fell in front of Shadow Fox and Li Zongjio. His entire body was covered in blood and wounds, and his face was still filled with a look of unsatisfied terror. "You're quite bold. How dare you trespass into the White Deer Manor? Little wolf, bite his head off." Shadow Fox directly commanded. If Li Zongjio had to do something like this, then there was no need for him to stay here. He, Shadow Fox, was here to guard Li Zongjio's house. No one could easily barge in. Awoo! The howling moon wolf opened its mouth and was about to bite down. However, at this moment, a loud bang came from the entrance. The door was directly knocked open. Then, the Southern Heaven Elixir King and Nie Tianhong appeared at the entrance. Coincidentally, they saw the howling moon wolf king's mouth devouring Zhang Kuang's head. It was only a step away from biting it off. Who would have thought that such a scene of a wild beast eating a human would appear in the huge, sacred Flame Royal City? Anyone who witnessed this scene would be extremely shocked. The Southern Heaven Elixir King was fine. He had seen such scenes many times. However, when Nie Tianhong saw the scene, he instantly felt a trace of coldness coming from his neck. "Stop!" The Southern Heaven Elixir King shouted angrily. No matter what, Zhang Kuang was someone he brought here. If this person from the Purple Pill Institute died in front of him, the Southern Heaven Elixir King, how could he, a dignified Elixir King, explain himself when he returned? Immediately, a tyrannical Yuan power chi directly blasted towards the howling moon wolf. Within this origin energy, there should also be a terrifying flame energy hidden within. Chapter 597. As expected of Pill King Nantian, his attack was so powerful that it could swallow mountains and rivers. The flame hidden within the Yuan energy also quickly arrived in front of the howling moon wolf king. Unfortunately, the South Heaven Pill King had underestimated the howling moon wolf king. Facing the flame hidden in the Yuan Qi, the howling moon wolf king only raised his hand and crushed it instantly. Boom! Zhang Kuang was flung to the side. His body was covered in wounds, and he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Roar! The howling moon wolf king roared furiously in a low voice. His eyes, which seemed to be spitting flames, stared straight ahead. At this moment, Ying Hu, who was standing at the side, finally put down the bowl in his hand. He stared at the two people in front of him fiercely. Nie Tianhong looked at the old servant, and a trace of shock gradually rose in his heart. When he looked at this old man earlier, he thought that he was just an ordinary evil slave. But now, it seemed that the old slave's strength wasn't simple. He had hidden his strength so well. He had to learn from him. Pill King Nantan looked at the man and the wolf in front of him and felt that they were in a tricky situation. Zhang Kuang regained his senses and wanted to crawl out of this place. But at this moment, a person stepped on his back. Zhang Kuang had spent a lot of effort to gather his strength, but now he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. He reached out his hand towards Pil King Nantian as if he wanted to ask for help. But Pil King Nantian didn't do anything. He just looked at the person who stepped on Zhongquang. Li Zhongjiu. Nia Tianhong clenched his fist when he saw Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu's eyes lit up when he saw Nia Tianhong. Oh, it's you. Li Zhongjiu naturally remembered Nia Tianhong. It wasn't because of his appearance, but because of Nia Tianhong's original spirit. It was something that Li Zhongjiu couldn't have more of. Dark Moon Fox. It was really hard to find such an elemental spirit with both moon and fire attributes. One could say that it was very much to the Howling Moon Wolf King's liking. At the same time, the Howling Moon Wolf King could clearly sense an extremely amiable aura from Nia Tianhong's body. It was this aura that was absolutely delicious for the Howling Moon Wolf King. Immediately, the Howling Moon Wolf King looked at Nia Tianhong with a covetous gaze. Nia Tianhong couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. What did this mean? Why did it feel so strange? Li Zhongjiu, do you still remember me? Today my master is here. You can't be so impudent. Nia Tianhong shouted in a deep voice. He looked at Li Zhongjiu with a hint of delight, as if he was about to see Li Zhongjiu being chopped into pieces. Nantian Elixir King was personally involved. How could it be so simple? Even if Li Zhongjiu had 10 lives, he would still be no match for Nantian Elixir King. Your master? Now that I think about it, you two do look a little alike. Is he really your father? I was just casually talking about him last time. Li Zhongjiu looked at Nantian Elixir King's serious face and said. Nantian Elixir King heard Li Zhongjiu's words, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. This brat dared to slander his reputation in front of everyone. You must be Li Zhongjiu. However, he wasn't in a hurry to settle this score. He should bring Elder Lu Winshan out first. Since Nantian Elixir King didn't kill Elder Lu Winshan on the spot, he must have other plans. Either he was afraid or he had conditions. Now that he saw the arrogant Li Zhongjiu with his own eyes, he wouldn't be afraid. Most likely, Li Zhongjiu wanted to make some conditions. It's me, Li Zhongjiu said. Today I'm here to… Hey, wait a moment. Don't worry. Li Zhongjiu raised his hand to interrupt Nantian Elixir King's words and walked straight to the door that was kicked open by the two people. There was no restriction on the door. Anyone who knew a little about Yuan Li could kick the door open easily. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a 5-clawed golden dragon lock that I specially ordered from the Imperial Locksmith. Do you know how much money I spent and how many favors I used to get it? Now, it's ruined by the two of you. Tell me, how much money do you want to pay? Li Zhongjiu said while holding a very ordinary lock in his hand. This kind of lock would only cost 2 silver coins on the streets. Even Yinghu was dumbfounded when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words. Li Zhongjiu's bragging was a little too much. Don't you know how much this lock is worth? Li Zhongjiu shook his head. However, Yinghu really appreciated Li Zhongjiu's way of doing things. Anyway, this thing was already broken. As for how much money they were going to charge, it was up to them to decide. Since that was the case, there was no problem at all. What else could he do? He couldn't refuse to pay. Not to mention this 5-clawed golden dragon lock. Even if you have a 7-clawed golden dragon lock or a 100-clawed golden dragon lock, I'll pay you according to the price. Just tell me how much money you want. Today, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Return Elder Lu Winshan to me, and we can talk about the rest. Nantian Elixir King said while clasping his hands behind his back. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice. It was as if he had already said what he wanted. Even if he didn't want to, he had to accept it. No problem. Old Fox, how much did it cost to make this lock? Li Zhongjiu asked. Yinghu was stunned when he heard that. Why did it come back to him in the end? This lock cost 100. Yinghu wanted to say 1 million gold yuan. That was already the highest level of extortion. Such a simple lock actually cost 1,000,000 gold yuan. No matter what, the price was not bad. He would definitely make a profit. Of course, the premise was that the other party could afford it. 10 billion purple yuan? You prodigal son, you want 10 billion purple yuan for a custom-made lock? Look at you. Li Zongjio said while pointing at Inghu as if he expected better from Inghu. As for Shadow Fox, he just stood there in a daze, staring at Li Zongjio's performance. What the fuck? This is too fucking awesome. Inghu never dared to believe that his young master had reached such a high level. He casually extorted 10 billion purple yuan for a broken lock. Did he think that other people's money came from the wind? Did he think that other people's brains were soaked in water? Chapter 598. Even Nantian Pilking and Nye Tianhong were dumbfounded. How could Li Zongjio say something like that? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Nantian Pilking wanted to punch Li Zongjio in the face. However, on the surface, he was still calm and collected. That brat was unscrupulous and spoke without thinking. However, he was a mature member of society. He would never have such a problem. If you want to mess around, that's your business. I won't mess around. Money is easy. I have 10 fifth-grade elixirs here. Although they might not be worth tens of billions of purple yuan, you can treat it as a down payment. What do you think? Nantian Pilking said with a smile, and then took out a porcelain bottle. This could be regarded as a stepping stone. First, he had to knock on Li Zongjio's tightly shut door. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would not cooperate with him. Judging from the stance of the Wolf King, it wouldn't be an easy task to take down Li Zongjio here. Although Li Zongjio was crazy, it wasn't completely without discussion. If these things could be discussed between each other, then naturally, everything would be easy to talk about. Li Zongjio stretched out his hand and took the bottle. Judging from the fragrance of the bottle, Li Zongjio didn't even need to open it to know that it was a bottle of level 5 low-grade medicinal pills. This kind of elixir was basically trash to Li Zongjio. Nowadays, he rarely ate these elixirs to cultivate. He casually tossed the elixir to Ing, who was beside him. "Old man, you are quite sensible," Li Zongjio said indifferently. Then he threw the lock in his hand to Nye Tianhong. "Keep this lock well. This thing is more valuable than your life." Naturally, Nye Tianhong's face was filled with displeasure. "Could it be that I, Nye Tianhong, am not worth as much as this lock? Aren't you underestimating me too much?" When Inghu received the bottle of elixir pills, he couldn't believe that Li Zongjio would throw such a precious elixir pill to him. It should be known that he was currently at a critical juncture in his cultivation. All he needed was the accumulation of this time before he could make a breakthrough. Now that Li Zongjio had directly given him the grade 5 medicinal pill, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough within this month. He didn't expect that Li Zongjio would be so generous. Ing, who was very touched, but more than that, he was shocked. He was shocked that Li Zongjio could cheat 10 fifth-grade elixirs with a lock. Who did that old man say he was? What an? That's right, Nantian Pilking. When Ing, who thought carefully, he suddenly remembered that the middle-aged man in front of him was the legendary Nantian Elixir King, the man who almost dominated the alchemy world in the southwest. It was said that the Nantian Elixir King's alchemy skills were favored by some primitive emperors. They were even willing to be good friends with the Nantian Elixir King. With such an identity, the Nantian Elixir King could do whatever he wanted in the sacred Flame Royal City. It was no wonder that this ordinary-looking, middle-aged man casually gave 10 fifth-grade elixirs. He was too generous. However, Ing, who was very worried when he knew that his young master was the enemy of the Nantian Elixir King. If he really angered the Nantian Elixir King, he might be in great danger. "By the way, why are you looking for me? Is it to compensate for my lock?" Li Zongjio asked. The Nantian Elixir King smiled after hearing this. Sure enough, this was the power of knocking on the door. A light knock was enough to wake Li Zongjio up. If Li Zongjio didn't say anything, he would feel embarrassed. We heard that Elder Lu Winshan is in your hands. If you need anything, just say the word. You just need to let me bring Elder Lu Winshan back. The Nantian Elixir King said, You guys are really well informed. I just caught him a few minutes ago, and you guys are already at my door. Li Zongjio couldn't help but sigh. It was good to have power and influence. He just needed to say something, and his subordinates would directly deliver the news to him. He just needed to sit and wait. I don't have any other intention to catch that guy. You see, I went to their clan early in the morning and killed this and that. I have killed at least 10 people. Did I say that it was hard for me? No, I didn't. Of course, the reward is secondary. However, since I came out to kill people, I should at least get some reward for my hard work. Li Zongjio waved his hand and said, It was as if someone was asking him to kill someone. Moreover, looking at Li Zongjio's expression, it seemed like he was feeling very wronged. One had to know that many people had been killed by him. How could these people feel wronged? Go back and think about it. How much is the total value of these people's lives? Then you can name a price and take him away. This matter is over. I won't pursue it anymore. What do you think? Li Zongjio said. His attitude was very sincere. It seemed like he came here to solve this problem. However, the content was very strange. It even made people start to doubt whether Li Zongjio's brain was normal. You mean, you killed our people and we have to pay you? Nie Tianhong suddenly said angrily. He had never seen such a shameless person. Such a shameless person and such a shameless request. Nie Tianhong couldn't wait to slap Li Zongjio a few times. Shut up! Nantian Dan King's face was gloomy. His angry shout made Nie Tianhong tremble. He suddenly realized that he shouldn't speak first in front of his master. Li Shao, the reward you want is naturally not a problem. However, I don't know whether Elder Lu is dead or alive. Can you let me see him? I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the amount of reward I give you after this. When he said this, Nantian Dan King really wanted to kill Li Zongjio directly and give him the reward. After he took Elder Lu away, he would directly call 100 Yuan monarch-level experts to rush to Li Zongjio's house and chop him into pieces. Then he would see how long Li Zongjio could be so arrogant. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look at these upper-class people. They're really good at what they say. They obviously want to find someone to kill me, but on the surface, they still say that they'll give me money. After I let them go, they'll find someone to kill me and take back all the money. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Li Zongjio said directly exposing Nantian Dan King's face. Nantian Dan King's face darkened immediately. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. Yinghu, who had just received so many elixirs from Li Zongjio, naturally stood beside Li Zongjio and nodded seriously. Not only you, young master, but I think I will also be killed by them. Right? That's why you should prepare what I want first. After I enjoy it and continue to live for another 8 to 10 years, I will let her go when I feel that this matter is over. Don't worry. That's right. Zhang Tai said. That's right. Chapter 599. Li Zongjio obviously wanted to act shamelessly and refused to hand over the person to South Heaven Dan King. Li Zongjio, do you not trust me, the South Heaven Pill King? South Heaven Pill King said in a deep voice. He had no other choice but to use his name in order to make a deterrent effect at this moment. You're really shameless. Who gave you the courage to call yourself Dan King? Li Zongjio sneered. Why haven't I heard of it? Young master, South Heaven Dan King's name is issued by Heavenly Dan Pavilion. There is a certificate. Shadow Fox moved closer to Li Zongjio and whispered something to him. Li Zongjio immediately glared at him. Are you an idiot? Li Zongjio didn't know what to say. Li Zongjio, a wise man, submits to circumstances. I'll give you face and not make trouble in your mansion because you're young and promising. but you should at least give me some face. Otherwise, you'll only suffer losses. South Heaven Dan King said in a deep voice. In the past, no matter where he went, as long as he said his name, it would always work. But now he had mentioned his name in front of Li Zongjio many times, who knew that Li Zongjio would pretend that he had never heard of his name and thought that he was fooling around. Facing such a shameless person who pretended to be stupid, South Heaven Dan King naturally wanted to kill Li Zongjio with one palm. Okay, my request is very simple. 100 upper grade primordial stones, and I'll let you take him away. Li Zongjio pinched his fingers and calculated. 100 upper grade primordial stones should not be a loss. The value of upper grade primordial stones was naturally not something that could be calculated easily. After South Heaven Dan King heard Li Zongjio's request, he could not wait to rush up and crush Li Zongjio's head. What did you say? 100 upper grade primordial stones. Even my yearly salary in the Spirit Valley sect is only 5 upper grade primeval stones. In other words, Nantian Dan King was tempted by Spirit Valley sect's generous offer and chose to join them. That was exactly 5 upper grade primal stones. Just 5 upper grade primal stones was enough to sell him out. However, Li Zongjio asked for 100 upper grade primordial stones. As the South Heaven Pill King, he would need at least 20 years of salary to pay the ransom. Perhaps for Spirit Valley sect, 100 upper grade primordial stones was not a big deal, but they would definitely not allow Li Zongjio to do whatever he wanted. Later on, they would definitely be furious and kill Li Zongjio. Even if they had to sacrifice Elder Lu Winshan's life, they had to protect the dignity of Spirit Valley sect. They would never be threatened by a child. As one of the top forces in Jianghu, Spirit Valley sect would never allow such a thing to happen. Li Zongjio, don't go too far. I'm here to talk to you now. After some time, it won't be so simple. Nantian Dan King still wanted to threaten Li Zongjio, but in Li Zongjio's eyes his words were useless. There was nothing to be afraid of. Could it be that Li Zongjio, who had been out here for more than 3,000 years, was frightened by a single sentence from you? If you can't take out these upper-grade primordial stones, then leave quickly. Don't disturb my cultivation here. Also, let me tell you, 100 upper-grade primordial stones now. If you come back later, it won't be the same price. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Li Zongjio was already annoyed by the South Heaven Pill King's repeated threats. You old man, why do you keep mentioning your name? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Li Zongjio thought. Nantian Dan King was ready to fight, but at this moment his primordial qi was boiling in his chest. He could only watch Li Zongjio in front of him, gasping for breath. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that he was doing something. Master, you. Nia Tianhong looked at Nantian Dan King beside him. It seemed like they were playing a game in front of his eyes. It made people's heart ache. What was he doing? Good, very good. Since you insist on being the enemy of Spirit Valley sect, then you can only bear the consequences. Nantian Dan King said and waved his hand. Zhang Kuang, what are you waiting for? Get up now. Zhang Kuang was still lying on the ground. Obviously, he was seriously injured by the Howling Moon Wolf King, so he couldn't get up until now. Nia Tianhong stepped forward and helped Zhang Kuang up. The bloody hole on his body was still bleeding profusely. It was a frightening sight. Wouldn't it hurt to have such a big bloody hole? Li Zongjio naturally didn't stop him. This insolence wasn't worth much. Not everyone was qualified to be a hostage in Li Zongjio's hands. Those who weren't qualified would basically have their lives taken away. Nantian Pill King took the heavily injured Zhang Kuang and left after paying the 10 fifth-grade pills. The people outside might not know about the situation inside, but if they did, they would be shocked to the point where their jaws would drop. Nantian Dan King didn't expect to return empty-handed in the end. He could only leave with his tail between his legs. Young master, you should stay at home during this period of time and not go out, right? Inghu asked worriedly. Li Zongjio had offended Nantian Dan King and the Spirit Valley sect. It sounded like they were quite powerful. Now that they knew that Li Zongjio lived here, if Li Zongjio left and these people came to kill him, wouldn't Inghu be the next person to be killed? If Li Zongjio wasn't here, who would protect him? He didn't offend any small fry, but someone at the level of Nantian Dan King. When he thought about how he was in Li Zongjio's hands, he didn't have much luck. It seemed like he was always in a tricked state. Last time, Li Zongjio killed Yi Lantian, causing Inghu to be counted for a long time. He didn't want such a thing to happen again. You're right. I'm going out now. The two of you stay at home. Now that the door lock is broken, take care of yourselves. After Li Zongjio finished speaking, he directly walked out. No, young master, if you leave now, then do I have to go out and hide as well? Inghu said nervously. If you leave just like that, then wouldn't it be dangerous for me to be left alone? Where are you going? At least bring me with you. You stay at home and look after the hostage in the stable. After Li Zongjio said this, he left White Deer Manor. Inghu was alone in this huge manor. He felt a sense of danger, as if someone would jump out from the side and stab him to death if he moved. Young master, don't tell me you ran away and left me here as a scapegoat. Chapter 600. After Li Zongjio left the manor, he walked towards the Qi family. The price of Lu Winshan's life was 100 upper-grade primordial stones, which was a little cheap for them. Given the Spirit Valley sect's collection over the years, they must have a lot of primordial stones in stock. It would not be difficult for them to take out 100 upper-grade primordial stones. However, no one knew how long it would take for these people to pay the ransom. Before that, given Li Zongjio's character, he would definitely provoke a large number of people. If these people were really unafraid of death and wanted to launch a sneak attack in the middle of the night, it would be impossible to guard against them. Although Li Zongjio did not accumulate too many Yuan rune formations in his previous life, he could still take out 3 to 5 of them. If he wanted to set up a Yuan rune formation, he would still have to buy the upper-grade primordial stones. Li Zongjio had not found any other way for the time being. Even if he looked for Songjiu, it would still be a little lacking. Although Songjiu's 7-star fire room was very big, the level of consumption was below the Yuan King realm. Have you ever seen an Yuan Emperor go to the 7-star fire room to buy weapons? However, a primitive emperor would have to find a channel to purchase some upper-grade primordial stones. This was something that couldn't be avoided. Therefore, the Qi family had the best access to the upper-grade primordial stones. Li Zongjio trusted the Qi family's style very much. Qi Shaohun, as the patriarch of the Qi family, was the one who made the Qi family rise in this crisis. Under the leadership of the patriarch of the Qi family had always been upright. In the previous life, it was precisely because the Qi family did not want to wallow in the mire with the Qing Yuan manor and wanted to preserve its righteousness that it was directly destroyed. If he remembered correctly, it should be the Qingyuan manor. Just like that, Li Zongjio swaggered into the Qi family. In fact, Li Zongjio's identity had already attracted the attention of some forces in the city. Under this level of attention, every move of Li Zongjio would cause information to spread all over the place. The Qi family's patriarch soon found out that Li Zongjio had come to their Qi family. The head of the Qi clan, Qi Shaohun, was also puzzled. He didn't know Li Zongjio, so why did he come here? Was he here to beg for mercy? I've heard that Yanran and Li Zongjio have some ambiguous relationship. Could it be that there's something going on between them? However, Qi Shaohun did not refuse Li Zongjio's visit. First of all, although Li Zongjio's style of doing things was not very proper, at least he had his own rules and principles. This could be seen by many people. Moreover, the reason why these forces attacked Li Zongjio this time was precisely because of the item in Li Zongjio's hand. These shameless people, could it be that Li Zongjio could not fight back? Serves him right to sit here and wait to be killed by them. Therefore, Qi Shaohun did not refuse Li Zongjiu's visit. Instead, he was very welcoming. These people were always full of themselves. So Qi Shaohun had long been unhappy with them. "Young Master Li, please come in. The patriarch has been waiting for a long time." Before Li Zongjiu knocked on the door, a servant had already opened the door and kindly welcomed Li Zongjiu in. Even the guards at the door did not have time to stop him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu walked in under the surprised eyes of the guards. "Young Master Li, this way, please. The patriarch is waiting for you in the study." Li Zongjiu was brought to Qi Shaohun's study. Qi Shaohun had already brewed the tea. "I have long heard of your name, Li Zongjiu. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Qi Shaohun laughed and said after seeing Li Zongjiu, "Come, I have long wanted to make friends with a hero like you. Let's have a drink." Then he pushed the tea on the table to Li Zongjiu. Freshly brewed biluacun. This was also the first time Li Zongjiu saw Qi Shaohun. Li Zongjiu had seen many experts, many of whom were stronger than Qi Shaohun. However, after seeing Qi Shaohun, he finally understood why Qi Shaohun was able to fight against 5 people alone in his previous life. This was a kind of momentum of bravery. A person with this kind of momentum was definitely not simple. If it wasn't for that incident in his previous life, Qi Shaohun's achievements would be far more powerful. "I have long heard that the patriarch of the Qi family is incomparably domineering. Sure enough, it is better to meet you in person. You are indeed a hero among men." Li Zongjiu did not hesitate and directly cupped his hands and said, this was not a compliment. It was almost impossible for Li Zongjiu to compliment someone. It was a very honest evaluation of Li Zongjiu. "Haha, you flatter me. I, Qi Shaohun, admire what you have done in the city, Li Zongjiu. If you have any request, just say it. As long as my Qi family is able to do it, we will not hesitate." Qi Shaohun was naturally very straightforward. Since Li Zongjiu came to the door, he must have a request. Otherwise, he would not come to drink tea with you. Therefore, Qi Shaohun did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Patriarch of the Qi family is very straightforward. I will say it directly. I need a batch of primordial stones. The higher the grade, the better. The more, the better, Li Zongjiu said. Qi Shaohun listened to Li Zongjiu's words. Although he knew that Li Zongjiu's request was not low, he did not expect that it was to buy primordial stones. Primordial stones were different from other things. If you are talking about other things, you can imagine how to get them. Primordial stones were a precious resource. First of all, they were mined under the supervision of the dynasty. Many of the transactions were targeted. That was to say, the primordial stones that one dug out could only be sold to these people and could not be traded privately. Of course, it was not a problem for you to steal a little to fill your pocket. How much do you want? Qi Shaohun did not directly refuse. After all, a young man like Li Zongjiu was rare. Therefore, if he could help, he would naturally help. 50 high-grade primordial stones, middle-grade primordial stones, however much you have. Li Zongjiu said, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. Although my Qi family controls 2 primordial stone mines, it is actually a kind of mining. The right to deal with these primordial stones is not in my hands. What I can help you with is very little." Qi Shaohun's tone was sincere. Li Zongjiu just listened at the side and did not say anything. Obviously, Qi Shaohun was also calculating in his heart and mobilizing the resources in his hands. "How about this? 10 high-grade primordial stones, 100 middle-grade primordial stones. This is the limit I can give you. As for the price, the lowest price should be 2 times the market price." Qi Shaohun said, although the price was relatively high, it was still under the condition that one had the resources to offer such a price. Otherwise, one would not be able to buy it even if one had the money. Moreover, the price of 2 times the market price was actually very low. It could be said that Qi Shaohun was very considerate to Li Zongjio. Since Master Qi is so considerate, I will naturally not make things difficult for you by offering 3 times the market price. Just give me a number. Li Zongjio said. Since Qi Shaohan was generous, Li Zongjio was naturally more generous. Chapter 601. Qi Shaohan quickly prepared the primordial stones. 10 upper-grade primordial stones and 100 middle-grade primordial stones. In the end, he paid a total of 100 million purple yuan. The price of a high-grade origin stone, according to the lowest grade, was close to 1 million purple yuan. The price of one middle-grade primordial stone was about 100,000 purple yuan. Therefore, if the price was tripled, it would be about 90 million purple yuan. Some of the better quality primordial stones were naturally more expensive. 100 million purple yuan was not profitable. Li Zongjio was clear that this was not something that could be bought with money. It was completely giving face to Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio was not the kind of person who did not appreciate face given to him. Although one upper-grade primordial stone could be bought for 1 million purple yuan, the price was not low. The unit price didn't seem high, but if an ordinary primitive emperor were to cultivate, it would consume one upper-grade primordial stone every day. How much would one accumulate in a month? If 1 month was not enough, 1 year or even 10 years would be needed. That was a very frightening number. In addition, a small breakthrough would require an uncountable number of upper-grade primordial stones. In addition, resources were hard to come by. Many times, some upper-grade primordial stones that were exposed outside would cost 5 to 6 million purple yuan. It was simply beyond imagination. The transaction ended quickly. There was no doubt or hesitation between the two. It was refreshing to make a deal with someone who did not play tricks. In the future, if Patriarch Qi has any needs, just send someone to inform me. I, Li Zongjio, will be at your beck and call. After that, Li Zongjio cupped his hands and said to Qi Shaohan. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Qi Shaohan was naturally very happy. What he wanted was Li Zongjio's words. He did not care about the price. Could it be that his Qi clan could not take out 100 million purple yuan? What he really cared about was the promise of a talent like Li Zongjio. With Li Zongjio's strength, if he could survive, it would certainly be a big deal in the future. It was enough to see how important such a person's promise would be. With your words, my help is not in vain. Rest assured, if I have any trouble in the future, I will definitely come to you first. Qi Shaohan said. He did not treat Li Zongjio as an ordinary young man. How could an ordinary young man casually make an order of 100 million purple yuan? Being able to have such courage and directly come to talk business with Qi Shaohan, it was unknown how many young talents were like mice in front of a cat in front of Qi Shaohan. Qi Shaohan would not say much about such a situation. After all, they were just young people. However, he could not find such a feeling from Li Zongjio. He even felt that Li Zongjio was almost at the same level as him. Not only that, but he could also clearly feel that Li Zongjio's temperament was far above his. Therefore, Qi Shaohan did not look down on Li Zongjio. If it was some self-righteous person, they would not even bother to talk to Li Zongjio. The most direct result would be to be directly destroyed by Li Zongjio. Then I will take my leave first. Li Zongjio cupped his hands and said, Then I won't see you out. I still have things to deal with here. Qi Shaohan did not speak politely and let Li Zongjio leave by himself. When Li Zongjio left, a figure hurriedly came into Qi Shaohan's study. Qi Shaohan was surprised when he saw this person. Hey, isn't this our family's eldest miss? Why do you have time to come and see father? Qi Shaohan could not help but deliberately tease Qi Yan Ran when he saw that she was in a hurry. You're not serious. Where is Li Zongjio? When Qi Yan Ran saw Qi Shaohan's teasing look, she immediately felt ashamed and angry. From the expression on his face, it was obvious that Qi Shaohan was deliberately making fun of her. You mean that handsome young man? Qi Xiaohun purposely dragged out his words and didn't say where he had gone. You didn't drive him out, did you? He is my friend. Qi Yanran was worried that Qi Xiaohun looked down on Li Zongjiu or deliberately made things difficult for Li Zongjiu and directly drove Li Zongjiu out. She immediately said anxiously, seeing how anxious his daughter was. Qi Xiaohun laughed out loud. Look at how anxious you are. I haven't said anything yet, and you look like you want to eat me. Qi Yanran saw Qi Xiaohun's appearance. Don't worry. Father has helped you to find a good young man. Qi Xiaohun said. Qi Yanran's face suddenly changed. She felt that her father deliberately made fun of her, and deliberately made fun of her. You're not serious. I will go and find him myself. Qi Yanran said. No, you can't go and find him now. Qi Xiaohun suddenly said seriously. Li Zongjiu himself has caused a lot of trouble. If you can't solve these problems, you rashly approaching Li Zongjiu will inevitably lead others to target our Qi family. Moreover, it's too early for you to go now. My friend is in trouble. Of course I will help him. Qi Yanran obviously knew what happened to Li Zongjiu recently. There were already more than 10 people who paid attention to Li Zongjiu in this city, so she was very clear about the situation around Li Zongjiu. Of course, I will help my friend when he is in trouble, but now is not the time. Wait until he really needs help. Then you will get twice the result with half the effort. What's more, with that kid's temper, do you think he will accept your help? Qi Xiaohun said. After all, he was experienced, and could see that Li Zongjiu was not a person who bowed his head easily. Even when he came to buy primordial stones from him, he did not take advantage of him at all. Therefore, Qi Xiaohun recognized Li Zongjiu so much. Faintly, he also had the demeanor of a great master. Besides, with your level, if you go, you'll probably need someone to protect you. Qi Xiaohun said. When Qi Yanran heard this, she recalled the previous incident. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu, she might have been killed. It was really like what Qi Xiaohun said. It's none of your business. In desperation, Qi Yanran stomped her feet in anger. Then, she took small steps and directly escaped from Qi Xiaohun's study. It seemed that if she stayed for another minute, she would be exposed. There was always a kind of uncomfortable feeling. However, Qi Yanran did not run to Li Zongjiu in the end. After all, Li Zongjiu was not clear about his situation. If she rashly intervened, it might bring trouble to Li Zongjiu. So for the time being, it was better to be safe. Of course, the most important thing was to improve her strength. This was the most important thing. Otherwise, even if Li Zongjiu really encountered some difficulties, she still had no way to help him. Chapter 602. Li Zongjiu once again returned to the White Deer Manor. It had only been 2 hours since he left. He had completed a huge order of nearly 100 million purple yuan. No one would dare to believe it. When Yinghu saw that Li Zongjiu had returned, he heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have been on tenterhooks the entire time. He would have been worried that something bad would happen at every moment. Would someone rush in to assassinate him in the next second? If it was an assassination, he did not have to worry. Within the sacred flame royal city, if someone wanted to assassinate him, he would not have to worry about it. However, if the person's level was much higher than Yinghu's, then even if he worried, it would not be useless. Young master, you are finally back. Yinghu said excitedly. Go and find 5 big stones. Make sure they are good-looking. Each stone should weigh exactly 7 tons. Li Zongjiu said. Yinghu felt strange when he heard Li Zongjiu's order. Why did he need so many big stones? Moreover, they had to weigh exactly 7 tons. However, he never hesitated when it came to Li Zongjiu's orders. Moreover, Li Zongjiu seemed to be very busy. After responding, he went out to find some stone merchants. Li Zongjiu was designing some patterns on a stone slab. If I remember correctly, this should be the 1,000-horse dismemberment array. A complicated array pattern appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand. If these array patterns were to be carved normally, they would only be simple patterns. Only after infusing yuan power and energy into them would they be able to unleash their power. Only then would the yuan rune array possess true power. Li Zongjiu checked it repeatedly. If there were no problems with the basic array pattern, then he could start carving on the primordial stone. When the array pattern was carved on the primordial stone, it would produce power. The yuan rune array would stimulate the power of the primordial stone. Different yuan rune arrays would produce different effects. The formation in Li Zongjiu's hand was called the 1,000-horse dismemberment formation. Li Zongjiu was probably the only person in the world who would set up a 10,000 horses dismemberment array in his own home. Ordinary people would find it hard to believe such a hobby. As for the power of this array, they would only know after testing it on someone. A mid-grade primordial stone appeared in his hand. The Howling Moonwolf King also came over and stood in front of Li Zongjiu. After all, these yuan stones were relatively precious items. Some of the yuan stone mines in the wild would basically be occupied by some powerful yuan beasts. Just how powerful were these meta beasts? Even now, the humans had yet to kill the meta beasts. They didn't even dare to approach them. That was enough to prove how powerful the meta beasts were. The Howling Moonwolf King was lying on the side. Li Zongjiu's spiritual energy had also transformed into a carving knife. The carving of the yuan stone was also very important. Firstly, one's spiritual energy had to reach a certain standard. Otherwise, if one's spiritual energy was slightly off, this yuan stone could no longer be used. The crux of the yuan stone lay in a line. Even if it was a turn, it couldn't be wrong. If it was wrong, this yuan stone could no longer be used to carve the yuan stone. It was equivalent to it being scrapped. It had been a long time since he had done this kind of work. Li Zongjiu's spiritual energy gradually merged into the yuan stone and carved it. The extremely complicated yuan stone gradually took shape under Li Zongjiu's meticulous carving. After an hour, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was much more difficult than he had imagined. Furthermore, it wasn't as smooth as it was in his previous life. If I activate my yuan spirit energy, the effect should be pretty good. After an entire hour, Li Zongjiu finally finished carving this yuan stone. As for the remaining 99 mid-grade yuan stones, he had to carve them one by one. Since it was the 1,000-horse dismemberment array, it naturally had to consume a sufficient amount of yuan stones. The more yuan stones there were, the more powerful the array would be. The speed and power of killing would also be faster and stronger. Li Zongjiu activated his yuan spirit energy. Of course, he didn't activate it completely. The white dragon's yuan spirit energy was attached to his body, causing Li Zongjiu's originally bright vision to instantly soar by dozens of times. This kind of terrifying effect. It also made Li Zongjiu feel unusually excited, as expected of the yuan spirit energy. This effect is indeed powerful. When he carved the yuan stone again, Li Zongjiu's speed and accuracy had increased by more than 10 times. During this process, Li Zongjiu could also easily carve the yuan stone. Phew! Li Zongjiu did it in one go. Under the support of the white dragon's yuan spirit, he completed the carving of a mid-grade yuan stone in a short 5 minutes. After that, Li Zongjiu didn't get tired of controlling his mental energy and continued to carve. Under the carving of the yuan stone, Li Zongjiu could clearly feel the increase in his strength. His mental energy was gradually increasing. Through this, by using this method of carving, the strength of the power was increased. I didn't expect that carving the yuan stone would have such a great effect on the increase of mental energy. Li Zongjiu rarely tried to carve the yuan stone in his previous life. At that time, Li Zongjiu's mental energy was already very strong, although he knew that carving the yuan stone was very demanding and supportive of mental energy. Only after personally experiencing it did he know how powerful the effect of this method was. Immediately, Li Zongjio immersed himself in the cultivation and didn't get tired of it. 100 mid-grade primordial stones were easily obtained in just one afternoon. Under the support of the White Dragon's Yuan spirit, Li Zongjio didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. He was eager to try. The carving of the upper-grade Yuan stone will be 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than the mid-grade Yuan stone. Li Zongjio scrutinized the upper-grade Yuan stone in his hand. This upper-grade Yuan stone in Li Zongjio's hand also showed a powerful luster. An ordinary Yuan stone only needed to be used as the eye of the formation for an ordinary Yuan stone. However, Li Zongjio wouldn't let go of those who were about to come to his door so easily. He had to carve at least 3 upper-grade Yuan stones. If some Yuan stone array masters were to find out Li Zongjio was about to complete the construction of the Yuan stone array in just one afternoon, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. They were all humans, but why was there such a huge gap between them? One had to know that the 1,000-horse dismemberment array had the power of a level 4 grade array. It could easily crush and kill any Yuan ancestor realm elite. The carving and drawing of such a great array required at least 3 level 4 Yuan stone array masters to carve together. It would take at least a week or so. Some Yuan stone array masters could become array masters, while others could only carve Yuan weapons. Although the principle was the same, the effects would be different because of the different array patterns that were learned. One was to carve the Yuan stone on a weapon, while the other was to carve the Yuan stone on a spiritual stone. There was a limit to the amount that an Yuan stone array master could learn. Usually, learning a set of array patterns would take many years. The most important thing was to be able to practice until one was very proficient. Only in this way could the power of the Yuan stone array be unleashed to the best of its ability. Let me test your prowess. Immediately, Li Zongjio's mind power was like a tiny spirit needle that gently pierced into the upper-grade Yuan stone. Chapter 603 Yi Mansion. Fang Liuxin and Yi family's madam, Xiang Shu, could not calm down for a long time after receiving the information about Li Zongjio. They did not expect Li Zongjio to be so capable. Most importantly, they didn't find anyone helping him from behind the scenes in their intelligence reports. Li Zongjio killed his way into the Shi family alone. Before the outside world could even react to what had happened, Li Zongjio had already killed everyone in the family. Not only was Lu Wenshan taken away, I also heard that the Tiger King protector of the Qingyuan villa also died in the Shi family's hands. Xiang Shu said, previously, Yi family had been paying attention to the movements of the 4 big families. It could even be said that they had been paying attention to it all along. Therefore, they knew a little about the cooperation between the Shi family and Qingyuan Manor. However, they did not know that the one who had been secretly manipulating the Shi family was actually the Tiger King guardian. Recently, Qingyuan Manor could be said to have suffered quite a lot of losses. 2 of the 8 great guardians died directly. Last time, the Bloodback guardian, Hu Tianshao, was also killed by a mysterious person. It was said that he was fighting for the mysterious stone tablet of the Compassionate Travel Sect. Most likely, he was also killed by the people of the Compassionate Travel Sect. This time, the Tiger King guardian, who was hiding in the Shi family, was also found out. Until now, he still could not escape death. A mere guardian, so what? Today, I will take down this kid. Things will change if we delay. Fang Liuxin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said. Fang Liuxin was determined to get the thing in Li Zongjio's hands. Most importantly, Spirit Valley Sect suffered such a heavy loss this time. They would definitely gather people to make a comeback. When the second wave of people rushed out, it would not be so easy to deal with them. At that time, Spirit Valley Sect would be powerful. It would not be easy to snatch it from them. After all, Valley Immortal Sect had not reached that level yet. Moreover, the Spirit Valley Sect was not the only sect that was fighting with her Valley Immortal Sect in the city. It was said that the people from the Longevity Pavilion had arrived in the city. However, they hadn't received any news from them. This meant that the people from the Longevity Pavilion had hidden their movements. There must be someone helping them in the shadows. In other words, he had found an ally in the Longevity Pavilion. The many changes made Feng Liuxin of Spirit Valley sect feel deeply uneasy. He must get rid of Li Zongjiu as soon as possible. After getting the item, he would immediately flee. At that time, even if these people wanted to make a move, they would have to consider the consequences of the Valley Immortal sect's anger. Snatching things from Li Zongjiu's hands was completely different from snatching things from Feng Liuxin. In order to avoid any unexpected events, they had to kill Li Zongjiu in the middle of the night. That's right, this brat has too many strange tricks up his sleeves. If we continue to wait for something to happen to him, he will escape sooner or later. Let's take action tonight. Naturally, Xiang Shu wasn't a simple character. If he was soft-hearted, he wouldn't have reached this stage today. Therefore, Xiang Shu made a prompt decision and directly made up his mind. With the Yi family's Dark Knight army and the Valley Immortal sect's team, how could they not be able to break into this small, White Deer Manor? Therefore, both Xiang Shu and Feng Liuxin were quite confident in their abilities. After all, they didn't put Li Zongjiu in their eyes. Ying, who returned to the White Deer Manor. Because the weight of these stones was too heavy, he didn't have a space ring big enough to store them. Therefore, he found a few carriages to pull the stones back one by one. This type of horse that was used to pull goods was not an ordinary horse. After several rounds of training, it had already developed an extremely strong endurance attribute. The weight that it could pull was 10 times or even 100 times that of an ordinary horse. Young master, the stones are here. Just to find these stones, Ying went to several stone merchants. In the end, because the stones were too heavy, he directly cut them on the spot. It took a lot of time to settle these things. However, the time was just right. Li Zongjiu also finished carving the Yuan inscription array on the 3 upper-grade primordial stones in his hand. All the Yuan inscription arrays were carved on the inside of the primordial stones. If one wasn't an expert, it would be difficult to see from the outside. When the Yuan inscription array was carved on the primordial stones, it presented a 3-dimensional state. If one didn't have a guide, it was almost impossible to find the complete drawing method of the Yuan inscription array directly from the abandoned array stones. Place these stones in the 4 corners of the courtyard. Place them against the walls. Li Zongjiu said. Ying, who responded and did as he was told. Although he was extremely curious, Ying didn't ask from the beginning to the end. The Howling Moon Wolf King, who had nothing to do at the side, was also recruited to do the hard work. He was directly placed under the wall of the courtyard by the huge stones. Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor only had the front courtyard and the courtyard. It wasn't considered too big. The front building was the main hall, while the left and right sides were the study and the wing rooms. The back building was the master bedroom, while the furthest side had a kitchen and a stable. When all the stones were in place, Ying, who also sat on the ground, feeling as though he was about to collapse. Although an Origin Ancestor Realm expert could destroy a huge stone with one punch, it didn't mean that he could lift a huge stone in one go. There was still a difference between the two concepts. Therefore, Ying, who hadn't exercised for a long time, was finally able to exercise his body thoroughly. Then he saw Li Zongjiu walk to the front of the stone, pointing at it and drawing here and there. He didn't know what Li Zongjiu was doing. Ying suddenly thought in his heart, "Is this young master crazy?" It should be because the pressure of life was too great, causing him to lose control of his emotions. Now that he was sitting on the ground and fiddling with it, it was obvious that he had lost his mind. Otherwise, why would he be talking to himself while facing a huge stone? "Young master, what are you doing?" As he was worried about Li Zongjiu's situation, Ying couldn't help but step forward and ask. "Shu, don't be noisy. I'm performing a ritual," Li Zongjiu said sternly. When Ying saw this scene, he made up his mind that this young master might be crazy. Soon, Li Zongjio followed the rest of the stones and greeted them one by one. During this process, Inghu also followed Li Zongjio. Seeing that Li Zongjio was so young, Inghu felt very regretful in his heart. However, he had no choice but to follow Li Zongjio. After making a full circle, Yi Zichen walked around. Li Zongjio sat under the old pagoda tree in the middle of the courtyard, rubbing his palms. There was a trace of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. It's finally done. Now let's wait for a good show. To Li Zongjio, the Yuan rune array that he had personally arranged was like a child who had found a favorite toy. He was very excited. However, Inghu, who was beside him, came up to him worriedly. Young master, when I was an assassin, I knew a few good pharmacists. They have done a lot of research on the brain. Brain my ass! Li Zongjio kicked Inghu away. I've been hungry for a day. Bring me whatever food you have at home. Yes, yes, yes. When I went to buy stones, I bought 2 white-cut chickens, 2 braised chickens, and 2 beggars' chickens. Do you lack chickens in your life? Chapter 604. Li Zongjio, Shadow Fox, and the Howling Moon Wolf King started eating chicken and drinking wine in the courtyard. When they stopped, Li Zongjio briefly read through the infernal prajna technique in his mind. Even a casual reading of such a terrifying technique would make one feel like they were being sucked into it. Li Zongjio hurriedly read through it once before withdrawing. It seemed that cultivating this kind of cultivation method was an extremely dangerous thing in itself. If you were not careful, it was very likely that you would be sucked in and assimilate your strength. Li Zongjio, who was more cautious, did not try to comprehend it forcefully. On the other hand, the white god Fu had gradually entered the 3rd level under Li Zongjio's cultivation. The white god Fu seems to have reached a bottleneck in the cultivation of mind power. Li Zongjio thought to himself. Although Li Zongjio's recitation of the white god Fu had been slightly shortened, the amplification effect of the white god Fu had been gradually decreasing. After entering the Yuan monarch grade, it had been reduced to this state. This made Li Zongjio a little puzzled. It seems like I have to go to some extreme environments to cultivate. Besides the white god Fu, the ancient golden tyrant body technique also required a strong external force to continue to break through. Although he had already reached the level of a Yuan monarch, his future opponents might not necessarily be at this level. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared. Young master, something doesn't seem right. Shadow Fox said in a low voice. Then he looked at the surrounding walls. Although it looked empty, he had a bad feeling in his heart. As an assassin for many years, his intuition immediately told him that there was something going on outside. Awo. The Howling Moon Wolf King also raised his head abruptly, as if he was looking for any movement in the surroundings. The moon in the sky slowly peeked over. Then, a huge dark cloud appeared and covered the moon. The surrounding light dimmed instantly, as if they had entered a world of extreme darkness. Whoosh! Young master, be careful! Shadow Fox could clearly feel the fluctuations in the surroundings. He immediately wanted to pull Li Zongjio to hide first. However, Li Zongjio stopped him with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, sit down first. Li Zongjio casually patted the Howling Moon Wolf King, who had already entered battle mode. The aura of the newcomer made the little Moon Wolf King very uneasy. It wanted to engage in battle and tear the enemy in front of it into pieces. However, Li Zongjio's comforting words made the Howling Moon Wolf King quiet down. Several figures landed in front of the courtyard, just in time to see Li Zongjio and the others. However, they did not approach. Li Zongjio and the others were all jealous and dangerous people. They had to be careful. Dozens of figures jumped on the surrounding rooftops. It's the Yi family's Dark Knight army. Shadow Fox said nervously when he saw these figures and the aura they exuded. These Dark Knight army could be said to be the representatives of death. They were also the Yi family's imperial guards. They would not even listen to Emperor Xinyan's orders. They would only listen to the master of the Dark Knight army. Previously, it was Yi Lantian. After Yi Lantian died, the Dark Knight army would naturally listen to whoever obtained the tiger tally. The Yi family has a share too? Li Zongjie was a little surprised. The Yi family's people were almost all dead, yet they still wanted to get involved in this mess. They were simply digging their own graves. Why didn't they consider their own strength? I'll stop them in a while. Young master, you retreat first. There are many of them. This is not good. The Dark Knight army was good at group attacks. If the Dark Knight Snake original spirit was released at the same time, it would be difficult for ordinary people to resist. It was extremely easy for them to be controlled by the other party. As the saying went, a wise man knew when to retreat. As long as they could temporarily avoid the danger, they would still have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Yinghu was already prepared to die. The other party's Dark Knight army had mobilized in large numbers. It was impossible for a lone Jianghu expert like Shadow Fox to resist. Even the Howling Moon Wolf King might not be able to gain an advantage from these people. However, it would not be difficult for him to escape with Li Zongjie. With the Howling Moon Wolf King's speed, there were probably not many people in Monarch City who could stop him if he wanted to escape. After the black-clothed Dark Knight soldiers landed, another 5 white-clothed female swordsmen descended from the sky. Li Zongjie, hand over the universe 9 rotating needles, and our Valley Immortal sect will spare your life. The leading woman's face was cold. She looked as if her husband had died many years ago. It was no wonder that she had such an expression all day long. It was very normal for her husband to die. Young master, it's too late. Just now it was the Dark Knight army. Now these women in white appeared. Just from the momentum alone, Shadow Fox already felt a trace of pressure. The momentum of these women in white seemed to be a level higher. If they were to fight head-on, the Shadow Fox would be completely defeated by the 5 women in less than 5 rounds. Don't worry. Sit down first. I'll call you later. Then Li Zongjie calmly took out a scroll from his chest. With a bang, he placed it on the stone table. It's here. If you want it, come and get it yourself. As he spoke, he leisurely drank his wine and ate his meat. Universe, 9 rotating needles. The experts of the Valley Immortal sect looked at each other. Then they also looked at the commander of the Dark Knight army. Yes, the commander of the Dark Knight army waved his iron hand. Immediately, the Dark Knight army rushed towards Li Zongjie and Shadow Fox. Not only that, but the Howling Moon Wolf King was also included in the list of targets. Shadow Fox could no longer hold back. If he did not take action, he would be torn to pieces by these people in front of him. His heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his body. At this moment, a Dark Knight army soldier, who was about to slash Li Zongjie with his long saber, suddenly flew backward. It was as if there was a rope tied to his waist, and hundreds of people pulled him back at the same time. Bang! The Dark Knight army soldier who was pulled out was instantly smashed into a huge rock in the corner. Bang! The armor was torn apart. Because the person under the armor had been turned into a pile of meat paste, his original appearance could no longer be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen clearly was the flesh and blood on the ground. Damn it! Shadow Fox opened his eyes wide. It wasn't just this one person. Everyone who made a move next was instantly sent flying by this tyrannical force. Pa! Pa! A series of sounds of meat, paste being smashed, sounded one after another. The scene in that instant was dazzling. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. These stones. What's going on? Shadow Fox saw that these people actually took the initiative to crash into the stones. Not only that, but the stones themselves were not damaged at all, as if they were a huge piece of black iron standing there. Just what kind of mechanism was there on these rocks? They actually possessed such great power. Shadow Fox could not help but rub his eyes. Could it be that he was mistaken? The commander of the Dark Knight army and the 5 people of the Valley Immortal sect were all shocked. In just a moment, More than 10 people had been killed by the strange stones. More than 10 piles of meat, paste, were lying on the ground. Their armor was scattered all over the ground. It looked as if they had been dismembered by 5 horses and then trampled by 10,000 horses. Their deaths were extremely tragic. A ray of light flashed across the commander of the Dark Knight Army's eyes. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They were men of sacrifice, but they were not fools. At the same time, they had brains and could think. This is an Yuan inscription array. Chapter 605. Inghu also reacted at this time. It turned out that Li Zongjio squatted in front of these big stones in the afternoon, not because he was crazy, nor did he do anything wrong. Instead, he was studying this Yuan rune formation. What kind of formation is this? It's too fierce. Inghu widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth wide. Seeing the scene in front of him, he really couldn't believe it. Li Zongjio was also very curious about the situation around him. He nodded in his heart. It seems that this Yuan rune formation is very good. The effect was similar to what he had imagined. Those people of the Night Army did not expect that they would be in this Yuan rune formation. If they acted rashly, they would probably lose their lives. The magic of these Yuan rune formations. They were used to taking away people's lives invisibly. In fact, some Yuan rune formations did not have such a terrifying magical effect. After all, this was not an illusory world. Every move and every formation pattern was an extremely powerful killing move. What's going on? Fang Liuxin, who was watching the situation from afar, was also shocked. The situation just now had caught him off guard. Before he could react, such a scene had happened. He didn't even see what kind of power it was. However, Fang Liuxin quickly came to his senses. This must be the power of the Yuan rune formation. Yuan rune formation? Li Zongjio must have the help of an Yuan rune master behind him. Xiang Shu naturally saw the tragic death of the Night Army. They didn't even have the strength to fight back and were directly killed. This made Xiang Shu very angry. Originally, killing Li Zongjio was already a matter of course. Unexpectedly, such a situation had happened. But so what if it's a Yuan rune formation? Could it be that my people of the Valley Immortal sect will be stumped by your mere Yuan rune formation? Fang Liuxin himself still had a lot of confidence in his own subordinates. In the White Deer Manor, seeing such a scene, the 5 people of the Valley Immortal sect immediately lined up in a set of formation. Pay attention to the surroundings. Force your way in. Protect your origin spirit. The 5 of them immediately released a powerful origin spirit energy. Immediately, 5 Yuan spirits appeared beside the 5 of them, guarding their surroundings. As the Yuan power spread out, one could clearly see the terrifying energy gradually emerging in the White Deer Manor. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder. Concentrate your strength and attack the rock in the southwest corner. The commander of the Dark Knight Army roared in a low voice. Immediately, the remaining 50 Dark Knight Army soldiers gathered together and charged towards the rock in the corner. Boom! A terrifying force erupted in an instant, like a furious, roaring dragon. This roar seemed to cause the vast land to tremble. The power of dozens of Dark Knight soldiers twisted into a rope and slammed into the rock in the corner. Bang! This force slammed into the stone, but the stone itself was not damaged at all. On its surface, there seemed to be a cluster of bright light that flashed rapidly in front of his eyes. Not good. All the energy was instantly reflected back. Bang, bang, bang. It was like a sickle used to harvest leeks. In an instant, the dozens of Dark Knight soldiers were cut in half. Puff, puff, puff. Many of them stood on the spot with their feet still on the ground, but their upper bodies were already sent flying. Blood spurted out from their waists and splattered on the ground. Such a scene was extremely spectacular and shocking. The only one who survived was the commander of the Dark Knight Army. However, he was also sent flying by the force and fell to the ground. Coincidentally, he fell not far away from Li Zongjiu and Yi Shiwen, witnessing the scene. He saw dozens of his brothers being cut in half at the waist. Such a scene was truly shocking. It was truly too frightening. Blurg! Even the shadow fox could not bear such a bloody scene. With so much blood and internal organs, how troublesome would it be to clean them up? However, a miraculous scene appeared once again. The blood and internal organs on the ground seemed to be gradually fusing into the ground. The entire White Deer Manor itself had become an enormous refining formation, and the final destination of this array's energy was Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! The powerful energy replenished Li Zongjiu's blood spirit world. This thing was like smoking a kind of herb. It was very addictive. For ordinary people, it was very harmful to their health. However, for a 1,000-year-old monster like Li Zongjiu, he had long understood how to better control these powers and extract the essence from them. A large number of people died in an orderly manner. These Dark Knight soldiers did not even cause Li Zongjiu or the White Deer Manor the slightest bit of damage. The commander of the Dark Knight army could not believe what had happened. You devil! The commander of the Dark Knight army pointed at Li Zongjiu and said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he was also seriously injured. There was no hope for him to survive. The Howling Moon Wolf King leaped forward and dug out the head of the Dark Knight army commander with a swipe of its paw. Then it chomped down on the head like it was a peanut. After all, it was a meta-beast. In their eyes, there was nothing that they could not eat. Such a strange mansion. Burn it down. There were only 5 people from the Valley Immortal sect left. Immediately, the 5 of them formed a large array and concentrated all their energy on a leader. This person's primordial spirit was a fiery bird the size of a palm. When the 4 people injected their primordial spirit, it immediately spat out a burst of flame from its mouth and rushed toward Li Zongjiu and Howling Moon Wolf. Playing with fire in front of me? Li Zongjiu sneered in his heart. The Yuan pattern array was activated instantly. The energy of the flame was directly absorbed by the Yuan pattern array. Suddenly, a huge black rock fell from the sky. Bang! It directly smashed the leader into a pile of meat paste. When they saw the black rock fall, Li Zongjiu patted his head. Damn! No wonder I felt that there was a problem from the beginning. It turns out that I remembered wrongly. This is not the 1,000-horse dismemberment array. This is the fucking being's destruction array. The being's destruction array. There were all kinds of strange things. There were thousands of ways to die in the world. They could all be tasted in this array. Chapter 606. For example, the middle-aged woman in front of him was crushed to death by the meteorite that fell from the sky. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a situation in the 1,000-horse dismemberment array. But now it appeared, so Li Zongjiu suddenly remembered. Of course, the meteorite in front of him didn't really exist, but was an illusion condensed by the power of the array. No wonder it consumed so much of my mental strength. If it's the being's destruction array, then it's at least a 5th-level Yuan rune array. Li Zongjiu suddenly realized. It was normal for things like this to be messed up. After all, Li Zongjiu had so many years of memories. It was impossible for him to organize everything neatly and tidily. He could recall whatever information he wanted. It was already very good to be able to remember this Yuan rune array. No wonder it consumed so much mental strength when carving the upper-grade Yuan runestone. Li Zongjiu once thought that he didn't have the talent to carve the Yuan rune array. The remaining 4 people couldn't help but panic. They didn't expect their 3rd Ridge Master to be killed like this. These people couldn't help but panic. There weren't many people in the Valley Immortal sect to begin with. The Valley Immortal sect was divided into 3 halls. Aside from the sect master, the hall masters had the highest authority. Every hall master had people from 2 ridges under them. For example, The 5 people in front of them were Chui Zhu Ridge's people under Fang Liuxin. The Emerald Bamboo Ridge had a total of 3 ridge lords, and they were ranked according to their strength. The one who was killed just now was the 3rd ridge lord, and the rest of the ridge lords had not arrived yet. The people behind them were still gathering their strength, so they needed some time to arrive. Not good. Let's retreat first. Since the 3rd ridge master was dead, they had lost their backbone. In addition, the Yuan rune array in front of them was terrifyingly powerful. Naturally, they had to leave now. Otherwise, they would be killed if they stayed here. Wouldn't that be bad luck? They didn't even know how they died. The 3rd ridge master was old, but these disciples were still young. They still had a bright future ahead of them. They couldn't die here like this. That would be too much of a loss. Therefore, all of them wanted to escape. At their age, they had never seen an entire row of people being cut in half at the waist at such a close distance. Even the blood splattered all over his face. He could even clearly see the intestines that had slid out. They were constantly shrinking and emitting hot air. No one would be able to stand such a horrifying scene. Before they came here, they didn't say that they would be stimulated by such a scene. It was really too hard for them to accept. They wanted nothing more than to run away from here. However, if these people wanted to escape, it seemed a little too late now. This was because once the formation was activated, if these people could not break it, they would not be able to leave this place alive. So, boom, one of the female disciples flew up, wanting to fly out directly, but a cold light swept past her, and her 2 legs flew out like 2 scattered chopsticks. Swoosh! Ah, senior sister, save me. After landing on the ground, she felt as if her whole body was stuck in the ground. The pain of losing her thigh was a huge blow to this disciple. As a girl, her legs were directly cut off. What was there to live for? Seeing his junior sister in such a miserable state, the other person also rushed out in a panic, wanting to save his junior sister. However, just as this person stopped in front of her junior sister, in the next second, a wave of saber energy attacked her from behind, instantly cutting her in half. She turned into a pile of blood. With a splash, the internal organs scattered all over the female disciple who had her legs cut off. The sudden surge of hot blood, coupled with the beating internal organs, caused the female disciple to scream. Her head was chopped off, but in the next second his head was sent flying. It was sent flying by a giant axe. While flying, one could clearly see that his eyeballs were still moving. It was almost unbelievable. Ying Hu, who was standing at the side, was also stunned by the scene in front of him. What kind of mentality did he have to set up such a Yuan rune array in his own home? Blood, flesh, and internal organs were scattered everywhere. Could it be that in front of this Li Zongjiu, there was no such thing as having tender feelings for the fairer sex? Did he even know what a woman was? He was really just a little brat. Damn it, this Li Zongjiu, he actually chopped up my disciples like cabbages. How could Fang Liuxin bear it when he saw that his men were all dead? However, just as Fang Liuxin was about to make a move, Madame Xiang, who was at the side, firmly stopped Fang Liuxin. Don't be impulsive. This Yuan rune array is very powerful, killing people like flies. However, it doesn't have the slightest murderous aura. It must have been done by an extremely strong expert. Since he has already made preparations, if we rashly attack, we will definitely die. Now, there were only a few ordinary Dark Knight soldiers left beside Xiang Shu. They were all her personal bodyguards, protecting her. Who would have thought that those who rushed in would all end up with a tragic death? It was really heart-wrenching. But what could they do? The Dark Knight soldiers that the Yi family had painstakingly cultivated were simply worthless in front of Li Zongjiu. He could kill them if he wanted to. They were not a threat at all. When the furious Fang Liuxin heard Xiang Shu's words, he paused for a moment. Indeed, what Xiang Shu said was not without reason. If they rashly barged in, they would definitely fall into a trap. All right, if that kid dares to take a step out of this courtyard, I will definitely turn him into a pile of minced meat." Fang Liuxin said coldly. At this moment, Xiang Shu cried out in alarm. "That guy is coming towards us." Xiang Shu did not hear what Fang Liuxin said. Instead, she was horrified to see Li Zongjiu's figure leaping from the White Deer Manor and heading towards the tall building where they were. His speed was extremely fast. "Protect Madam." The 4 female Dark Knight soldiers immediately stepped forward and shielded Xiang Shu behind them. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly landed in front of them. Facing the 4 people who were attacking him, he casually waved his hand and a terrifying mental energy reaped their lives. The obsidian flame instantly burned their corpses clean. Fang Liuxin never thought that Li Zongjiu would actually dare to leave the White Deer Manor. "You women only know how to blindly meddle. What Valley Immortal sect are you from?" Li Zongjiu asked, but his gaze naturally looked towards Fang Liuxin's direction. "You go first. I will block him." Xiang Shu directly pushed Fang Liuxin away. At the same time, a few short arrows that were filled with the sound of thunder suddenly shot out from her sleeves. Swoosh! A long sound burst out and swept towards Li Zongjiu in an instant. Thunder Sound Short Arrow. Unfortunately, when the Thunder Sound Short Arrow rushed towards Li Zongjiu, it was blocked by an invisible force. This was Li Zongjiu's mental energy. Under such circumstances, he had to defend himself. Therefore, although the Thunder Sound Short Arrow was a good surprise attack, it was ineffective against Li Zongjiu. "You go first. I will deal with this kid." Valley Immortal Art. Immortal Elemental Energy Burning Spirit Palm. Fang Liuxin was not to be outdone. He directly raised his hand and a terrifying power condensed in his palm and fell towards Li Zongjiu. At such a close distance, one could feel the blazing power burning. Immortal Art. Chapter 607. When Li Zongjiu felt the terrifying power released from Fang Liuxin's body, a trace of shock and doubt appeared in his eyes. The so-called power of the celestial art was, in fact, an extremely powerful elemental art. It could be said to be an extremely special existence among the elemental arts. It was not something that ordinary people could come into contact with. On this continent, other than elemental qi, there were many other powers that existed. There were even powers that surpassed elemental qi and were stronger than elemental qi. For example, there were flames that existed. These powers were extremely strong, and if humans wanted to refine and use these powers, they would need an even more powerful elemental art. The celestial art was one of them. A grade 7 elemental art was already the peak of the elemental qi realm. If one wanted to go further, only those who cultivated the celestial art could become an expert. Li Zongjiu in his previous life was an exception. The Heavenly Void Divine record that Li Zongjiu cultivated was only a grade 7 elemental art. However, the specialty of this elemental art was that it could accommodate elemental arts of other attributes. In addition to his own talent, this was why Li Zongjiu was able to become the strongest person in the same realm. It was because of the existence of the Heavenly Void Divine record. As for the celestial art, Li Zongjiu had not seen many of them in his previous life. He even disdained them because these celestial arts came from inheritances. Therefore, when he felt the powerful aura from Fang Liuxin's body, he was slightly shocked. Li Zongjiu also raised his hand, gathered his strength, and struck out with his palm. Boom! In the instant of contact, Fang Liuxin was directly sent flying by Li Zongjiu. With a bang, Fang Liuxin's body flew backwards, directly flying out from the roof. He tumbled a few times before coming to a stop with a plop. Looking at Fang Liuxin's actions, Li Zongjiu withdrew his palm. This thing that can't even be considered a grade 7 elemental art dares to be called a celestial art? Li Zongjiu, who was standing with his hands behind his back, had a very disdainful look on his face. These people really dared to say anything. They had the nerve to show off with this level of skill. Xiang Shu watched with her own eyes as an expert like Fang Liuxin was sent flying with a single palm strike. He knew that this Li Zongjiu was not simple. No matter what, he had to fight with this Li Zongjiu. It would be best if they could perish together. Immediately, Xiang Shu also let out a low roar. A flexible sword appeared in his hand. Like a spirit snake, he directly swept it towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu easily reached out and caught the sword. With a light flick of his finger, he broke the soft sword in his hand. Clang! With a flip of his hand, Li Zongjiu swung the broken sword at Xiang Shu's neck. Puff! No matter how many protective talismans he had, it was useless. Xiang Shu's neck was instantly pierced by the sharp blade. The body helplessly fell down from the roof. Li Zongjiu did not care about the identity of the people in front of him. In the eyes of others, Xiang Shu's death was a very shocking thing. After all, he was the real ruler of the Yi clan. To be able to have such power was not simple. Even now, Xiang Shu's status in the city was not low. The power he had accumulated was not weak. Today, Xiang Shu was dead. In addition, the Yi clan's Dark Knight army was also killed here. Now, the Yi clan could be considered to have reached the end of its lifespan. There was no chance for them to make a comeback. Even if they were not swallowed by other forces, they would automatically be reduced to a third-rate clan, or even a clan that did not enter the rankings. Li Zongjiu's figure leaped over Xiang Shu's body. He did not even know Xiang Shu's name. However, the move that Fang Liuxin used just now was more powerful. He must be an important figure in the Valley Immortal sect. His figure landed on the ground with a swoosh. Fang Liuxin had recovered at this moment. When he sensed Li Zongjiu's approach, he directly took out a black bead from the storage ring. The bead contained the power of chaos. It was called the Chaos Bead. Die. Fang Liuxin's face was ferocious. At this moment, he did not hold back. The Chaos Bead directly smashed towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's mind moved and directly froze the Chaos Bead. You really don't know what death is. Immediately, Li Zongjiu coldly snorted and directly threw the Chaos Bead back at Fang Liuxin. Uft! The power of chaos in the Chaos Bead instantly fell on Fang Liuxin's body. The gas was like some terrifying venom that sprinkled down and sprinkled all over Fang Liuxin's body. No. Fang Liuxin's eyes suddenly widened. He could not believe that he would be hit by the Chaos Bead. It was too late for him to escape. Fang Liuxin only felt a terrifying force invading his head. After invading, it also forcibly occupied his head. This made Fang Liuxin seem to be immersed in this endless chaos. As his feet moved, he felt as if he was about to fall to his death. He covered his head with both hands and crazily slammed into the surrounding walls. The surrounding walls were also directly knocked down. When Li Zongjiu saw this scene, he could not help but keep a certain distance from Fang Liuxin. The powerful Yuan power that was constantly released from the latter's body was like a turbulent flow that constantly attacked and reverberated. This made Li Zongjiu very surprised. The power of chaos is so effective. It actually turned a Yuan monarch powerhouse into a lunatic in an instant. Li Zongjiu was obviously very surprised. Li Zongjiu had seen the power of chaos before. The power of chaos was produced in some places where space was chaotic. In order to obtain the power of chaos, at least a Yuan monarch powerhouse was required. Even a Yuan monarch powerhouse had the possibility of being sucked away. It was quite dangerous. This trace of power of chaos was sealed into the Chaos Bead. In the face of some tricky situations, the Chaos Bead was also very effective in breaking out of an encirclement. It was also considered a kind of Yuan artifact. However, only Yuan monarchs could refine it. Who knew that Li Zongjiu would actually easily deflect the power of chaos? He could only watch helplessly as the Yuan monarch martialist fell into a deranged state. Like a madman, he ran towards the outside. Forget it. She went crazy so easily. Seems like this woman's willpower isn't very strong. Li Zongjio had originally wanted to capture another hostage in exchange for a reward. However, since this woman had gone crazy, he might as well just let her wander around. If he brought this woman back, there would probably be a lot of trouble. It would be troublesome if he had to keep an eye on this person. This Yuan inscription array seems to be lacking something. I have to go back and improve it. Li Zongjio recalled the effects of his Yuan pattern array. In his heart, he was also pondering how he should make some improvements. After all, this was the first Yuan pattern array that he had set up in this mansion. It had to be rather domineering. The array disk of the Yuan inscription array was under the big pagoda tree. When the Yuan inscription array was activated, the area under the big pagoda tree would be the only safe place. Li Zongjio returned to his white deer manor in a flash. The corpses outside had no effect on Li Zongjio. The special envoy would discover these corpses very soon. However, Sima Xingyan had received news recently. Therefore, even the special envoy department's activities had been reduced recently. As for the damage caused by these underworld experts, it was naturally investigated by other departments of the imperial court. Being at the origin ancestor realm was still very effective in dealing with local tyrants. However, if one wanted to deal with the top forces of the underworld, one would have to wait. Li Zongjio actually knows about Yuan inscription arrays. Beside Murong Zhantian, the old man from the previous time was also extremely shocked as he spoke. Chapter 608. Similarly, there were many pairs of eyes watching tonight's battle. Li Zongjio naturally knew that these people were watching him. As long as he could stall for time for a few days, everything would be fine once the item was delivered to Nansheng's hands. If these people wanted to see him kill people, he would at least let them see. However, if these people wanted him to intervene, they would have to be prepared to hand over their lives. In Li Zongjio's opinion, this kind of spying was like a few ants plotting when to deal with an elephant. Did you think that the elephant would care about what these ants were thinking? After all, this level was different. The old man beside Murong Zhantian was also an Yuan inscription master. Similarly, he had dabbled in Yuan inscription arrays. Therefore, when he saw Li Zongjio use the Yuan inscription array to kill so many people from the Dark Knight army in an instant, the shock he felt was indescribable. He had a good understanding of the strength of the Dark Knight army. They were definitely not ordinary people. However, under the Yuan inscription array set up by Li Zongjio, they did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. In fact, they did not even have the time to react before they were all killed. Given the strength of the Dark Knight army, they should not be unfamiliar with Yuan inscription arrays. They should not have lost their lives in vain. Can you tell what kind of array this is? It is extremely ferocious. The Yuan inscription array, set up by Li Zongjio, was not simple when it was used to kill people. It wasn't that simple, and the scene was extremely bloody. Although some of the Yuan inscription array grounds were extremely dangerous, Li Zongjio's method seemed to have been born for this kind of fancy killing. I have not really come into contact with it. Just based on the current effect, I am not sure. The old man said in a deep voice. When he saw it, he had already started to recall where this array came from. He had seen it in a book before. After all, there were too many strange Yuan inscription arrays. Just like this pill, there were many pills that could be concocted from some messy formulas. Some of them were even quite powerful. This was the difference between the two. Although I can't tell what kind of array this is, based on tonight's performance, it's at least a 4th level array. 4th level origin pattern array. Didn't that mean that Li Zongjio was also a level 4 origin inscription master? 5th grade alchemist. 4th level origin inscription master. His Yuan force cultivation had also reached the Yuan King realm. Looking at the strength of his physical body, he should have already reached the level of Yuan Zong. Li Zongjio was an all-rounder genius in almost every aspect. He was so young, yet he had already achieved such terrifying achievements in every aspect. It was truly astonishing and deeply shocking. He didn't even dare to believe that Li Zongjio was hiding some other skills, some real trump card. If that was the case, then this Li Zongjio was simply too terrifying. Where did this kind of person come from? Although Murong Wang wanted to see the universe 9 revolving needles, he had not reached the point of madness. Originally, he wanted to get his hands on this thing and observe it for a few days. Then he would sell it to one of the major forces and gain some benefits from it. More importantly, Murong Wang wanted to get his hands on it. He could do them a favor. For Murong Wang, this was a win-win situation. However, he didn't expect Li Zongjio to be so difficult to deal with. He wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Wait a minute. Given Li Zongjio's strength, his background must not be so simple. Furthermore, with the appearance of the universe 9 revolving needle, he doesn't have to be so brazen and kill so many people. Either the force behind him isn't afraid of the Valley Immortal sect and the Spirit Valley sect, or the item in his hand is in the process of being transferred, and Li Zongjio is just here to delay it. Murong Zhantian's eyes suddenly lit up. Recently, Li Zongjio's style of doing things didn't have the slightest bit of concealment. It was as if he was saying, "The item is with me. Come and get it if you have the ability." If he did that, then it would be a little too much. Therefore, Murong Zhantian guessed in his heart that there must be a reason behind it. If that's the case, it's not without reason. Such a sought-after item, if they don't let it go, things will definitely get worse and worse. Moreover, this 9 revolving cosmos needles secret manual may not be that valuable. The old man beside Murong Wang added. His words did not seem to be without reason. Li Zongjio didn't have to be so arrogant. His arrogance seemed to be a little too insolent. Yu Shi, the Universe 9 revolving needle, is no longer with Li Zongjio. Thinking of this, the two of them were obviously surprised. When this Li Zongjio did things, it really made people scratch their heads. I really don't know what this guy is trying to do. The Longevity Pavilion is already in the city. They haven't made a move yet, with the Spirit Valley sect and Valley Immortal sect as their pawns. I don't think they will make a move easily. Murong Zhantian said. These people thought that they had caught a soft persimmon, but who knew that Li Zongjio was a big hedgehog with thorns all over his body. Even if they could bite Li Zongjio, their mouths would be full of holes. Why bother? If they were to compete in ruthlessness, Li Zongjio hadn't lost yet. Your Highness, is there another possibility? The old man suddenly said. Murong Zhantian turned around and looked at him. What? Clearly, there was a glint in the old man's eyes. This was an extremely bold idea. Li Zongjio, from the beginning to the end, did not put these people in his eyes, the old man said slowly. The reason why he dared to kill people in such an unscrupulous manner was that he didn't reject anyone who dared to attack him, and each of them would be beheaded. It was because Li Zongjio himself didn't put these people in his eyes. A person with such terrifying talent, what was there to be afraid of? Sooner or later, he would trample all these people under his feet. Even in the current situation, Li Zongjio himself was a powerful existence. However, based on what they saw before, Li Zongjio was judged as a child. Therefore, Li Zongjio was looked down upon everywhere. But in fact, Li Zongjio alone was enough to resist thousands of soldiers and horses. Impossible, Murong Zhantian said in a deep voice. Someone who came from a clan in a third-class city has no background. There must be some unspeakable secret behind him. Which of these forces hasn't accumulated for thousands of years? They haven't shown their true strength yet. Murong Zhantian shook his head deeply. The reason why these powerful forces existed was that the dynasty did not restrict them. Most of the time, they just turned a blind eye. Otherwise, how could they allow these people to act so arrogantly in Monarch City? They would definitely drive all these people out. Wantonly robbing in Monarch City was tantamount to a provocation to the royal authority. After all, Monarch City had its own rules. But until now, there had been no movement. This explained the reason. Li Zongjiu's actions are no different from playing with fire. Just wait, this kid won't live for long. Chapter 609. Li Zongjiu took the time to go to Boyu Casino. This night's slaughter did not cause any ripples in Li Zongjiu's heart. Even his clothes were not stained with the slightest bit of blood. His hands were clean. Some of the Yi family's businesses can be taken over. Li Zongjiu called Taifai over and said. Taifai was also stunned. Such a big piece of news was given all of a sudden. The speed of their expansion was really too fast. But fortunately, Taifai was still able to take care of it. I'll arrange it immediately, Taifai said. In a situation like theirs, they must have a strong momentum in the short term. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to seize the limelight and then directly suppress them. Therefore, to the extent that they could achieve in a short period of time, they would use this method to expand and annex. They would seize all the business that they had never been in contact with before and some of the customer resources. However, the Yi family only controlled some territories below. They did not have any main business. Therefore, in such a situation, it was more convenient to directly take over. Have you found any new movements in the southern border's poison cult recently? Li Zongjiu was still worried about the southern border's poison cult. These guys were like rats and cockroaches. They were good at disguising and hiding. Sometimes they even hid very deep. If you did not look carefully, you would not be able to find them at all. Now that these people from the southern border's poison cult were in the city, it was the best time to get rid of them. Once they left the sacred flame royal city, these people would be able to take everything out no matter where they went, as if they were ovulating and laying eggs. No, but recently there have been some people in the city who have contracted a strange disease. Even the Heavenly Dawn medicine manor sent people out to check on them, but there were no results. Now, many people in the slums have this strange disease. Strange disease? That's right. All of a sudden, he couldn't speak anymore. Moreover, his body gradually became thinner. In less than 2 days, he became so thin that he was just skin and bones. Taifai said. Lost voice worm. Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, this was definitely the doing of the Southern Territories poison sect. Only these guys could come up with such disgusting and strange things. Where did it start? Li Zongjiu asked. It should be the Sanwu district south of the city. Oh, right, it happens to be under Wang Ding's jurisdiction. Taifai said. South of the city, Sanwu district. As a slum area in the south of the city, it was a place where homeless people gathered. Occasionally, someone would throw some steamed buns here. Beggars were everywhere. As for the legendary beggar clan, it didn't exist at all. If they couldn't even fill their stomachs, who would have the leisure to fight for territory? No matter how many beggars there were, they couldn't possibly defend against those elemental force experts. Therefore, other than trash, there was nothing else here. However, the city guards were the army of the imperial court. Even if these homeless people and beggars were the commoners of the dynasty, they were still obliged to take care of their lives. In just 2 days, the number of sick beggars had already exceeded hundreds. Moreover, the aphasia was spreading faster and faster. Wang Ding had no choice but to lead his men to isolate the sick people. Some of them were even in critical condition. When he saw the situation of these people, Wang Ding felt extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, there must be a reason for such a serious situation. Such a situation wouldn't happen for no reason. Therefore, Wang Ding was also worried about what kind of strange disease it was. The higher-ups had already sent people to deal with it. It was said that such a situation had occurred not only in his district, but in other places as well. Some of the more serious cases had already shown signs of death. When they died, they directly became a pile of skin and bones lying on the ground, as if there wasn't even a drop of blood to be found. Sir, it's not good. 3 more died just now. In addition, several more cases have appeared in the safety zone. Lu Pei came to Wang Ding and reported with an extremely solemn expression. If one appeared, there would be a few more. Soon, it would spread at a very fast speed. Therefore, it must be strictly controlled. Send people to capture them all. In addition, completely seal off the Sanwa district. No one is to be let out. Wang Ding made a prompt decision. Even if a disaster occurred, it could only be controlled within the Sanwa district. This strange disease must not be allowed to spread outside. If it spread, the situation would become even more uncontrollable. Divide the Sanwa district into 3 areas: the safety zone, the observation zone, and the danger zone. Wang Ding said. His meaning was very clear. Only when it was proven that there was no such disease could they stay in the safe zone. If there was even the slightest sign of it, they had to stay in the observation area. If they were in the danger zone, they could only be guarded by those who were already seriously ill. Yes, sir. Liu Pei immediately carried out the military order. As a loyal soldier, he did not hesitate to carry out the order. Among the 7 battalions, the problem here is the most serious. The other 2 battalions also have problems. Someone must be behind this. If this continues, then the same symptoms may appear in my camp. Wang Ding had already guessed the goal of these people. It was very likely that they used this method to directly destroy his camp. After all, if one stayed in contact with these people for a long time, they might also be infected. This was an open conspiracy. Wang Ding didn't know who was manipulating him in the dark. However, the current situation required someone to deal with it. If this disease spread to other places, it would also be Wang Ding's fault and he would not be able to escape death. Just as Wang Ding was at a loss of what to do, someone reported that a man named Li Zongjio had arrived outside the tent. I'm not seeing anyone. Can't you see that I'm busy now? Wang Ding said directly. However, after saying this, he instantly realized something. Wait a minute, stop! Who did you say was looking for me? Wang Ding suddenly woke up. He did not wait for the messenger to answer and hurriedly ran out. He happened to see Li Zongjio being blocked by the soldiers of the camp. Fortunately, Li Zongjio was respectful and did not directly kill the people in front of him. Get out of my way, you blind things! How dare you block anyone? Wang Ding slapped the people in front of him and sent them flying. When he saw Li Zongjio, his face was filled with excitement. Young master, you're here. Chapter 610. At this moment, although Wang Ding was troubled, he was still very respectful towards this mysterious young master. The benefits he had gained from Li Zongjio were almost uncountable. Those 1,500 pills were enough to change the fate of this cauldron. What's more, the Tusk Battalion's fate was directly changed, which made Wang Ding even more touched. Therefore, Wang Ding's heart was filled with admiration and gratitude towards Li Zongjio. In addition, Li Zongjio directly beat up the 9th prince and severely extorted a large sum of money from him. Wang Ding worshipped such a demeanor and bearing that did not fear the royal authority. Not only did he teach the 9th prince a lesson, but he also did not have any reaction until now. This was the reason why Wang Ding was surprised. He had clearly offended the 9th prince, but in the end he seemed to be fine. This was really surprising. Just the fact that he was able to survive until now was already deeply inconceivable. In addition to being excited, Wang Ding's face also became dignified. Young master, you came at the wrong time. There is an inexplicable poison spreading around here. You can't go near it casually. The poison has already caused a great impact. Wang Ding said. The situation was very serious. If he did not take it seriously, the problem would be serious. I came to help you solve this problem. Li Zongjio smiled faintly. He naturally knew what was going on here. Otherwise, he would not have come here. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Wang Ding was stunned at first, but then his face revealed an ecstatic expression. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Young master's alchemy skills are superb. You must have a way to solve this problem. Wang Ding suddenly slapped his head. Why didn't he think of it before? But young master, we don't know where these things came from. We don't know how dangerous it is, for the time being. It's better not to take the risk. The higher-ups have already sent people from the Imperial Medical Workshop to investigate the cause. I believe they will have some results soon. Wang Ding was still worried about Li Zongjiu's safety. After all, this was not a joke. Imperial Physician Workshop? What is that? Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. Wang Ding didn't have time to explain to Li Zongjiu, and then he saw Liu Pei, who had left before, hurriedly running back. My lord, something bad has happened. One of the imperial physicians has also been infected. Liu Pei said anxiously. He also felt that it was inconceivable for such a thing to happen. At the same time, his face was filled with deep shock. Hello, young master. Liu Pei did not forget to greet Li Zongjiu, even though he was in a hurry. Liu Pei was one of Wang Ding's confidants, so Wang Ding also told him about his cooperation with Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Liu Pei also knew about Li Zongjiu's identity and status. At the same time, he also experienced Li Zongjiu's strength last time. Naturally, there was nothing to say. Even the imperial physician was infected. Let's go and take a look. The imperial physician, who was highly praised just a moment ago, was now directly infected in the blink of an eye. This immediately made everyone's jaws drop. Young master, you? Let's go and take a look. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Wang Ding had no other choice. Since Li Zongjiu wanted to go, there was no reason to stop him. Then he gathered a few of his subordinates and quickly walked towards a newly opened research institute. You must protect the young master. Wang Ding sent Liu Pei to protect Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu encountered any threat in his territory, then Wang Ding would really be guilty. Even if he was poisoned, he must not let the young master be poisoned. Yes, my lord, Liu Pei and the others replied. The group of people arrived at a large shed that was heavily guarded by soldiers. Outside the shed, there were some fences that were as tall as a person blocking the way. This was to prevent any threats. But now, the threats were spreading out from the tents. A certain amount of protective measures had been taken. On the way here, the few of them also understood what had happened just now. They were suddenly attacked when they were carrying out research treatment on a person. Although they managed to kill the person in time, one of the imperial physicians lost the ability to speak on the spot. The surrounding people were also shocked. At the same time, they quickly isolated the person. However, because some of the previous research was slightly effective, it temporarily suppressed the terrifying spread of the poison in the body. Now, the people in the Imperial Physician Workshop were frantically carrying out some research. Where is the Imperial Physician who was bitten? My lord, he is locked in a dark room and is being carefully observed. Bring us there, Wang Ding said. The surrounding soldiers were all equipped with heavy armor and swords. These heavy armors were also effective in resisting external attacks. At the very least, wearing them gave them a sense of security. Li Zongjiu and the others came in front of a house. The design of this house was like a prison. In this room, there was some specially designed steel fences. In fact, this was an iron cage. It was used to imprison the subject for observation. What are you doing here? Get out. As soon as Wang Ding and the others walked in, they heard an old man's dignified and angry voice. Dr. Jiang, this is Li Zongjiu from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. He has the qualifications of an imperial alchemist. Wang Ding quickly said. These people who came from the Imperial Physician Workshop were all people who directly treated the imperial family. Therefore, these people were all arrogant and had bad tempers, especially now that such a thing had happened. If they did not handle it well, they would directly be humiliated. At such a critical time, they still knew how to find these amateurs to cause trouble. These self-righteous quack doctors and a grassroots team really thought that they could be on the stage. When Dr. Jiang heard this, his eyes widened. Wang Ding, don't cause trouble for me here. You forgot to bring anyone inside. What's the use of an ungraduated student? Jiang Wuxi, who was the most senior and most qualified, scolded angrily again. If you want to be apprenticed, now is not the time." As he spoke, Jiang Wuxi also glanced at Li Zhongjiu. In any case, he was also an imperial alchemist. In their line of work, they naturally knew how much weight the two words imperial alchemist represented. Such a person either had connections or strength. Therefore, it could be said that he took care of things. However, his temper was not very good. In terms of attitude, he was slightly more arrogant. Li Zhongjiu listened and did not think much of it. He even pretended that he did not hear it. There were a total of 3 old doctors in the room, reading the ancient books under the dim light. At the same time, there were bottles and jars on the table, with some weed ointment and the like placed on it. In the small room behind the fence, a person sat cross-legged. There was a slight trace of despair on his face. However, by now he had probably written his will. Who knew that such a situation would occur? Such an unlucky thing happened to him. It was also an unavoidable thing. Wang Ding opened the door. Chapter 611. Open the door. The people who were busy all raised their heads and looked at Li Zhongjiu as if they were looking at an idiot. "You brat! Did you come here to cause trouble or to destroy the world? How dare you ask people to open the door? Don't go too far. Don't you know what's behind this door?" "What did you say?" Jiang Wuxi heard Li Zhongjiu's words and was instantly enraged. He glared at Li Zhongjiu and wished he could slap Li Zhongjiu's head away. "Young master, are you all right?" Wang Ding hesitated for a moment and asked again to make sure he didn't hear wrongly. If the door was opened, it would be extremely dangerous. If the poison gas spread out, wouldn't it spread to everyone present? Although he didn't know if the Origin Qi experts could withstand this situation. However, these unknown factors were still dangerous. "Didn't you hear me? Open it," Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Wang Ding was shocked. "Li Zhongjiu didn't come here to ask for your opinion, but to order you. If you can't even understand this, then you don't need to continue." Wang Ding realized that his question was superfluous and hurriedly asked people to open the iron gate. What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Jiang Wuxi was shocked. "Wang Ding, are you crazy? You're trying to kill all of us here." Jiang Wuxi roared in a low voice. Wang Ding was unmoved. Although the Imperial Medical Workshop was a big shot, they couldn't order him now. In any case, he was still a battalion commander of the city guards. Previously, he was just giving him a little face. The Imperial Medical Workshop nurtured imperial doctors. They were all talents who would enter the palace. They must have rich experience and knowledge. They must know a lot of things 10 times or even 100 times more than ordinary pharmacists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to graduate from the Imperial Medical Workshop. After all, there were only a few who could enter the palace to take up a post. Jiang Wuxi was not an imperial physician who had entered the palace before. However, their experience and the like could not be underestimated. They were all extremely extraordinary people. "Dr. Jiang, don't be impatient. Let's see what's going on first," Wang Ding said with a stern expression. The faint prestige that was emitted from his eyes was also reminding Jiang Wuxi that the person standing in front of him was an iron-blooded general who had killed his way in and out of the battlefield. He was not some dog-skin plaster from other places. "All right, I would like to see how capable you people are. If the situation here becomes serious, you will be punished by the great emperor." Jiang Wuxi said coldly. Li Zhongjiu walked in. The person sitting cross-legged was also looking at Li Zhongjiu at this moment. Under the dim light, one could see a pair of lifeless eyes that were on the verge of despair. The situation this time was too dangerous. When Li Zhongjiu walked in, the person sitting there did not move. He just stared at Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu walked towards him. The person seemed to want to say something, but after opening his mouth, he remembered that he could no longer speak. He could only stare at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. "Stick out your tongue," Li Zhongjiu said as he squatted in front of the person. Although his mouth was mute, his ears were still good. The person did not understand why Li Zongjio wanted to come in. He also heard Wang Ding's introduction and knew that Li Zongjio was only a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. How capable could he be? However, he still wanted to give it a try and stuck out his tongue. Whoosh! The moment the tongue appeared, Li Zongjio waved his hand. The blade flashed, and then a stream of blood flew out and splattered on the ground. What are you doing? Jiang Wuxi and the others saw Li Zongjio's actions and immediately shouted. Could it be that Li Zongjio's purpose was to assassinate their people? The person was also in pain. A large part of his tongue was cut off. Just as he was about to retract his tongue, Li Zongjio grabbed him. Li Zongjio grabbed his chin. The tongue and teeth kept colliding. He wanted to retract his tongue, but Li Zongjio held him tightly. He could not move. Li Zongjio also grabbed a handful of mugwort and stuffed it directly on the tongue that was spurting blood. Immediately, the person's face turned purple. It was obvious that the process was very painful. Li Zongjio casually pushed the person away. The person fell to the ground and covered his mouth. He seemed to feel that something was crawling out of his mouth. Immediately, under the continuous pulling, he retched. At the same time, there was a stench. Blurg! Along with some stinky vomit falling to the ground, a milky white worm also landed on the ground with a plop. When they saw this thing, everyone was startled. What is this thing? They could not believe their eyes. Gao Liang, how are you? Jiang Wuxi hurriedly said. Gao Liang also touched his throat. I'm fine. Because a small part of his tongue was cut off. When he spoke, it sounded a little swollen. However, he was able to speak. When they heard Gao Liang's voice, everyone was shocked. You can speak. Jiang Wuxi and the others were shocked. They looked at Gao Liang, who was in front of them, and Li Zongjio, who was at the side. Li Zongjio patted the dust on his hands as if nothing had happened and then walked out. This is the aphasia worm. Their eggs will be released with the breath. If you accidentally breathe it in, you will be parasitized by these eggs. They will slowly grow in the place where your tongue is. Naturally, you will not be able to speak. In addition, they will constantly absorb your energy and blood. Li Zongjio said, Once the host dies, the aphasia bug will naturally die as well, Yu Zichen said. Your Excellency is... Jiang Wuxi and the others looked at Li Zongjio, dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. This difficult disease that had troubled them for many days was easily solved by Li Zongjio under such circumstances. It was really surprising and shocking. They were shocked by Li Zongjio's knowledge and rich experience. If that saber had gone a little deeper, he would have become a mute forever. Although the tongue was also where the arteries were, most people who committed suicide by biting their tongues did not die because the tongue was broken, but because the blood flowed into their throat, causing them to suffocate to death. The mugwort leaf can force them out. You'd better wear a mask because once these eggs enter your mouth, it will not be long before the disease breaks out. Li Zongjio walked out of the cage. The person called Gao Liang also walked out and looked at Li Zongjio in shock. At the same time, his eyes were full of gratitude. He was very excited to see Li Zongjio. If Li Zongjio did not appear, he probably would not have lived for more than a few days. Gao Liang, thank you for saving my life. Gao Liang knelt down and thanked Li Zongjio. Master, this old man was blind before. Please forgive me, young master. If you have time, please come to my Imperial Physician Workshop. We will definitely treat you with great hospitality. Jiang Wuxi said with an apologetic smile. His face changed faster than flipping a book. Just a second ago, he was fiercely saying that he would teach Li Zongjio and Wang Ding a lesson. But in the next second, he directly invited them with great hospitality. Where did this happen first? Chapter 612. Wang Ding sent someone to bring a map over. The first example we found was in this area. However, we have already checked thoroughly and there are no other suspicious situations. Li Zongjio glanced at the map. Bring me there. Although we have checked that area, it is very likely that there are other hidden dangers. Do not set foot there, Jiang Wuxi said. For such a place, they would definitely not dare to act recklessly. There might even be new types of toxins. These were all places and environments that were extremely dangerous. However, Li Zongjiu did not pay attention to these people. The two of them were not on the same level at all. There was nothing to talk about. Wang Ding and the rest did not say a word and directly led the way for Li Zongjiu. Thinking about it carefully, with Li Zongjiu's identity, his life must be more precious. Could it be that with Li Zongjiu's abilities, he would still want to throw his life away? Therefore, even the young master himself was not afraid. Could it be that they had to hide behind him? The group left the so-called research room directly. They were all people who had nothing to do. Although they were not capable, their tempers were extremely stubborn. Until now, they had not achieved anything. Instead, they had thrown their lives away. Seeing Li Zongjiu and the others walk away without looking back, Li Zongjiu and the others walked away. Jiang Wuxi and the others were so angry that they stomped their feet. He is simply arrogant. I have already given him a way out. How dare he not give me face? Jiang Wuxi was flustered and exasperated. He had already said that Li Zongjiu could come to his imperial medical workshop in the future. This meant that Jiang Wuxi had already acknowledged Li Zongjiu. However, who knew that Li Zongjiu would be so rude? This unappreciative thing. I will definitely not let him step into the imperial medical workshop in the future. That's right. How dare he not give face to Elder Jiang? Such a person can forget about staying in the medical circle of the Sacred Flame Royal City. Ignore him. Let's continue with our research, Jiang Wuxi said. At this moment, Gao Liang, who had already suppressed the injury on his tongue, was also a little surprised. It seemed that Li Zongjiu wasn't being polite, but Jiang Wuxi was also a little overboard. However, Gao Liang's status was ordinary, so he couldn't say much. However, he still needed to do some research. Didn't Li Zongjiu already give them the treatment method? They could just use the mugwort to solve the problem easily. Was there a need to research anything else? But, Elder Jiang, don't we already know how to solve this problem? Gao Liang could not help but exclaim. This was simply too outrageous. He had already given the method to you. So what are you all still thinking about? Shut up. You've only been in the Imperial Physician Workshop for a few days, yet you dare to point fingers at me? Are you tired of living? That Li Zongjiu's background is shady, and the method he gave us is also crooked. How do you know that this method is foolproof? What if someone dies under our hands? Who will bear the responsibility? If you think you can teach me how to do things, then I'll call you teacher in the future. Ah. Jiang Wuxi immediately began to rain curses on Gao Liang's face. Gao Liang could feel the saliva splashing on his face. Hurry up and apologize to Elder Jiang, an old man hurriedly said. Gao Liang himself was also speechless. He didn't know what they were talking about. It was simply inexplicable. Looking at the faces of these people in front of him, Gao Liang suddenly slapped his own head. Why didn't he see that these people's faces were actually so ugly? It really made people feel disgusted. He only knew how to flaunt his past glory. It was as if he had never cared about the people from the outside world. It made people angry just by looking at them. Now that they had already given the method to them, they actually pretended to be virtuous and even had such a doubtful attitude. You bunch of old things, I've had enough. You all can play here by yourselves, Gao Liang said extremely angrily. Then he threw his Imperial Physician Workshop token on the table, turned around and walked out. Seeing Gao Liang's agitated reaction, Jiang Wuxi and the others were also shocked. Did Gao Liang's brain take the wrong medicine? Ask him to scram. In the future, don't even think about hearing Gao Liang's name in the medical world of Sacred Flame Imperial City. Thus, the group of old fellows closed the door again and did some self-righteous research inside. Gao Liang also felt that he was really blind to have mixed with this group of old guys for so long. Wang Ding and the others came to an extremely remote and dilapidated courtyard. They could even see that the surrounding walls were in tatters. The tiles on the roof were also in tatters. Just by looking at it, one would feel an extremely strong sense of crisis. How could people live in such a dilapidated courtyard? The surrounding streets had already been cleaned up. There wasn't even a dog in sight. "You all stay outside," Li Zongjie said. Wang Ding and the others didn't know what Li Zongjie wanted to do, but since Li Zongjie had given the order, they might as well wait here and see what was going on. "The few of you be on guard," Wang Ding said. Yes, Li Zongjie walked in. There was almost no door outside the house. Even the walls outside were full of holes. It was doubtful if they could be used to block the wind. The surrounding was indeed filled with the smell of insect corpses. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people who play with insects carry a lot of insects with them all day long. In fact, they kill even more insects every day. So wherever they go, there will definitely be a large number of insect corpses. The number of insect corpses will definitely be beyond your imagination. Hence, Li Zongjie asked those people to stay outside. If they walked in and saw such a horrible scene, they would probably be unable to sleep for several months. "Your grandfather is here. What's there to hide?" Li Zongjie said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt a strong wave of energy surge out from the house. Boom! The bricks and tiles in the house flew directly towards Li Zongjie. The loud noise also alarmed Wang Ding and the others outside. They looked at each other and immediately ordered to rush in. However, they saw Li Zongjie's figure jump and chase after a figure. Whoosh! Li Zongjie chased after the black figure in front of him and quickly swept away. That person turned around abruptly as he ran. With a flick of his hand, a pile of crimson insects that were shining with red light was thrown towards Li Zongjie. Crackle! Explosive insects. Chapter 613. When the worms rushed towards Li Zongjie waved his hand and released a terrifying yuan power. Boom! The worms in front of him were all shattered. The explosion in the air seemed to produce an intense light. When the people below saw this scene, they felt as if they were watching fireworks. However, Li Zongjie's figure directly rushed out of the flames. The figure in front of him fled in a straight line. Li Zongjie originally wanted to chase after him and kill him, but when he thought of using a long line to catch a big fish, he steadied himself and didn't continue the chase. He only restrained his aura and followed from a distance. "I'd like to see where you people are going to run to." Li Zongjie snorted coldly, and his figure also disappeared into the darkness. The person who escaped was also a member of the Southern Region Poison Sect. Originally, he only wanted to stay here to ensure that the aphasia worms could display their true strength. However, he never expected that he would be followed. When he sensed the arrival of so many people, he realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed out of the encirclement in a panic. Fortunately, I doubt Xian am smart. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if I was discovered. If the members of the Southern Region Poison Sect were caught, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. The elders should be on the move now. I can also join in the fun. Otherwise, I won't get any benefits. When Dao Xian thought of this, he hurriedly quickened his pace. However, Dao Xian was also considered smart. He was worried that someone was following him, so he deliberately took a few detours and finally walked towards a mountain forest. The mountain forest nearby was called Yuejing Mountain. On this mountain, one could bathe in the moonlight better. Therefore, whenever there was a full moon, Palace Master Yun Qi of the Purple Xian Pavilion would basically cultivate on Yuejing Mountain. On Yuejing Mountain, in a cave there was a patio. The moonlight directly sprinkled on the body. Palace Master Yun Qi sat under the moonlight as if she was wearing a hazy gauze dress. She looked as if she was emitting a psychedelic color and light. Yun Qi kept swallowing and spitting. Every time he exhaled, the yuan energy in his body would condense by a little. Who? At this moment, Yun Qi opened his eyes. Within his gaze, he discovered that the surrounding stone walls of the cave had unknowingly been occupied by some highly poisonous scorpions. Yun Qi immediately knew that someone had come to deal with her. Immediately, a cold glint was emitted from Yun Qi's eyes. The aura on his body trembled and immediately sent those poisonous scorpions flying. Boom! After lifting up a large number of corpses, a continuous buzzing sound came from within the cave. While listening to the sound, the crowd was stunned. Palace Master Yun Qi, who had fought with these people before, did not hesitate to release the original energy in her palm. Lunar ice palm. Boom! Immediately, the palm energy burst out, and a faint blue light was released from his body. There seemed to be tens of thousands of insects in front of him that were easily beheaded. Phew! Palace Master Yun Qi took a deep breath. Then, with a loud bang, he was sent flying from a high place. Boom! Her figure appeared on the mountain peak, only to find that there were already people waiting for her. Hee, Palace Master Yun Qi, long time no see. You are still as elegant as ever, the old man in the lead said with a smile. However, there was a sinister feeling in his smile that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Yun Qi also looked at the 6 figures around her. The other party had come prepared. However, Yun Qi was surprised that these people actually dared to fight within the imperial city. If they were to fight, they would definitely be hunted down by the Saint Flame Empire if their whereabouts were to be exposed. The Shengyan dynasty had known about these guys for a long time. The poison sect in the southern region was a poison sect that should be eliminated. That was why these people were so careful. Among the 6 people, except for 1 elder, the remaining 5 were all priests of the poison sect. Sacrificer. In the poison sect in the southern region, they were quite powerful. They lived with these insects from the moment they were born. Even they had no choice. In addition, they had great talents, which made them the most important members of the poison sect in the southern region. The most important training targets, the priests, were often the main fighting force. Then, there were the ordinary insect rearing masters. These insect rearing masters were basically doing odd jobs, rearing insects and so on. They could not do anything else. You guys sure have guts. You actually dare to make a move here. Aren't you afraid of the secret guards investigating? Palace Master Yun Qi also said coldly. Top secret guards. If one were to compare them to the top secret guards, then they were like a group of high-level special envoys. The targets they investigated and even hunted down were the top experts in the underworld. Basically, there was no case that they could not solve or kill. They were also at a different level from ordinary people. This was because the top secret guards were the top 4 secret agents. They were the top experts in the Yuan King realm. Every one of them was extremely powerful and could not be compared to the people from the Special Envoys Department. If one was targeted by the top secret guards, then it was basically over. The other party could mobilize the intelligence resources of the Shengyan dynasty at will. One would have nowhere to hide. However, under normal circumstances, these top secret guards would not attack easily. Most of the time, they were chasing after some extremely vicious people. So what if they are top secret guards? Do you think that only the Purple Xian Pavilion will look for partners? Hee. Chong Yi, the elder of the poison sect in the southern region, said slowly, if you are willing to come with us, then I can consider letting go of your companions in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. What do you think? Chong Yi said slowly. Yun Qi's strength was not weak. If he resisted forcefully and fought a tough battle, he might be able to take Yun Qi down. But, correspondingly, it was very likely that Yun Qi would go to the extreme. If this body lost its vitality, it would be a waste. Therefore, not only did they have to capture Yun Qi, but they also had to capture him alive. If he died, then it would be a great waste. Chong, you would not allow such a situation to happen. He had to take down Yun Qi first. As for the other people in the purple Xian pavilion, there were naturally ways to take them down slowly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you want to catch me, then come and try. A long sword glowing with a light blue light appeared in Yun Qi's hand. As this sword appeared, it immediately overflowed with terrifying fluctuations. Buzz! The sword aura vibrated like a frosty wave of air, directly hitting these people. In an instant, the sacrificers made their moves as well. Flying locusts, killing formation. Chapter 614. Countless locusts rushed toward Yun Qi like a dark cloud. Yun Qi channeled his primary energy, and the sword in his hand seemed to emit a dazzling green light. The sword swept out like a mountain breaking a wave. It completely extinguished the locusts' killing formation. A terrifying aura spread out like a vast silver river. Rumble! Good timing! Attack! The 2 sacrificers at the side also yelled and charged toward Yun Qi. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out. A black light seemed to emerge from the bodies of the 2 sacrificers. When the black gold light was hidden in their bodies, it immediately made the Yun Qi in front of them feel a trace of threat. Bang! Bang! The sword in Yun Qi's hand continuously slashed at the 2 of them. However, it was as if he had slashed at 2 extremely hard iron plates. Immediately, there was a dazzling flash of light. The powerful rebounding force also caused Yun Qi to retreat. You chose to kill me tonight. You're really stupid, Yun Qi said coldly. Because tonight was a night with a full moon, the moon god technique that the people of Zishuan court cultivated could also improve their own attributes under this kind of condition. Their combat strength would also be twice as strong as usual. Therefore, Yun Qi's aura was quite sharp as well as his moves and styles. Haha, Palace Master Yun Qi. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten. We specially made a plan to target you. Today we can see the effect. In the future, we can even promote it on a large scale. After Chong Yi finished speaking, the light in his hand flickered. The other 2 sacrificers also shouted in a low voice. The 3 of them opened their arms at the same time, as if forming an encirclement, and rushed toward the light. When Yun Qi saw the actions of these 3 people, he knew that something bad was going to happen. He must not let these people succeed. Immediately, Yun Qi's figure swayed, and he directly slashed at Chong Yi. Chong Yi was the leader of these people. If Chong Yi died, then the morale of these people would definitely plummet. Unfortunately, before Yun Qi could reach Chong Yi, he was stopped by the remaining 2 sacrificers. These 2 people practiced the body venomous insect technique. It was not the goo control technique. The so-called body voodoo technique was to directly raise voodoo worms with special abilities in one's body. Using this method, one could also make one's body extremely powerful and possess many inconceivable abilities. 2 body venomous insect experts blocked Yun Qi's path. Their attacks were swift and ferocious. Coupled with the cooperation of the 2, it was difficult for Yun Qi to break through. Not good. Yun Qi suddenly felt that his strength seemed to be rapidly declining. The originally bright night sky also became dim. Yun Qi was shocked. When he raised his head to look, he realized that the moonlight in the sky was gradually disappearing. A large number of insects occupied the Moonwell Mountain. The appearance of these insects could not be seen clearly, but the sound of their wings flapping could be heard. As these insects overlapped with each other, no moonlight could shine through. Who said only Tengu can eat the moon? My southern border's poison sect can do the same. Ha ha ha. Chong Yi laughed heartily. At this moment, the entire Moonwell Mountain was plunged into darkness. At this moment, it seemed as though nothing in this world could stop these worms. Oh no! As the moonlight disappeared, the power of the sword light in Yun Qi's hand seemed to be getting weaker. Immediately, Yun Qi was shocked in his heart. Because he was interrupted in this state of cultivation, the effect of the power increase in his body had faded. Under normal conditions, the power of the moon god technique could only be considered average. Therefore, Yun Qi's eyes became solemn. Chong Yi also joined the battle. The other two sacrificers were maintaining the huge swarm of worms in the sky, in order to prevent these worms from flying away. Therefore, someone had to be here to control them. A barb suddenly grew out from Chong Ye's hand. With a bit of black light, it pierced towards Yun Qi. As it whistled, Yun Qi immediately felt the ferocious power. Boom! The sword in Yun Qi's hand was hooked away by the opponent. The other two sacrificers released a ray of black mist at the same time. Bang! Yun Qi raised his origin energy defense, but he was still sent flying. With a bang, he smashed into a big tree behind him. Cough, cough! Yun Qi coughed violently. There was a trace of itchiness on his neck. Immediately, Yun Qi understood that he had been hit. He pointed a finger at his neck. Moon sorrow palm. Yun Qi slapped the big tree behind him with his palm. Immediately, the big tree was filled with a ray of silver light. Then, a terrifying ray of light was emitted from the big tree. It seemed that this ray of light had risen to an extreme state. Finally, with a bang, it turned into many fragments of light. Then, it suddenly flew towards the person in front of it. Be careful! In an instant, the tree transformed into thousands of silver lights that danced in the air and flew directly toward the person in front of it. Boom! Within the silver lights, an extremely terrifying explosion immediately broke out. It blew Chong Yi and the other two sacrificers away. Fortunately, the two sacrificers stood in front of Chong Yi and protected him. The three of them fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, the light also gradually dissipated. It was easily suppressed. That girl can't run far. Go after her, Chong Yi said coldly. They must not let that girl escape. It was not easy for them to find such a good opportunity to wait for that girl to leave the spring flower and autumn moon pavilion. Just as they were about to continue searching, a figure landed in front of Chong Yi and the others with a whoosh. Elder, it's me. Dao Xian's figure landed on the ground. However, looking at the place that seemed to have just experienced an extremely fierce battle, he was extremely surprised. Why was there so much danger tonight? Why are you here? Why didn't you guard the camp? The previous encampment had already been discovered by the Tusk Battalion. They even brought an expert with them. If I didn't run fast enough, I would have died, Dao Xian said. An expert? Could it be? A ray of light flashed in the eyes of Chong Yi and the others. Could it be that the person who colluded with the Tusk Battalion was a top-secret guard? If this top-secret guard was really investigating them, then it would be troublesome. No, definitely not. That guy's strength is only average. I shook him off in an instant. Dao Xian said disdainfully, if that guy was really a top-secret guard, then this top-secret guard was too weak. Moreover, Dao Xian could proudly tell others that he had once shaken off a top-secret guard. Just this proudness alone would allow him to boast for at least 10 years. That's good. Chong Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. Logically speaking, they should not be targeted by these top-secret guards. After all, there were still people from the higher-ups who were taking care of things for him. For the time being, such a situation would not occur. Just as Chong Yi and the others relaxed and prepared to continue searching for Yun Qi, suddenly they felt the surrounding temperature rise. It was constantly rising. Boom! What's going on? Why is it so hot? Not only that, the air seemed to be emitting a burnt smell. Boom! Suddenly there was a violent explosion above his head. When they looked up, they saw a large number of flames appear. Originally, these flying birds were entrenched in the sky, trying to use their bodies to block the moonlight and directly cover the sky above the Moonwell Mountain. But now, large numbers of corpses fell from the sky. The corpses that fell were all covered in terrifying flames. Patter, patter. The entire flock of birds in the sky instantly turned into a sea of fire. The flames illuminated the few people's faces, making them red. Chapter 6:15. Boom! The entire sky was filled with a sea of fire. Quick! Disperse the rest of the night crows. Chong-yi immediately shouted. The two sacrificers quickly used their goo control technique to disperse the night crow army in the sky. However, no matter how hard they tried, the night crow army in the sky seemed to have lost control. They only knew how to fly into the sea of fire and gradually lost their lives. It's really not easy to find you guys. A young voice rang out. The six of them were shocked and looked over at the same time. They saw a person appear on the mountain peak. They did not know when he got close, but he was slowly walking towards them. Who are you? Chong-yi immediately shouted angrily. Li Zongjio stopped in his tracks and pointed at the people in front of him. Why is it just the few of you? Li Zongjio could not help but frown. It must be said that these southern border poison sect members were extremely troublesome. Sometimes, even if there were only one or two of them, it was very likely that they had thousands of troops under their command. It was not the kind of number that one could resist. Naturally, it would cause people to have a headache. These few people dared to cause trouble in Monarch City, who knew how many powerful insects they had in their hands. It's you. Dao Xian recognized Li Zongjio. Although it was in a hurry, Dao Xian still remembered Li Zongjio's appearance. Elder, it's him. Dao Xian said in surprise. Thinking about it, shouldn't he have easily shaken off Li Zongjio? Why was he still in front of him now? But no matter what, since Li Zongjio had followed them here, they definitely could not let Li Zongjio live. The Southern Region Poison Sect had never left anyone alive. Since Li Zongjio saw them today, they would kill one more person. Looks like I can only kill you guys today. I thought there would be more of you. Li Zongjio shook his head. There seemed to be some regret in his tone. Under normal circumstances, Li Zongjio would not easily take the initiative to attack. The Yi clan was too arrogant and self-righteous. In the end, they became stubborn. Li Zongjio had no choice but to completely destroy the Yi clan. Apart from that, there were also the people from Qing Yuan Manor and the Southern Region Poison Sect. Li Zongjio basically killed everyone he saw. He was a man of his words and never let anyone go. Otherwise, Li Zongjio himself was a person who did not like violence. Peace was the most precious thing, right? You want to kill us? Hee, brat, no matter who you are, you have said your last words. Chong-yi said in a cold voice. The viciousness in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Regardless of Li Zongjio's identity, he was a member of the Southern Region's Poison Sect. He had never been afraid of anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the two body venomous worshippers beside him stepped forward. The body venomous technique that the two of them cultivated allowed their bodies to be close to the strength of a Yuan monarch elite. Previously, with Yun Qi's strength as a third-grade Yuan monarch, he was unable to suppress them directly. He would be restrained by them for a short period of time, which gave the other experts with the goo control technique enough time to set up the bug formation. Furthermore, Yun Qi's state earlier was enhanced by the moon god technique. Under normal circumstances, the time it would take to collapse would be even shorter. He didn't even need to fight. He could just run away. The two of them attacked Li Zongjio from both sides. Li Zongjio didn't make any preparations. When he saw that the two of them were close enough, he slowly took out the thunder beheading blade. Whoosh! A saber swept past. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder immediately rushed toward one of them like an octopus. Boom! With a loud sound, one of the sacrificers who cultivated the body venomous technique was directly hit by the power of thunder. Without any hesitation, he was instantly blasted into pieces. When it exploded, there was no blood spurting out. It was like a pile of shriveled and burnt insect shells. The pungent smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The other person saw that his companion was actually blasted into pieces with a single move. Although he was shocked, he knew that the other party had used up all his chances. He had to kill the person in front of him with a single move. Otherwise, when the other party had the time, he would definitely counterattack. Die, rock-piercing thorn! Immediately, the sacrificer's entire body left the ground. His body was parallel to the ground as he charged toward Li Zongjiu. In the process of flying, his body seemed to have become a sharp thorn. However, Li Zongjiu directly threw a punch. It hit the sacrificer's head. Immediately, a surge of origin power blasted into the sacrificer's body. His head, which originally had the power to pierce through mountains, was directly turned into a pile of fragments in front of Li Zongjiu's fist. The moment the fist and the head collided, it directly caused a violent explosion. Boom! The sacrificer's body also exploded on the spot, exploding into countless fragments. Two of the top experts in the Southern Border's poison sect actually had no power to fight back in front of Li Zongjiu. Seeing this scene, Dao Xan, who was lucky enough to escape before, suddenly widened his eyes. What? This person is actually so powerful. Even if he used the resurrection technique, it's not impossible to resurrect him, Dao Xan said coldly. His tone also revealed extreme fear. This was really unbelievable. Now, he understood that Li Zongjiu let him escape before because he wanted to find this place. 1,000 insect killing array. The two worshippers of the goo control technique lifted their black robes. Suddenly, there was a loud boom and a terrifying vibration swept forward. Boom! It was as if there was an additional black space in the space in front of them. In fact, this black space was filled with countless tiny insects. However, these insects were injured and did not fly very far away. They were burning with terrifying flames, just like the flames that burned the countless night crows just now. These terrifying flames instantly ignited the insects in front of them. They were directly burned to nothing. What? Not good. This person is skilled in flames. Retreat. Ordinary flames could not burn these insects completely. Only some flames with special abilities could achieve such an effect. Obviously, the flames in Li Zongjiu's hands were filled with such power. Chong Yi immediately shouted. The four of them hurriedly fled into the distance, at the same time using the insect escape technique. One of them changed his body on the spot, and with a boom, he turned into countless vampire bats. As for the other person, he simply drilled into the ground. Chong Yi brought Dao Xan with him and flew into the distance. The four of them immediately fled, but unfortunately, Li Zongjiu did not intend to let them leave. Even if they struggled with all their might, it was useless. Regardless of whether they flew or drilled into the ground, they were all blocked by the terrifying blood wall in front of them. With a bang, Chong Yi and Dao Xan both crashed into the blood wall in front of them. Chong Ye's body instantly retreated, and he dashed to the side. However, Dao Xan was directly sucked into the blood wall. Blood continued to flow out from the blood wall, gradually wrapping around the Dao letter in front of him. Elder, save me, Dao Xan immediately shouted, but his voice became softer and softer. In the end, his entire body was swallowed by the blood flowing down from the blood wall, and he was completely integrated into the blood wall. Realm power! Chong Ye's eyes were instantly filled with fear. He had never imagined that Li Zongjiu would be able to display the power of a domain. A face appeared from the ground, and it was the person who drilled into the ground just now. The sacrificer reached out his hand towards Chong Yi, but in the end he could only reluctantly grab onto Chong Ye's shoes. His body was also gradually dissolved into nothingness. Without a doubt, the other person was also completely devoured. You. Who exactly are you? My poison order of the southern region. What enmity do we have with you? Elder Chong Yi took a deep breath. He knew that he could not escape this time, and now it was up to him to see if there was any room for negotiation. Don't misunderstand, the enmity is not deep. I just don't like you guys. Li Zongzhou's figure appeared, and he said with a faint smile, the power of the blood spirit world seemed to be gradually increasing. Even the king stage expert was digested in less than a minute. Recommend a good friend's fantasy novel, Divine Sacred Martial. Don't forget to vote after reading it. Chapter 616. Upon hearing Li Zongzhou's words, Chongyi was taken aback. What did he mean by that? It was purely because he didn't like him. Could it be that this world had changed to killing someone just because they didn't like him? Do you know who you have offended? The poison order of the southern region will not let you off. Chongyi said coldly. He then looked around and continued to speak to Li Zongzhou. If you let me go, I will treat it as if these people were killed by someone else. I will not reveal any information about you. How about that? I guarantee that the poison order of the southern region will not find trouble with you. Chongyi said. At this moment, he also felt a trace of pressure. The blood spirit world around him also began to devour him. Hence, when the energy surged towards him, Chongyi became nervous. Immediately, Chongyi released his energy and formed a layer of defense below him. I will consider what you said. Li Zongzhou nodded. It seemed like a good idea. After hearing Li Zongzhou's words, Chongyi thought that he had a chance. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Zongzhou's figure disappeared from the blood spirit world. What was the meaning of this? Didn't you say that you will consider it? Why did you leave? Hey, kid, don't go. After Li Zongzhou left, the blood spirit world did not disappear. To be precise, in Chongyi's perspective, the blood spirit world's power was still there, trapping him within. No. Chongyi shouted loudly. His elemental energy blasted out in all directions, trying to destroy the blood spirit world. However, all his energy was only integrated into the blood spirit world. Finally, from the soles of his feet, the melting force grew and melted Chongyi. Ah! Chong, Yi seemed to have fallen into a pool of blood. His flesh and organs were disappearing bit by bit, completely absorbed by the blood spirit world. The entire empty blood spirit world was filled with Chong Ye's painful screams. There was not even a single listener. Furthermore, Li Zongzhou had intentionally slowed down the melting speed of the blood spirit world. This way, Chongyi would be able to feel the fear of death even more clearly. Li Zongzhou didn't care about Chongyi at all. Chongyi was probably still wondering if Li Zongzhou would suddenly appear and tell him that he had thought it through. Chongyi didn't expect that since he had already decided to kill Li Zongzhou, why would Li Zongzhou give him the last strand of hope? Li Zongzhou's figure reappeared on the Moonwell Mountain. When Li Zongzhou released the blood spirit world, the blood spirit world would form a force and descend on this space. Looking from the outside, one would not be able to see what was happening inside the blood spirit world. At the same time, the blood spirit world was good at camouflage with the spatial attribute, making it look normal. It was like an illusory wall in disguise. However, it was transparent. One could enter the blood spirit world from this wall at any time. It was just that it was easy to enter, but wanting to leave was harder than ascending to the heavens. If Li Zongzhou did not summon the blood spirit world, the blood spirit world would be hidden in the blood dragon rune on the elemental bead. As the saying goes, a world in a flower. In reality, everything was infinitely big. It was just a matter of whether one had the ability to discover and use it. Come out. After hiding for so long, you want to ambush me? Li Zongzhou said indifferently. Yun Qi sighed. The person who came was none other than Li Zongzhou, whom he had met in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. He thought that he would not be able to escape this time. Even if he had to die, he could not fall into the hands of these Southern Border Poison sect members. Otherwise, he would definitely be tortured by these Southern Border Poison sect members until he wished he was dead. Once he fell into their hands, one could imagine his fate. It would definitely not be as simple as death. Just when Yun Qi thought that he was done for, Li Zongjiu appeared out of nowhere. This was the dream of many people, to be a hero saving a beauty. However, Li Zongjiu came alone. Moreover, he gave people the feeling that Li Zongjiu was not here to save Yun Qi. Even Yun Qi himself felt a little embarrassed about this. Initially, he thought that Li Zongjiu wouldn't have a good ending. However, when he saw Li Zongjiu kill all the people in front of him in just a few moves, he was shocked. At that moment, Yun Qi was shocked. This was too fierce. This young man actually had such powerful strength. When he was in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower, Yun Qi had already faintly felt that Li Zongjiu's strength was extraordinary. Out of caution, he did not attack Li Zongjiu. Now, it seemed that this was a very wise decision. If he had attacked at that time, perhaps Palace Master Yun Qi would not have been able to survive until now. He had single-handedly defeated all the people in front of him. How could anyone believe that a mere young man could possess such strength? It was simply beyond their expectations. Just now, Palace Master Yun Qi took the opportunity to recover. In addition, the army of night crows in the sky had already been burned to ashes. The bright moonlight also appeared again, causing Yun Qi's moon god power to gradually recover. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Yun Qi also smiled slightly. However, Li Zongjiu could not see it because of the veil on her face. Thank me? Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower? Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. This woman in front of him could still smile. Did she really think that Li Zongjiu did not know? When Li Zongjiu was collecting protection fees in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower, he already knew that there was someone hiding there. Later, when he came back to investigate, he found out that these mysterious women in front of him were all from Zishuan Court. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu did not have much interaction with Zishuan Court because Zishuan Court went down the path of destruction very quickly. Even if there were people who survived, they were probably in hiding and didn't dare to show themselves. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Palace Master Yun Qi's face was also a little embarrassed. Obviously, she also realized that Li Zongjiu actually knew about her existence long ago. At first, she did not dare to believe it. However, when she saw Li Zongjiu's powerful strength, she realized that the elders of the poison cult in the southern region did not have the slightest ability to fight back and were directly killed. The whole process could be said to be very calm. There was not the slightest accident, and he killed them all so easily. Even she, who had the strength of a third-grade Yuan king, could not break out of the encirclement. These ruthless people were all killed by the young man in front of her. How could it be easy? I don't dare. Yun Qi only wanted to ensure the safety of the disciples of the same sect. If young master did not have any evil intentions, Yun Qi naturally would not do anything. This sentence was true. After all, no one wanted to provoke some top experts for no reason. For Yun Qi, wouldn't that be making enemies for Zishuan Court? Even if I have evil intentions, what can you do? Li Zongjiu said faintly. There was also a trace of majesty in his eyes. This was the majesty of an expert. Chapter 617. Palace Master Yun Qi's expression kept changing. Until now, she still couldn't figure out the purpose of Li Zongjiu's visit. Could it be that he wanted to take revenge? Yun Qi believes that young master is a righteous warrior, Yun Qi said immediately. Anyway, he had to flatter Li Zongjiu first. At least, people cared about their reputation. The more powerful a person was, the more they would care about their reputation. If Li Zongjiu was praised to the sky, he would probably stay in the sky and refuse to come down. Don't give me that. I didn't ask you to come here for anything else. It's impossible for your Zishuan pavilion to survive under the pursuit of the poison cult in Nanjiang. Right now, your only choice is to cooperate with me. Li Zongjiu said. A cold light flashed in Yun Qi's eyes. How did Li Zongjiu know that they were from Zishuan Pavilion? They didn't come to the city under the banner of Zishuan Pavilion, and they also tried their best to hide all kinds of information about Zishuan Pavilion in order to avoid being traced. However, Li Zongjiu still knew about their Zishuan Pavilion. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was really so resourceful? Even if Yun Qi wanted to deal with Li Zongjiu, there was no chance. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength gave Yun Qi a sense of oppression. However, since Li Zongjiu mentioned cooperation, Yun Qi wanted to see what Li Zongjiu meant first. How do you want to cooperate, young master? So what if you know? We also know Li Zongjiu's background very well. Yun Qi thought, I want all of you to gather Zishuan court's forces and tell me all the movements of southern Xinjiang's poison cult. Also, give me all the information about the members of southern Xinjiang's poison cult. If there's any movement, report to me, and I'll naturally ferret them out one by one. Li Zongjiu said. These words made Yun Qi's eyes show a hint of surprise and doubt. What was this young man trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to throw away his life? Not only did he not hide from the poison sect of the southern region, but he also wanted to take the initiative to investigate the movements and whereabouts of these people. Wasn't this equivalent to handing his life over to them? This was an extremely dangerous thing to do. You mean, Palace Master Yun Qi couldn't help but ask. She looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. I was just about to kill them all, but I didn't have enough information, so I spared your life. Li Zongjiu looked at Palace Master Yun Qi and said, If all of you are unable to be of any use, there is no need for me to act. The southern border poison sect will capture all of you sooner or later. These words were absolutely true. Even though they were hiding in Royal City, they still managed to find them. Moreover, they seemed to have figured out their whereabouts. After all, these people from Zishuan Pavilion already carried a hint of fear when they were being hunted down by Southern Border's poison cult. The other party's strength was too strong. It wasn't something they could easily resist. However, was this the kind of cooperation Li Zongjiu proposed? It seemed that Zishuan Pavilion didn't contribute anything during the entire process. They only needed to organize the collected information and make a backup copy for Li Zongjiu. It seemed very simple. There wasn't any problem. For Yun Qi, such a good thing was naturally something she couldn't ask for more. If Li Zongjiu was willing to deal with these people, it couldn't be better. These terrifying people. She could only invite such a terrifying person to deal with them. Don't worry, young master. Zishuan Pavilion will definitely do our best to assist young master. Yun Qi said hurriedly. Okay. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Otherwise, why would he continue to stay here? There were still Yuan inscription formations in Bailu Manor to be perfected. Now, Li Zongjiu also knew that he had to prepare to add something to his Yuan inscription formation. It was the camouflage formation. Once this killing formation was activated, the outside world would be able to clearly see the effects of this formation. In that case, wouldn't it be easy for others to study it? The strength of the Yuan inscription formation itself lay in its concealment and unpredictability. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also prepared to perfect it. In addition, there was also that guy Lu Wenshan. Nantian Pill King was probably preparing the ransom during this time. This guy didn't seem to be so honest. If he made any more trouble, Li Zongjiu wouldn't mind killing him directly. Young master, wait a moment. Palace Master Yun Qi looked at Li Zongjiu, who turned around and was about to leave. She quickly shouted, You're leaving too quickly. She couldn't help but think that Li Zongjiu's purpose was too simple. He simply wanted to kill all the people from the poison cult in the southern region. Therefore, he saved her life in passing. He didn't have any other purpose at all. Although her Zishuan court wasn't a top force, it also had its own characteristics. Nowadays, materialistic desires were rampant. If someone helped you a little bit and didn't take advantage of you, you would feel a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Li Zongjiu stopped and asked. Young master saved my life tonight. Yun Qi also has something to tell you. Take it as a token of my appreciation. Palace Master Yin Qi said slowly. Up until now, not many people knew about this information. Now that there was no one around and Li Zongjiu saved her life, it would indeed be a little ungrateful if she didn't tell him. Say it. The ninth prince, young Master Xianming, has already reached an alliance agreement with the Chongqing Pavilion in order to obtain the Universe 9 revolving needle. Yun Qi looked at Li Zongjiu and said, this was a matter that had caused an uproar in the Holy Flame Imperial City recently. Yun Qi naturally had to pay attention to it. Oh, Li Zongjiu only responded indifferently. It even sounded like a piece of useless news. The ninth prince you're talking about is the trash from last time, right? Trash? Although the ninth prince's innate talent was ordinary, but after cultivating the bright moon Jinqi, his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Now his progress was so fast that although he couldn't be regarded as an absolute genius, but he absolutely couldn't be related to this waste. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, that ninth prince was just a trash. Now that Li Zongjiu was the strongest, he naturally wouldn't accept any rebuttal. Yun Qi also wasn't stupid enough to argue with Li Zongjiu. Ah, yes, it's the one who argued with you last time. Although the ninth prince's strength isn't to be feared, the people from the Chongqing Pavilion who came this time are not simple. Yun Qi said in a deep voice. The ninth prince's family background was just average. Although he had obtained the identity of a prince and was born noble, he might not be favored by the emperor. Even the position of the crown prince needed to undergo a fierce competition and fight. Before he became the real crown prince, everything was uncertain. Therefore, the ninth prince had no choice but to cooperate with Zishuan Pavilion and Yun Qi. Who is it? The pavilion master of the Chongqing Pavilion is here? Li Zongjiu asked. The pavilion master of the Chongqing Pavilion was naturally a top figure. Even the current Li Zongjiu had to be somewhat afraid of him. For the time being, he couldn't have a conflict with such a top expert. After all, the Chongqing Pavilion could become a top figure in the alchemy world. The pavilion master himself had supreme power. Although Li Zongjiu's strength was enough, Luoxia City might not be able to resist him. No, it's the young pavilion master of the Chongqing Pavilion, Pei Si. Chapter 6:18. Young Pavilion Master Pei Si. Palace Master Yun Qi heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Li Zongjiu's expression turn serious. At the very least, Li Zongjiu was willing to listen to her. Pei Si's strength was not simple. On top of that, he was the young pavilion master. Not everyone could go against him. The young pavilion master is just a kid. Li Zongjiu squeezed out the sentence after a long time. Palace Master Yun Qi, who was beside him, was also stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that Pei Si, the young pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion, was just a kid in Li Zongjiu's eyes? Was he looking down on Pei Si? It had to be said that Li Zongjiu's temper was really arrogant. Did Li Zongjiu think that only the pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion could pose a threat to him? Did he think that Li Zongjiu was the only one who could make Li Zongjiu avoid him? Did he look down on the rest of the people? That was really shocking. Pei Si should be 25 years old this year. Yun Qi did not know how to continue the conversation. If he said yes, wouldn't he be more of a kid than Pei Si? Okay, I got it. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Then, his figure disappeared into the night sky. Yun Qi's face was filled with shock, and he could not calm down for a long time. Arrogant, conceited, self-righteous. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to work with such a person. Yun Qi was frowning. However, he had managed to escape a calamity tonight. This caused Yun Qi to become vigilant. These people had already infiltrated the sacred flame royal city. It was impossible to guard against them. Chong Yi said that there was someone behind the poison sect in the southern region. I have to investigate this thoroughly. Now that the city was in turmoil, there were all kinds of people mixed together. There were all kinds of strange situations that could occur. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, if one wanted to survive in this precarious situation, one needed to have sufficient strength and sufficient information. Although the night was thrilling, it was more or less a close call. Palace Master Yin Qi could not help but sigh. Her luck was really good. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and returned to the White Deer Manor. He continued to carve the Yuan inscription formation. After all, the Yuan inscription formation's effect was very strong. In addition, it had a great effect on mental strength. Therefore, he had to replenish it. It might not be a bad thing to use such a method to cultivate during normal times. There must be a concealment array formation. Then, I have to think about what array formation won't conflict with this. As Li Zongjiu pondered, he quickly recalled a type of maze array. When activated, not only could it conceal the situation in the manor, but it could also create a maze effect. In Li Zongjiu's opinion, this kind of thing had a good effect. He would learn it in the future, and then he would study some other formations. After toiling for nearly an hour, Li Zongjiu had just finished carving the origin stones for the maze formation. After he finished setting it up, he was ready to test the effect of his formation. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of light on the formation plate. This meant that someone had entered the manor. Although Li Zongjiu's manor was not very big, the front and middle courtyards were at least 500 or 600 square meters. It was not small at all. It just so happens that I was lacking a little white mouse, and you came in by yourself. Li Zongjiu thought and was not in a hurry to take action. Anyway, he wanted to try the effect of the maze formation first. He would kill those who did not necessarily break in. Occasionally, it would be a good choice to play with these little white mice in the palm of his hand. Whoosh! A nimble and vigorous figure jumped into the manor with ease. This Li Zongjiu is really bold. Now that he's gotten himself into such big trouble, he still dares to be so relaxed. Even I can come in so easily. If other people want to take your life, wouldn't it be even easier? Dou Ling thought to herself. In order to make tonight's operation more convenient, she had specially changed into a set of night clothes. The exquisite attire also accentuated Dou Ling's figure incisively and vividly, making it hard for people to take their eyes off her. Because of the Universe 9 rotating needle, the city had been very lively recently. Dou Ling, I had already heard that the people of Valley Immortal Sect and Spirit Valley Sect were here. They all wanted to deal with Li Zongjiu. Obviously, Dou Ling's own information was very outdated, because Li Zongjiu had already dealt with the people of Valley Immortal Sect and Spirit Valley Sect. Therefore, Dou Ling, who had received the news, was ready to appear at this time and give Li Zongjiu a chance. In this way, Li Zongjiu could give the Universe 9 rotating needle to her in such a serious situation. In this way, he could ensure his own safety. At least, he would not be killed by these people. Dou Ling would naturally attract all the firepower away. Therefore, this was also the last chance for Li Zongjiu. Such an action would definitely make Li Zongjiu grateful to her. Moreover, Dou Ling also wanted to show her strength. She wanted to directly appear in front of Li Zongjiu and use this method to tell him that if she wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as turning her hand. Therefore, in front of others, he was a dead man. After Li Zongjiu recognized his position, he would immediately hand over the needle to her. Of course, all of this was just Dou Ling's imagination. Therefore, she came uninvited tonight. Nothing at all? This Li Zongjiu can't even afford to hire a guard. If he is not around, what if he is robbed? Dou Ling's heart was already starting to get a headache from Li Zongjiu's foolishness. She was mainly worried that her things would not be stolen just like that. However, this thought was completely obliterated by the situation in front of her when Dou Ling took her first step. Whoosh! As soon as Dou Ling took her first step, she immediately saw a thick fog rising around her. When she saw the fog rising around her, Dou Ling was slightly surprised. Where is the fog coming from? Dou Ling subconsciously had an extremely bad premonition. It seemed that the situation in Bailu Villa was not so simple. Whoosh! The thick fog grew thicker and thicker. Ling could no longer see the situation in front of her. When she walked out, she could not even see the wall behind her. Oh no! After a few turns, she could no longer tell the direction. Ling was shocked. Damn it, this is a formation. However, it is impossible for a formation of this level to stump me. Ling immediately released her mental strength. Boom! The fog was completely suppressed. When she looked around, the situation in Bailu Villa was finally revealed. Seeing that her mental strength was effective, Ling Ari's face brimmed with a proud smile. Humph, now you know how powerful I am. Under the tree in the atrium, Li Zongjio and Shadow Fox looked at the formation plate in their hands. It seemed that the effect of their Yuan inscription formation had been eliminated just like that. In fact, when Ling jumped in just now, the Howling Moon Wolf King and Shadow Fox had already noticed her. But when he went out, he saw Li Zongjio here. Moreover, Li Zongjio didn't look panicked at all, so he squatted beside Li Zongjio. They wanted to see what was going on. Chapter 619. Li Zongjio looked at the primordial stone in his hand, which was depleting rapidly. Immediately, he widened his eyes in surprise. Damn, what's going on? The intruder isn't weak. There was a grave look in Li Zongjio's eyes. In just a few moments, the primordial stones in his hand, which were the foundation of the array, were also depleting rapidly. Finally, with a cracking sound, all the primordial stones were exhausted, and the primordial stones cracked on the spot. Obviously, the situation was very bad. How dare you destroy my primordial stones? Let's see how strong you are. Immediately, Li Zongjio activated the Great Killing Array in White Deer manner without hesitation. Life Destruction Array. Boom! Ling had already dispelled the fog that had gathered several times. Under the suppression of her mental energy, it was very easy to disperse the energy. After nearly 10 times, the white fog finally felt tired and stopped seeping out. Therefore, Ling was very pleased with herself. Let's see what other tricks you have. I'll break them all for you. Just as Ling was feeling pleased with herself, there seemed to be a sudden boom. Countless earth spikes rushed towards Ling. As they rotated, the incomparably sharp aura caused Ling to be quite surprised. There's actually such a strange Yuan inscription array. At this moment, Ling couldn't understand the pattern of the Yuan inscription array. Not only did the ground welcome the terrifying earth spikes, but there also seemed to be meteors falling from the sky. Boom! One after another, the tremors fell from the sky. The moment these terrifying forces fell, Ling heart was deeply shaken. Ling didn't put up her own primordial chi shield. If she did, she would become a live target in this array. Therefore, Ling displayed her own figure and dodged all these attacks. Bang, bang, bang. From the stones on both sides, there seemed to be several extremely tough ropes that rushed out and swept towards Ling's head. Swoosh! If these ropes directly hit Ling, her head would definitely be blown off in an instant. However, Ling's speed was also very fast. Her figure flickered and easily dodged the ropes. Swoosh! So close! Just now, Ling had felt that terrifying aura pass directly over her head. She felt as if it could easily split her head off. Fortunately, Ling's bodies. Therefore, when these strange aura attacks from all directions, she was not in hers. Is. These 2 stones are the most. Linger was no fool. She quickly discovered the 2 stones in the corner, although they were hidden in the dark and looked like a landscape. When Linger rushed out, the attacks of the surrounding array suddenly became extremely fierce. Rumble! Get out of my way! Countless black steel scythes flew towards Linger. It seemed that with a slight swing, It could directly split a person's head off. However, Dou Ling was enraged. She immediately released the yuan power in her body. Boom! A powerful and violent explosion instantly sent the scythes in front of her flying. At the same time, Dou Ling took advantage of this moment. In this array, after a strike, there would be 3 breaths of time to prepare. It seemed to be buffering for the next attack. Therefore, Dou Ling was able to seize this opportunity. In an instant, she arrived in front of one of the giant stones. Medicine palm. Boom! His palm slammed onto the boulder. Immediately, the boulder in front of him shattered into pieces. The terrifying vibrations caused by the collision caused everyone to feel extremely shocked. The entire White Deer Manor seemed to be trembling. The giant black stone in front of her was shattered into pieces. The power of Dou Ling's palm was not small. In the courtyard, the yuan stone in Li Zongjiu's hand turned into a pile of dust with a puff sound. Since a portion of the formation had been destroyed, the yuan rune array's disc array was naturally damaged as well. What? This time, it was Li Zongjiu's turn to be shocked. It seemed that the person who came was not simple. One must know that this being's obliteration array was a grade 5 yuan pattern array. It was specially designed to deal with Yuan King level elites. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu recalled that this being's obliteration array was based on some principles from 2,000 years in the future. It could be considered the latest Yuan pattern array. Therefore, even a Yuan Rune Array Grandmaster who was still alive wouldn't be able to tell what kind of array it was when he saw the obliteration array. However, this array had only been refined for a short period of time, yet it was almost completely destroyed in one night. The enmity of the Grand Array, Li Zongjiu naturally could not let it go so easily. This was Li Zongjiu's blood, sweat, and tears. Li Zongjiu had spent a lot of money to create this Yuan pattern array. Li Zongjiu was about to set off to settle the score with this fellow. However, just as he stood up, another high-grade Yuan stone shattered. This meant that another part of the Yuan pattern array had been destroyed. The 2 giant stones in the courtyard had also been destroyed. See if I don't kill you with my sword today. Li Zongjiu's eyes glowed with a ferocious light. Suddenly, he saw a figure descend from the sky with a whoosh. Awoo! The Howling Moon Wolf King shot up and chased after the figure. When the Howling Moon Wolf King rushed up, Dou Ling was slightly surprised. However, she quickly threw out a copper ring from her sleeve. The copper ring glowed and instantly wrapped around the Howling Moon Wolf King's neck. Creak! The Howling Moon Wolf King's throat was suddenly trapped. His entire body stiffened in the air, and then he fell from the sky with a whoosh. Bang! A huge pit was formed on the ground. Beast trapping lock! A glimmer of light flashed across Li Zongjiu's eyes. This was an extremely high-grade yuan item. The person who could use the beast trapping lock definitely had a strong background. The beast trapping lock could trap the Howling Moon Wolf King, which meant that the person who refined the beast trapping lock was at least in the primitive Emperor realm. Could it be that the person in front of him was a Yuan Emperor realm expert? Li Zongjiu, I came to save you out of kindness. Are you trying to take my life? Dou Ling's voice came from the sky. Then Dou Ling's figure appeared from the house in front of him and rushed in front of Li Zongjiu. Doppelganger technique? Li Zongjiu was surprised. The person in front of him was actually Dou Ling, whom he had met in the Genius Pavilion. Chapter 620. Although Li Zongjiu knew that Dou Ling's identity wasn't simple, judging from her performance today, Dou Ling's strength was beyond Li Zongjiu's expectations. You broke into my house in the middle of the night just to save me? Li Zongjiu looked at Dou Ling, in front of him. This girl's strength was really not simple. The Yuan rune formation he painstakingly set up was broken so easily. Li Zongjiu couldn't believe it himself. Then why did you set up so many traps in my house to take my life? Dou Ling said arrogantly. She originally wanted to show off her strength to Li Zongjio, but under the threat of Li Zongjio's terrifying formation, Dou Ling felt deeply threatened. So even now, she still had lingering fears. If the formation was a little stronger, or if someone was controlling it at that time, it would be difficult for her to escape. She didn't expect the outside world to be so dangerous. How do I know if you're here to kill me? Yes, Li Zongjio said indifferently, then glanced at the struggling, howling moon wolf king on the ground. It seemed to be in great pain and was struggling desperately. Then Li Zongjio walked up and gently tapped the beast-trapping lock on the howling moon wolf king's neck. According to the rhythm of a special method, the beast-trapping lock was unlocked. Dou Ling observed Li Zongjio's skillful movements. He seemed to have a deep understanding of the beast-trapping lock. The beast-trapping lock itself was made in a very special way. Once trapped, unless one knew how to break free, the beast-trapping lock would only bind them even tighter if one tried to break free. You actually know the method to unlock the beast-trapping lock. Dou Ling saw this scene and was very surprised. However, when she saw Li Zongjio remove the beast-trapping lock and put it into his storage ring, Dou Ling's face turned purple. You shameless bastard! Give me back my beast-trapping lock! When Dou Ling saw Li Zongjio acting like a bandit, she knew that things weren't going well. If this thing fell into Li Zongjio's hands, then he would definitely take it for himself. You destroyed my Yuan rune formation and 2 upper-grade primordial stones. Take this beast-trapping lock as compensation. Consider yourself lucky. Li Zongjio said slowly. There was a trace of anger in Dou Ling's eyes, but there was nothing she could do in the face of this rascal. You. Fine, I'll give you the beast-trapping lock, but you have to give me the Universe 9 revolving needle. Dou Ling said. Seeing that she couldn't get the beast-trapping lock back, she didn't insist. Although the beast-trapping lock was a precious item, Dou Ling had other things. Besides, Dou Ling did destroy Li Zongjio's Yuan rune formation. Li Zongjio already gave her a lot of face by not catching her and teaching her a lesson. Moreover, he only took away the beast-trapping lock. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to get their life back. Then you're too late. The Universe 9 revolving needle should have reached the Blackwater Forest by now. Li Zongjio waved his hand helplessly and said, What did you say? Dou Ling was shocked. She looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief because she couldn't believe how Li Zongjio did it. How did he manage to send the beast-trapping lock back? The journey to the Blackwater Forest was very long. Could it be that Li Zongjio also had a doppelganger technique that allowed him to send the item to a place that was thousands of miles away and then come back? How could such an important item be given to someone else to escort? Dou Ling couldn't think of anyone who could do this. Even Dou Ling wouldn't be willing to hand over something so precious to them. The risk would be too great if that was the case. You don't believe me? You can ask the old man in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion's library when he comes back. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Looking at the primordial stones in his hand, he began to worry. These primordial stones were very important to Li Zongjio. 2 primordial stones were wasted just like that. These primordial stones were something that couldn't be bought even if one had the money. Ordinary people simply had no way to come into contact with these primordial stones. Even if one had the money, without the channels it would be impossible. The last time Li Zongjio went directly to Qi Shaohun admired Li Zongjio very much. Therefore he made an exception for Li Zongjio and used his authority to get some primordial stones for Li Zongjio. However, if Li Zongjio went to Qi Shaohun to ask for primordial stones again, it would be difficult for him to do so. So now Li Zongjio could only think of his own way. Now that the primordial inscription array in the front yard was destroyed, only the primordial inscription array in the courtyard could still be used. The old guy in the library, it's that guy. I wonder why I haven't seen him these days. Dou Ling suddenly stomped her feet in anger. Since you have transferred the things out, Why didn't you say so? Do you know how many people want to kill you now? Dou Ling said angrily. This was a matter of life and death. It wasn't something that could be settled so easily. Now that you've moved your things out, you don't even have anything to sign up for. Maybe those people will get angry out of humiliation and directly kill you. Anyway, these people often use this way to vent their anger. This made Dou Ling very angry. Although these things were very important in her heart, she didn't want Li Zongjio to be killed. You should leave with me now. If you continue to stay here, the people of Valley Immortal Sect and Spirit Valley Sect will not let you go. Dou Ling said with a dignified face. She stepped forward and was ready to pull Li Zongjio away from here. The people you mentioned have been killed by me. Li Zongjio stood still and let Dou Ling pull him away. Dou Ling, who was about to leave, was stunned. You have a fever. You can't be stupid, right? Did you take the wrong medicine? Li Zongjio looked at Dou Ling, Ari's stupid face, and directly brought her to the stable. Until now, Elder Lu Winshan from Spirit Valley Sect still looked like he was dying, but at least he could speak now. You. How dare you? How dare you? Spirit Valley Sect. Spirit Valley Sect will not let you go. Chapter 6:21. After letting Dou Ling see Lu Winshan, Li Zongjio signaled Yinghu to close the door of the stable. He seems to be recovering a little. Go and work on him a little more. Li Zongjio said. Yinghu immediately understood. Then he took a hoe from the side and directly rushed forward. He hit Lu Winshan's body a few times and seriously injured the body that was about to recover. You are too cruel. Dou Ling seemed to be unable to bear the sight of blood. She kept retreating. Just looking at the scene in front of her was enough to make people's scalps tingle. How could this guy be so terrifying? He actually directly captured Elder Lu Winshan. This was incredible. Although Dou Ling didn't know whether that was Lu Winshan himself. She could feel the strong yuanli that filled Lu Winshan's body. At the same time, she also knew that Lu Winshan was an alchemy expert. Although you have dealt with them, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. You may not be able to handle it, so you should leave quickly. Dou Ling said, Well, I didn't have any good ideas, but since your skills are so good, we can make a deal. Li Zongjio looked at Dou Ling and said, A deal? Dou Ling looked at Li Zongjio with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Could it be that this Li Zongjio has a more powerful needle technique than the 9 revolving universe needle? That's right. Don't you want the second half of the 9 revolving universe needle? There is only one original in the world, but there is still a living needle technique. Li Zongjio said. Dou Ling reacted quickly. Her bell-like eyes stared at Li Zongjio in disbelief. You mean you have already learned the second half of the 9 revolving universe needle? Dou Ling's eyes revealed endless shock. After a long time, her lips moved slightly. Braggart. The Universe 9 revolving needles was a needle technique that possessed supreme attainments. Originally, there was only the first half of it in this world. Later on, it gradually spread out. Moreover, there were many people who indirectly confirmed that the second half of the Universe 9 revolving needles was in the Genius Tower. This was the reason why so many geniuses were attracted to participate in the assessment of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Just the Genius Tower's grandeur alone was enough to make these students scramble like ducks. Who wouldn't want to experience such a training ground that could infinitely increase one's alchemy level? Even this kind of cultivation method was an unimaginable state that was difficult to describe. It gave people the feeling that one only needed to enter the Genius Pavilion, sleep, and have a very difficult dream. When one woke up, everything would be solved. The treasures in the Genius Tower made these geniuses go through untold hardships, even forgetting to eat and sleep to explore the Genius Tower. The universe record! Li Zongjio opened his mouth and recited a short paragraph of text. Although it seemed simple, the text contained a myriad of meanings. An outsider might find it a little tongue-twisting, but to a true expert, it was undoubtedly as precious as a supreme secret manual. You actually learned it. If an ordinary person wanted to learn the first half of the universe 9 revolving needles, it would take them at least 70 years. This was only possible if they had a certain level of talent. Generally, pharmacists who had some basic talent would be able to learn slightly faster. The universe 9 revolving needles had a total of 9 sets of universe 9 revolving needles. The first volume recorded 5 sets of needle techniques, while the second volume only had 4 sets. However, the realm of these 4 sets of needle techniques was quite profound. It even went directly to another level. Although no one had seen it before, it could be roughly inferred. Even a genius would need at least 20 years to fully understand the universe 9 revolving needles. No matter how powerful Li Zhongjie was, it was impossible for him to recite the universe 9 revolving needles in just a few days or even directly learn it. This thing is not very difficult, Li Zhongjie said disdainfully. The reason why it was difficult for ordinary people to learn it was because they had not reached the realm yet. In fact, after reaching the realm, these things could be directly mastered. One only needed to look at it once to know what was going on. There was no need to spend more time to understand what the realm was. Therefore, Li Zhongjie only needed 2 hours to directly memorize the universe 9 revolving needles. This was because the original universe 9 revolving needles had a Yuan Qi seal on it. It was impossible to copy it, so one could only memorize it through recitation. Li Zhongjie directly memorized it, so now he could easily grasp it. You are too scary. Douling already did not know what words to use to describe Li Zhongjie. Originally, the universe 9 revolving needles was in Douling Er's bag because she had already seen all the so-called genius experts in Tianjin medicine manor. Therefore, Douling was not worried at all. However, after Li Zhongjie appeared, he directly overtook her in a few days. If this thing was taken away by others, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? Moreover, with Douling Er's temper, she would never allow anyone to be more powerful than her. However, the reality was cruel. Douling also later realized that she could not catch up with Li Zhongjie, so she directly gave up. Now, Li Zhongjie not only got the thing in his hand, but also learned it all. This was already an extremely heavy blow to Douling Er. One must know that it took her nearly a year to learn the first part of the universe 9 revolving needles. Even now, she still needed to practice constantly to be able to integrate this needle technique. It was not really a true learning, but at most, it was a preliminary mastery. Tell me, what kind of deal? Let's make it clear first. I am a girl from a decent family. Douling also said with some vigilance. She was not a person who would do any deal. If it was for this thing, there was no need to sell her most precious thing. Li Zhongjie rolled his eyes. This Douling was too impatient. What was there to be concerned about with someone like her? What was so good about an immature little girl like her? After all, Li Zhongjie was an experienced person, not a young lad who had just opened his eyes. Aren't you very good at fighting? Then for the next month, you can be my fighter. In a month's time, I will teach you the complete universe 9 revolving needles. Are you serious? When Douling heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. However, she quickly became vigilant. No, I can't help you kill people. Killing people is illegal, and I can't see blood, Douling said seriously. Chapter 6:22. I didn't ask you to kill anyone. Why are you so cruel? Li Zhongjie said with a look of disgust. It seemed that he despised Douling Er's ruthless character. Inghu saw that Li Zhongjie still had the face to show such an expression. He really admired Li Zhongjie. Speaking of cruelty, who could compare with you? After all, no one could casually split a person in half. Such a magnificent feat was not something that anyone could do. Then you want me to be your fighter. Be my fighter. That means you'll fight whoever I want you to. If someone comes to beat me, You'll help me beat him until he's scared, Li Zongjio said. That's simple. Dou Ling looked at Li Zongjio. Fighting was a common thing for Dou Ling. Therefore, Dou Ling directly agreed. Li Zongjio nodded. You can't bleed. If you bleed, I will have to find someone to protect you. You have to be careful, Li Zongjio said. Just now Dou Ling said that she could not bleed. Obviously, Li Zongjio also listened to her. She was so useless, yet she learned to be a night ranger. Originally, Li Zongjio also had Santong as his personal bodyguard. However, Santong was also sent out by Li Zongjio to practice his skills and improve his strength. He might not be able to return in a short time. In addition, there were so many things happening in the city recently. With Dou Ling, strength and identity, she would definitely be able to help Li Zongjio. It's none of your business. Dou Ling did not explain why she could not bleed. No one knew what would happen after she saw blood. However, since she had already agreed to be Li Zongjio's fighter, and it was only for a month, it would be over in a blink of an eye. Therefore, Dou Ling was also looking forward to it. After a month, she would be able to obtain the top 9 revolutions universe needle technique. This was something that she had been dreaming of. Yinghu arranged a room for her. Li Zongjio said, Young master, our courtyard is so small. Where can we find an extra room? Yinghu could not help but say, Then let her sleep in the study room or the woodshed. You. Dou Ling heard Li Zongjio's words and suddenly became angry. She wanted to catch this Li Zongjio and beat him. How dare he treat her like this? When she was in the family, she had to sleep in the study room and the woodshed. One must know that when she was in the family, she had a mattress with golden silk's peacock fur. 3 layers mattress had 3 layers. S twos was to snows? She, okay. Yinghu replied and then turned to look at Dou Ling. When he was about to say something, he saw the faint smile on Dou Ling's face. In addition, she inadvertently blew on her little fist. He had clearly seen Dou Ling's strength before. Even the Dark Knight army could not resist. More than half of the formation was directly dismantled by Dou Ling. Even after dismantling the Yuan inscription formation that the young master painstakingly made, the young master did not seem to do anything to her and even allowed her to continue living. This meant that the strength of the girl in front of him was definitely not simple. How about you sleep in my room and I'll sleep in the study room? Yinghu hesitated for a while and even said in a probing tone, What do you think? Dou Ling stretched her body and seemed to be preparing for a good exercise. Yinghu could only say in his heart that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Then he directly walked into his room and tidied up his things. Yinghu usually had obsessive-compulsive disorder, so the room was neat and tidy. Dou Ling was very satisfied with the appearance. At the very least, the table and the cupboard were spotless. You, from now on, guard the door for me. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Dou Ling pointed at the Howling Moon Wolf King and said, The Howling Moon Wolf King was originally lying in the courtyard. Its shoulder was the responsibility of guarding the entire manor. Now, a woman actually dared to come and order it around. Immediately, the Howling Moon Wolf King revealed its ferocious appearance. It bared its tough fangs, and its eyes were filled with ferocity. It seemed as if it was ready to bite off Dou Ling's neck in the next second. On the other hand, Dou Ling very naturally swung a small collar in her hand. The collar also rotated on her slender fingers. When the originally ferocious Howling Moon Wolf King saw this scene, the expression on its face immediately receded. Its mouth full of fangs also directly retracted. At the same time, it obediently wagged its tail and walked to the front of Dou Ling's house. Right on the stairs, it laid down outside. Looking at the loyal expression on its face, it was not easy for anyone to get close to Dou Ling's room. After all, the Howling Moon Wolf King could feel the power of the beast trapping lock in Dou Ling's hand. When it fell from the sky just now, the Howling Moon Wolf King was severely injured. All of its power seemed to have been sealed at that moment. This feeling caused the Howling Moon Wolf King to feel a lingering fear. A Yuan beast was very sensitive to dangerous things. Therefore, the incomparably ferocious Howling Moon Wolf King directly admitted defeat and acted as a loyal gatekeeper at Doling Er's door. Purple Pill Institute. At this moment, South Heaven Pill King was also full of hostility. At present, Vice Principal Jing and the others were also gathered in the reception hall. The elder is here. There was a slight change in South Heaven Pill King's eyes. The elder's identity was not simple. He was one of the founding elders of Spirit Valley Sect. In the realm of alchemy, he was even more skilled than South Heaven Pill King, although he had not broken through the realm of the 6th grade yet. But within the next 10 years, he would definitely break through. Not long ago, this elder had managed to successfully concoct a grade 6 medicinal pill under an unexpected circumstance. This meant that this elder's strength would increase by another step. In the end, he would reach the realm of the 6th grade alchemist. If he became a 6th grade alchemist, his status would also rise. This was a matter of no doubt. Elder Tsang Chu, welcome. Vice Principal Jingyuan had a smile on his face. Looking at the looming figure outside, he hurriedly went up to greet him. However, when he approached the old man, he felt a sharp gaze locking onto him. Beside the elder, there was a black-robed swordsman. Because it was dark, he did not see the black-robed swordsman for a while. Vice Principal Jing, you're too polite. Have a seat. This is my old partner, Black Mountain Sword King. You're Black Mountain Sword King. I've heard a lot about you.